Hey guys, first Guardsman here, and I'll be talking about a double plasma build for the tactical class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, the Plasma Incinerator got a buff this patch. They upped the common shot damage by a whopping 40%, and they also upped the charge shot damage by 10%, so it feels way better now, especially when you stack on bonuses like Plasma Boost and stuff like that. And today I'll be using the Venting Speed version, and mainly because shooting off your common shots in this build is actually a viable strategy now, so having a, fatter cooldown is a pretty nice option for this weapon. Now, for the perk tree here, I do take blast radius first. Damage radius of a charge shot increases by 10%. Then I move here into the perk Rampage. After killing 7 enemies in rapid succession, you will deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. Cooldown is 15 seconds. It is actually very easy to trigger this off of common shots now, so this is actually a pretty good perk effect. And the next perk here is Efficient Charge. Moving here into the perk Charge Speed. Projectile speed of charge shots increases by 25%. Having a faster charge shot speed is really nice in this game. The common shot speed perk up here for common speed is less useful in my opinion. Common shots are already pretty fast, but the charge shots especially, these do benefit from this perk. Next perk here is Blast Radius for another radius increase in our charge shots. Then I move here into the perk Adamant Velocity. When your health is below 30%, shots will charge 25% faster. This perk is super useful when you hit that breakpoint. The charge speed increase here is very substantial, especially for a venting speed version. And the venting speed here, this will allow you to shoot more shots before you actually overheat, so having more damage and charge rate on all of those is super nice. Next perk here is Perfect Radius. After a perfectly timed dodge, the damage radius of a charge shot increases by 10% for 10 seconds. This perk is okay. I definitely like the perk up here, Retaliation, more. Unfortunately, we cannot take this perk and the perk down here simultaneously, so we're kind of stuck with this one. But a damage radius increase is pretty nice. Then we move here to the perk Perpetual Velocity, up here into the perk Fast Venting, and then I grab the perk Home Precision. Equipped weapons maximum spread decreases by 50% when firing without aiming. This perk is super nice for both charge shots and common shots. It actually makes your hip fire very accurate, and I take this on pretty much every variant of the Plasma Incinerator because a hip fire on the charge shots, that is super nice at like medium range. I really wouldn't try to use this at like long range, but for close and medium, it is a very strong perk option. Also just makes your whole combat flow go way better. Next perk here is Common Cooling. Common shots generate 10% less heat. This is really nice on top of the venting speed here, just give you more common shots, though I will say, if you want to skip over this perk and take Great Might instead for a 10% buff against Terminus, you can definitely do that. Final perk here is Efficient Charge, and that's pretty much all there is for the Plasma Incinerator. Now I will say, you can really take whatever variant you want. If you want rate of fire for charge shots, you can do that. If you want the firepower version, you can also do that. That is up to you. I don't think the ammo version matters too much, but on this build, if you want to take that, you can, because I am taking the perk here Emperor's Judgment. But overall, the weapons here are not super ammo inefficient on like absolute difficulty or hard strats with teammates, so it's really not that big of an issue. Now for the secondary here, I do take the brand new Heroic Plasma Pistol. This thing is ridiculous at times, especially on tack. Now there are some bugged interactions with this weapon where like if you take Rack and Penetrator rounds and like shoot it off and like swap to a bolter weapon in your primary, you will get the damage bonus here. That is currently a bug. It will probably be fixed, so for this build I am taking the perk here Plasma Boost instead, and we'll be building around that today. Now there are really only 2 or 3 good setups on this gun in my opinion, because the perk effect down here is called Overcharged Plasma Coils. Only fires charge shots and increased damage, but charge time is longer. So basically you have a 5 business day charge up speed on this gun, but your charge shots will one-shot pretty much any Majoris in the game, on top of doing tremendous damage to Extremis and bosses. Now this gun will normally overheat on the first shot no matter what, unless you take the perk over here Charge Cooling. Charge shots generate 10% less heat. This will leave you on a 90% overheat, which is really nice to trigger perk effects over here like Plasma Boost, but I will say if you don't care too much about double shooting this weapon or double shotting this weapon, you don't really have to take this perk over here. You could build down into the bottom row for things like Retaliation for more damage on a single shot instead. That is up to you though. The perk tree setup I've chosen here is taking the perk Plasma Collection first, moving here into the perk Rapid Cooling. Then I grab the perk here Plasma Collection again, Divine Might for a 10% damage buff, and then we pick up Blast Radius, Perpetual Velocity, and the perk effect here Efficient Charge, and move here into Charge Cooling. Now alternatively, you could skip over Divine Might down here and also pick up Plasma Collection for more ammo, but that is up to you. That's pretty much all there is for the secondary here. Now for the melee selection, You also have a couple options. On this build, I am taking the White Scars Chainsword here, the new heroic one, with a Blood Angel skin on it, on top of the heroic perk effect down here, giving us Fury of Jagoras. Adrenaline Surge stacks are increased to 3. The third stack is a higher damage bonus, but the bonus for the second stack is reduced. Now, this weapon is super nice for utility. It has a great damage rate against minors and stuff like that. The Horde Clear here is amazing, and also just gives you a ton of options to just deal with Majoris and Extremis, and the damage here is actually quite high. Now, the perk tree I chose for this is Perpetual Velocity into the perk here, Swift Recovery. Then I move here into the perk Perpetual Strength and Perpetual Strength again, and we move over here into Reverberating Impact. Stomp area effect radius increases by 50%. Now, the nice thing about the White Scars Chainsword here is that because you have an 8 speed on a blocking variant, you can actually get to a stomp with the full throttle combo skip down here that I will have like a link to in the video description, where basically you can combo skip to a stomp before the Adrenaline Surge charges actually run out. So a really nice benefit there, so that's why I take this perk. Next perk here is Combined Onslaught, down here to the perk Heavy Onslaught, and then we pick up Full Throttle, and then we go up here into Hard Target and Majora's Slayer. That's pretty much all there is for this Chainsword. Now, the other option you can take here is Argent Edge. I would set up this way. This is the better defensive option, and you can also take perk effects instead of Heightened Vigor like Relentless Pursuit, or Versatility with this one, because you don't need the no knockback here because you're not a melee build as much on this weapon. It's like not focused for that, and this one is mainly better for like the perk effect down here called Scathing Retort. Their post window is shorter, but each perfect parry damages and staggers the enemy, so because you're staggering an enemy on every single fencing parry, you don't really have to worry about no knockback at all, and that's pretty much all there is for the melee selection. Now, for the tactical perk tree setup, we do take the perk down here, Plasma Boost first. When plasma weapons are 30% overheated, their damage increases by 40%, and their charge shots use 1 less energy. Now, this is kind of a no-brainer for a plasma build. It'll make you more ammo efficient, it will give you more damage. This also affects your common shots, not just your charge shots, so a really good option. Next perk here is Heightened Vigor. After a perfect time parry, block, or dodge, you deal 10% more melee and gun strike damage. You cannot destroy from heavy hits and cannot be knocked back for 10 seconds. When we are using the White Scars Chainsword, we pretty much always pick this up, though if you're taking the Argent Edge, you can take the perk down here, Versatility, for secondary damage, or Relentless Pursuit for 25% more damage on a gun strike for 10 seconds. Those are both good options. Next perk I take here is Emperor's Judgment. After a finisher, the equipped ranged weapon reloads automatically, and your ranged weapons deal 20% more damage for 10 seconds. This will trigger on a Plasma Incinerator, though I will say if you want more ammo, you could take Emperor's Vengeance instead. That is up to you, or if you want more boss damage and like a better spread, you can take Steady Aim, but those are also good perk options. I'm just taking this one today for like that flat buff to all of our damage on Execute. Now for the next team perk here, I take Transhuman Physiology. All team members restore 30% more contested health from range damage. Now with the 40% buff to common shot damage on this weapon in patch 13, the CHP recovery here is actually pretty high already, and Transhuman Physiology makes this weapon really strong on the common shot to recover HP. You'd actually be very shocked, so a really good perk combo here, though I will say if you want to take a lined aim for more damage or secure stockpile for more equipment, you can definitely do that. I'm just taking this one today. Next perk here is Vital Data. Scan Extremis or Terminus level enemy restores Auspex scan charge by 50%. This just gives you more Auspexes against the enemies you want them the most versus like Extremis and Terminus. And the next two perks here are Precise Calibration and Concentrated Fire to like take our Auspex damage bonus up to like 300% total, which is pretty insane. Just be careful with Concentrated Fire because this one will make it so they lose the mark and they leave the scanned area, so you kind of have to be careful against bosses, and you want to use it when like a Neurothrope is screaming, or Carnifex rams a wall, or a Hellbrute is like slamming down the ground. Now, the final perk here is Radiating Impact. A melee finisher additionally deals significant AoE damage in a 10 meter radius. The cooldown is 90 seconds. This perk is still god tier in patch 13. It will one-shot Majoris. It will one-shot Extremis almost. It will do significant damage to bosses even. It is a very powerful perk option. Definitely pick this up. Now, for our prestige perk options, we take Steel Supplier for more ammo for our primary and secondary. Then we go here into the perk Resilience, Fortitude, and Spare Power because these are really the best combos for a plasma build, and that's pretty much all there is for this build guide. In regards from here, so I'll be talking about a heavy bolt rifle build for the tactical class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, the main idea behind this build is using the heavy bolt rifle for horde clear and our heroic plasma pistol and power gladius for single target burst damage. Now, the variant I've chosen here on the heavy bolt rifle is the firepower version because for the most part, barring like one perk, I will be going for like body shot damage here with a bit of a headshot emphasis. So because of that, I do want the firepower version here, but to be honest, you could really pick whatever you want. It doesn't matter that much. Like if you want ammo, you can definitely do that, or you can take like the heroic one if that's like something something you want to do instead. Now, for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk Headhunter first. Headshots deal 10% more damage, moving here into the perk Adamant Hunter. When your health is below 30%, headshots will deal 25% more damage. The main reason I go up here is for the bonus headshot damage. I will say, if you want to go down the bottom row for like full ammo and things like cleaving fire or remote threat, you can definitely do that. I just want like a flat headshot buff here with the occasional like damage nuking buff on this one. Next perk here is Fast Reload over here into the perk Able Reload, and then I pick up the perk Headhunter into the perk Tactical Precision. Headshots will deal 20% more damage, non-headshot damage decreases by 10%. This perk will lower your damage on your body shots, but in patch 13, the bolters have a 30% buff to body shot damage anyways, and also we have the perk here Crack and Penetrator rounds for another 50% buff, so you're really not losing too much here, and it still definitely hits pretty damn hard in those body shots, even with this perk, and the headshot damage is pretty nice. Next perk here is Great Might over here into the perk Recoupment. Killing a Majorist or higher enemy with a headshot this weapon restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. A 15-second restoration on armor is super nice in this game. You will trigger this perk all the time, and keep in mind, you can trigger Recoupment on enemies that are currently in an executable state. So like, if you put a Tyranid Warrior into red, you can just shoot their head and blow it up, and trigger this perk effect from long range, so a really good option there. Next perk here is Rapid Health. When your health is below 30%, killing 7 enemies rapid succession restores health by 10%. This is very easy to pull off on a Crack and Penetrator round build, because killing 7 enemies or like 7 Hormagaunts, Cultists especially, is super damn easy, and this keeps you above like one-shot breakpoints in this game. Or like, let's say for example, if you're a Techmarine or a Tactical, you are pretty squishy in Space Marine 2, and being below 30% HP at like that 10-15% range, that's super dangerous for you, so getting above that is super nice and prevents you from just having to use stims and stuff like that. Next perk here is Perpetual Penetration, and the final perks are Divine Might for a 10% buff and Extended Magazine for a bit more ammo capacity, and that's pretty much all there is for the Heavy Bolt Rifle. Now, for the Heroic Plasma Pistol, this weapon is kind of cracked right now, especially on Tactical, because Tactical has a ton of damage in Space Marine 2, and also there is like a bugged perk interaction with Crack and Penetrator rounds where like anytime you swap to a bolter weapon, whatever like shots are going out will get the bonus 50% here, which is kind of busted. That'll probably be fixed in like the next couple hot fixes, but to be honest, I'm not sure if that will be fixed because they haven't really fixed it yet for multiple patches now, and this perk is kind of just super bug prone. But that being said, even without that in mind, this is a very powerful weapon, and we are going to be building for pure damage on a single shot. So number one, we take Plasma Collection into the perk here, Rapid Cooling, Plasma Collection again, Divine Might for a 10% damage buff. Then I pick up Blast Radius, Perpetual Velocity, the perk here, Plasma Collection again, and another Blast Radius perk, and the final perk is Retaliation for a 25% damage buff on a perfect dodge for 10 seconds. Now, since we are using a Power Gladius as well, sometimes it'll be perfect dodging to just farm Agile Strike charges here, and you also get like that 25% buff on your overcharged plasma pistol, which is super nice to just like damage nuke some random enemies. So for that reason, pretty strong option. Now for the melee weapon, I do take a Power Gladius, mainly so we can one-shot a boss, because that is something this weapon can do on the Tactical class, and for that reason we'll be building around it today. So first up, I take Perpetual Strength over here into the perk Kinetic Energy, then we grab the perk here, Perpetual Strength again, into the perk Heavy Onslaught. Heavy attacks with this weapon deal 15% more melee damage. Now this will affect your Shadow Stab charge up attack, so a really good option to have on this build. And then we pick up the perk here, Reeling Blow, up into the perk Tide of Battle, Shoulder Bash, because I think the lunging attack with Shoulder Bash is way better than Distance Stab. And the final perk here is a Terminus Slayer, because we are using this knife to kill bosses. Now the thing that allows the Power Gladius to one-shot a boss in Space Marine 2 is that you have the heroic perk effect here, Agile Strike. After a perfect dodge, the next melee attack deals 120% more damage, can be stacked up to 3 times. Now, despite the perk description not telling you this, there's actually a lingering effect for 1 second after the initial attack using this charge. So you'll get like that 360% bonus here with your Shadow Stab for 1 second after. So for example, let's say that you Shadow Stab a guy and you get like the massive burst damage from the stack and you don't like instantaneously kill them, you can still go into like a Skull Crusher and have that bonus active, which can usually hit a breakpoint to like actually kill them anyways on a boss fight. So really good for that and very powerful weapon. Now, for the perk tree, we do take the perk here, Kraken penetrate rounds first, bolt weapons penetrate one more enemy, non-headshot damage increased by 50%. This just makes your horde clear disgusting on this weapon, and honestly, that helps out with things like Enlightened Zangors as well, because usually their heads are pretty small or zipping around, and being able to shoot multiple of them and penetrate them while they're like flying in a line is pretty strong. Now, for the next perk here, I do take Heightened Vigor. After a perfect time parry, block, or dodge, you deal 10% more melee and gun strike damage. Do not lose control from heavy hits, cannot be knocked back for 10 seconds. This is just a nice quality of life perk and also helps out breakpoints on the Power Gladius. I will say though, if you feel more comfortable, you can take Relentless Pursuit or Versatility, but getting like smacked around does kind of suck in this game, so Heightened Vigor is just fun to play with. Next perk here is Emperor's Vengeance to solve our ammo economy, because without this perk, you will run out of ammo on your firepower bolt rifle here, so definitely pick this up. Next perk here is Aligned Aim. Range damage increases by 15% for all team members. You don't really need this perk. You could take Secure Stockpile if you wanted to. It's definitely better, or like even Transhuman Physiology if you really want to do that. But on this build, this will help out both our Heroic Plasma Pistol and our Heavy Bolt Rifle here, so pretty good option overall. Next perk here is Vital Data. Scanning extremist or terminus level enemy restores Auspex scan charge by 50%. A 50% reduction in your cooldown of an extremist and terminus scan is super valuable in this game, because this allows you to actually get like multiple Auspexes out during a boss fight, especially in solo sometimes, so really good for damage nuking, and like half the time you're going to be Auspex scanning an extremist and terminus anyways, so definitely pick this up. The next two perks I grab are for boss nuking, which is Precise Calibration and Concentrated Fire. These two perks together make your Auspex scan bonus come out to like a total of a 300% damage increase to your next attack, and that is how you one-shot on the Power Gladius, because for example, if you stack up all 3 charges of this weapon on a perfect dodge and then do a double charge Shadow Stab into an Auspex scan, which is actually way more practical in this game than you might think, you'll just one-shot the boss. Like, there are a lot of times in this game where a boss will like stand around just like eat shit, and for that reason this perk is super good. And also just in general, the bosses in Space Marine 2, they have like a lot of downtime in some of their attacks, or like things like the Hellbrood Slam, they'll charge up, you can like stay right outside of the range and like go back in with an Auspex scan and just one-shot them from that. So a really good option for you, and a Concentrated Fire and Precise Calibration are super strong for that reason. Now, this is a difficult perk for some players to use, because you really need to know the actual moveset of the boss enemies in the game to like get the full benefit from this one. So for example, when you're trying to Auspex a boss with Concentrated Fire, you want to use it on a Neurothrope that is screaming, a Carnifex that has rammed a wall, or a Hellbrute that is currently slamming his hammer, because all of those will prevent movement from them, and it'll be like the perfect opportunity to put this on them. So a very powerful option for that. Final perk here is Radiant Impact. A melee finisher additionally deals significant AoE damage in a 10-meter radius. The cooldown is 90 seconds. So this perk is still god tier in Space Marine 2. It's currently bugged in like the patch 13.1 hotfix, but that'll probably be fixed in the future, and either way, this perk is incredible. The only problem with it right now is the visual bug, but like the perk is fully functional, and it will one-shot Majoras in a 10-meter radius. It will do significant damage to extremists. It will save your life all the time. Hell, sometimes this thing saves your life against Minoras, because it will trigger on a Minoras like lunging grab, and because of that, all the other ones around you will just die. So a really powerful perk, and a 90-second cooldown that is used pretty much off cooldown all the time is incredible in this game. Just keep in mind with Radiant Impact that the explosion will occur the moment you hit the execute button. So like the explosion occurs on the input, which means if you were like 5 meters away from an enemy and you hit the E button, or like whatever it is on your controller, that is where the explosion occurs while you're running in. So like it won't go like on the actual execute itself, so just keep that in mind. Now for the prestige perk slot here, we do take Acuity first, into the perk Skilled Supplier, Resilience for more stim HP, and the final perk is Fortitude for health increase of 15%, because really on tactical, the only good perk combo here is like Acuity, Skilled Supplier, Resilience, and Fortitude, and if you're not taking a Vulture, you take like Spare Power or like maybe Second Look, and that's pretty much all there is to it, because these 4 here are just way too good for like 99% of content in Space Marine 2, and because of that, you pretty much always pick them up. And that is all there is for the Heavy Bolt Rifle here, guys. Hopefully this build guide helped you. If you like content like this, subscribe for more, and as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. Hey guys, first Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about a tactical melee Kato build for Space Marine 2 patch 13 using the Bulwark Carbine and the brand new White Scars Chainsword. Now, this build is combining horde clear with things like crack and penetrator rounds with massive melee damage off of heightened vigor and battle focus. So today I'll be building around all of that to kind of just shred through hordes and have an easy time with even bosses. So first up, for the Bulwark Carbine here, we do take the magazine capacity ammo reserve option, mainly because this weapon is very ammo efficient even without perks over here like Emperor's Vengeance, and because of that you can definitely take the magazine capacity version here and open up some other perk options. And the accuracy loss here does not matter because we do take the perk in the perk tree, which is called Home Precision. Equipped weapons maximum spread decreases by 50% when firing without aiming. When you have this perk, your hipfire basically becomes a laser beam, but if you take this perk and combine this one with the perk over here, Steady Aim, for a further weapon spread recoil reduction, your hipfire becomes ridiculous. Like, you can just shoot guys from a mile away on your hipfire. It's kind of hilarious, so today I'm going to be using that. Now, for the rest of the perk tree here, we obviously take a Headhunter here and Rapid Health, moving here into the perk Divine Might, Headhunter and Headhunter for a 20% damage buff on the headshot. Then I go down here into Extended Magazine, Divine Might again, and then we pick up the perk here, Cleaving Fire. Shots will penetrate enemy block stances, dealing 25% of the usual damage. This is pretty nice to like pick up some breakpoints or get an execute you otherwise wouldn't be able to. It can also make it so the sword warriors will be staggered occasionally, so pretty good for that. And it also takes us into the next perk here, which is Adamant Hunter. When your health is below 30%, headshots will deal 25% more damage. This perk is a very strong headshot damage buff. I'll just say this, that when you're below 30% HP on tactical, that's a pretty dangerous spot to be, but on this weapon, your horde clear is very high with the crack and penetrator rounds, and because of that, triggering rapid health is actually pretty easy, so you won't be down there for that long. Next perk here is Perpetual Precision for even better spread, and the final perk is Recoupment. Killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a headshot with this weapon restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Getting armor restoration on a headshot with this weapon is super nice for a quality of life. You can pretty much just go around Majoris and just blast their brains open even when they're in the execute stance, and you just get your armor back over and over. A really fun perk combo, and makes your gameplay way safer, so I do prefer it over here. And that's pretty much all there is for the Bulwark Carbine. Now for the secondary option, I do take the Firepower Bolt Pistol because this gun is just pretty strong. The gun strike damage is pretty good, the CHP recovery is pretty strong, and the headshot damage is decent. Now for the perk tree, I do go down the top row predominantly, starting off with the perk here, Perpetual Precision, moving here to the perk Headhunter, Gun Strike Reload, Increase Capacity, and pick up Headhunter again, into the most important perk here, which is Elite Hunter. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a melee weapon, headshots will deal 50% more damage for 10 seconds. You can trigger this perk off of a melee execute, not just a melee kill, but if you swap off your gun or you don't have your secondary equipped when you trigger this perk effect, you will either not actually trigger it at all or lose the effect entirely, so just keep that in mind. Next perk here is Headhunter, down here into the perk Extended Magazine, and the final perk is Divine Might, and that's pretty much all there is for the secondary here. Now, for the White Scars Chainsword, this is the brand new heroic weapon to Space Marine 2 patch 13, and in my opinion, this is currently the best chainsword in the entire game. You have the perk effect down here called Fury of Chigoris. Adrenaline Surge stacks are increased to 3. The third stack is a higher damage bonus, but the bonus for the second stack is reduced. So basically, a normal block weapon will have a 30% damage increase for 2.2 seconds after an attack on the first Adrenaline Surge stack. Then that goes up to 90 on a standard one, but on this one it goes to 70, and then it goes to 150, and the total damage buff for this comes out to 1.52, which is pretty nice. And also the final Adrenaline Surge stack, that one will have a lingering effect for 4 seconds instead of 2.2, so it's even better than it sounds initially. Now for the perk tree on this, I do start off with the perk here, Perpetual Strength, and going here into the perk Swift Recovery. Then we grab the perk over here, Perpetual Strength, and Perpetual Strength again into the perk here, Reverberating Impact. Now the Stomp AoE radius increase here is very nice at the combo skip with the full throttle, because you can actually use your Stomp before you run out of the bonus damage from these perk effects here of the Adrenaline Surge stacks, because your weapon is so damn fast, so a really good option for that. Next perk here is Combined Onslaught, down here to the perk Heavy Onslaught, and then I pick up the perk Full Throttle for the combo skip, and the final perks here are Minoris Slayer and Extremis Slayer, so we can actually one-shot the Extremis in the game. And I do have a full guide on this weapon as well if you're curious about that. And that's pretty much all there is for the weapon setup here. Now for the perk tree setup on this tactical build here, we do take the perk Crack and Penetrate rounds first. Bolt weapons penetrate one more enemy, and non-headshot damage increased by 50%. This turns your Bolt Carbine into like a Minoris Shredder. It doesn't matter if it's like Hormagaunts, Zangors, Termagants, you name it. They all die, you blow them apart, and it's kind of ridiculous how good of a horde clear weapon this actually is with this perk. Next perk here is Heightened Vigor. After a perfect time parry, block, or dodge, you will deal 10% more melee and gun strike damage, do not lose control for heavy hits, and cannot be knocked back for 10 seconds. Having no knockback on the White Scar's Chainsword is very valuable to allow you to actually combo certain enemies, especially things like melee Terminators, because a melee Terminator in this game will not respond to the first like explosion of your block for whatever reason. You actually have to get like 2 attacks on them, and sometimes they will stagger you out of that, so having no knockback, that definitely helps out. Next perk here is Steady Aim. Weapon spread recoil reduced by 20%, and range damage against terminus level enemies is increased by 15%. This just makes your hip fire a laser beam. Now if you want to pick up Emperor's Judgment, you definitely can, or if you want Emperor's Vengeance for like full ammo economy, you can definitely do that too. I'm just taking this one today for boss damage and that hip fire laser beam. Next perk here is Aligned Aim for a 15% range damage buff, and then we go here into the perk Priority Targeting, into the perk Battle Focus for a perfect time block or parry, giving us an Auspex scan mark, and then I pick up the perk Expert Timing. And now you might be wondering, why are we not taking like Concentrated Fire and Vital Data? You can definitely do that, like it's not a bad choice, but today I just kind of want to put down my Auspex on a guy and not have to worry about them leaving the area, and for that this perk combo is better. Now the final perk here is Radiant Impact. A melee finisher additionally deals significant AoE damage in a 10-meter radius, so the cooldown is 90 seconds. This perk will one-shot Majoris around you and do significant damage to Extremis as well. Really powerful for like boss fights where it spawns a ton of warriors on you at once and you need to like eliminate them very quickly. Unfortunately, in patch 13.1 for the hotfix, there is a visual bug on this perk where you can't actually see the effect go off. The perk is still functional, you just can't actually see the intended effect, so it's kind of hard to tell if it's on cooldown or not, but that being said, it's still a very powerful perk effect. You should pretty much always pick this up. Now, for the prestige perk options here, I do take a QED first for more headshot damage. I mean, if you're taking a bolter on the tactical, you just always pick up this perk. Next perk here is Skilled Supplier. Moving here into the perk Resilience for 40% more HP on stims. And the final perk here is Fortitude for a health increase of 15%. And that's pretty much all there is for the Melee Kato build, guys. I mean, the Bolt Carbine these days is an absolute machine at destroying Minoris, and the boss damage here with things like Steady Aim and your Auspex is also quite high, especially like a Carnifex for like you just blast their brain. So hopefully this build guide helped you. If you like content like this, subscribe for more. And if you're watching me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, alongside a link to my community Discord. Hey guys, first regards in here, and so I'll be talking about a Marksman Carbine build for the tactical class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, back in patch 12, the Marksman Carbine Ammo Reserve option got a base damage buff. The headshot damage here is almost identical to the ×2 headshot version, and the big upside on this one is that you have like double the magazine capacity and way more ammo in your reserve, and because of that, you can actually skip over perks here like Emperor's Vengeance and take stuff like Steady Aim or Emperor's Judgment instead, because the ammo economy on this weapon really is just that strong. Now, for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk here, Headhunter first. Headshots deal 10% more damage. Moving here into the perk, Rapid Health. When your health's below 30%, killing 7 enemies in rapid succession restores health by 10%. Now, you might think, like, oh, you'll never trigger this on a Marksman Carbine, but the Marksman Carbine is actually pretty strong for horde clear at times with the hip fire, so you do actually trigger Rapid Health pretty regularly, especially against things like Hormagaunts and even Zangors, so a really strong option for sure. Next perk here is Home Precision. Equipped weapons maximum spread, it decreases by 50% when firing without aiming. Now, this is very strong on both the automatic version and the Marksman Carbine, because in a lot of cases, especially with the Argent Edge, you will just be hip firing Majoris in the face from like point blank, so really powerful for your build here. Next perk here is Divine Might for a 10% damage increase. But then I pick up Headhunter and Headhunter again for a 20% headshot damage buff, moving down to the perk Extended Magazine and the perk Divine Might. Now, you have a couple options here. You could go all the way down the bottom tree for like increased capacity, the perk here Magazine Restoration and Divine Might for a 10% damage buff, or you can do what I did, where I picked up the perk here Cleaving Fire into Adamant Hunter, Perpetual Precision, and the final perk here Recoupment. I much prefer a recoupment here on this build, because having more armor restore built into the headshots on this weapon is incredibly strong for your build, because most of the time when you're shooting an enemy like Tyrannid Devourer or something, they're going to be chip damaging you from far away, and like half the time after you blow apart their brain, their like volley will still be coming at you from like they fired like right before they died, and this this will give you armor back on that kill and save you a ton of HP, and it just prevents a ton of HP loss in general and just gives you a ton of utility in the game. So really strong perk, and I pretty much always pick this one up. But if you want like pure damage to maximize your potential, you can go down here for Divine Might. But I'll be real, this weapon is so ammo efficient, you don't even need perks here like increased capacity, because the base ammo reserve is just that strong, especially with the prestige perk option we have down here, skilled supplier. So if you want to do that, you can. I just prefer this one. Now for the secondary, I do take the firepower bolt pistol because number one, I'm pretty Raven Guard pilled recently, so I've been taking the Raven Guard skin on this, and also the firepower bolt pistol has pretty high gun strike damage in the game, and even though we are taking balanced distribution for a 15% loss on our secondary for 15% more damage on our primary, this weapon still hits pretty hard and the gun strike damage is unaffected, so pretty good option overall. It's also very ammo efficient. Now for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk here, Perpetual Precision first, moving here into the perk Headhunter for 10% more damage, and then we pick up the perk Gunstrike Reload, which is very strong with our Argent Edge here for parrying and gun strikes. And next perk here is of course increased capacity, Headhunter, into the perk here Elite Hunter. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a melee weapon, headshots will deal 50% more damage for 10 seconds. Now, you can trigger this perk off a melee execute, not just a melee kill, but you do have to have your secondary equipped, and if you swap off of this for any reason, you will lose the effect while it's active. Now, this isn't like the strongest perk ever on this build, only because I am taking Emperor's Judgment, which means we do have to choose between our primary reload or having our secondary trigger Elite Hunter, but for the most part, it still comes up occasionally, and it's really not too bad. Next perk here is Headhunter, down here doing Extended Magazine, and the final perk is Divine Might for 10% buff, and that's pretty much all there is for the Raven Guard pistol. Now for the melee weapon selection, we are taking the best fencing weapon in all of Space Marine 2, which is the Argent Edge. Now patch 13 did fix up the description of the heroic Scathing Retort perk here, which now says the riposte window is shorter, but each perfect parry damages and staggers the enemy. So this weapon will perfect parry gun strike opportunity, stagger an enemy on every single parry no matter what, which is incredibly helpful in this game against Lictors, Raveners, and melee Terminators, and really helps you prevent getting stun locked. So super strong weapon. Like honestly, once you equip the Argent Edge, you're like, holy shit, this is like the peak potential of a fencing weapon in Space Marine 2. So for that reason, we're taking it on this build because we're trying to be safe, and we also have perks here like Relentless Pursuit that will give us a 25% range damage buff after a gun strike. So getting more gun strikes off our melee weapon here, super useful for that. Now for the perk tree here, I do build down the top tree this time instead. The thing about the Argent Edge is that the speed here is not that high at all, so you really don't get as many triggers off of things like kinetic energy for consecutive heavy attacks as you would say from like a Power Gladius, and for that reason I do prefer like Tide of Battle and Sharp Impact and stuff like that, or Tide of Battle's over here, but like Sharp Impact up here for more AoE on those Skull Crushers, which are your heavy attacks instead. Next perk here, Perpetual Strength, over here into the perk Combined Onslaught. Then I pick up the perk here, Tide of Battle, Shoulder Bash, Reeling Blow, and Shadow Stab, and the final perk here is Terminus Slayer for 20% more damage against Terminus level enemies. Now for our perk tree, I do take the perk here, Balance Distribution first. Your primary weapon deals 15% more damage, but your secondary weapon deals 15% less damage. Losing damage on your secondary does kind of suck, but the 15% buff here is definitely worth it in my opinion. Though if you want to skip over this for like Plasma, you could take like a Plasma Pistol instead for Plasma Boost, or you could also take Crack and Penetrator rounds, which is actually still pretty strong on a Marksman Carbine. Next perk here is Relentless Pursuit. After a gun strike, range damage increases by 25% for 10 seconds. This is super easy to trigger all the time, and like usually you will trigger this perk while they're in your face because you have to gun strike them in your face, and when that happens you get this 25% buff and you just hip fire them and you obliterate their head in like 2 or 3 shots. So a really good combo on this. Though if you want like more safety in the melee on top of Argent Edge, you could take Heightened Vigor if like that's something better for you. Next perk here is Emperor's Judgment. After a finisher, the equipped ranged weapon reloads automatically, and your ranged weapons deal 20% more damage for 10 seconds. Now the buff here is super nice for damage, but also we do skip over the perk here, Gunstrike Reload, so having another reload option, this does keep your weapon topped off pretty much all the time. This also triggers on Gunstrike executes, not just like a standard execute in melee as well, so really strong for that. Next perk here is Aligned Aim. Range damage increases by 15% for all team members. We are going for all range damage here, and I know that like Secure Stockpile and Transhuman Physiology are very strong perks. Like Secure Stockpile especially is the better perk option here, but Aligned Aim is super fun, and like with any bolter in Space Marine 2, I just much prefer this team perk, so for that reason I'm picking it up today. Next perk here is Vital Data. Scan Extremist or Terminus level enemy restores Auspex scans charged by 50%. This perk is by far the best in this column. I mean, priority targeting is not terrible. This one's just better because usually you want your Auspex against like a Terminus and Extremis anyways, and the base cooldown of an Auspex scan is like 90 seconds, so shaving off half of that in a boss fight is incredible for you. A really, really good perk effect, so I pretty much always pick this up. The next two perks I take are Precise Calibration and Concentrated Fire because these combine together to give your Auspex scan like a total bonus of 300% damage increase. That is nuts for like any boss nuking build ever, and that's pretty much like the, this is the quintessential Auspex combo for boss nuking for you and your teammates, so I definitely pick this one up. Just be aware of that Concentrated Fire, they will lose some mark when they leave the scanned area, so like if you don't know the movesets of the enemy, you have to be like a little more careful with that, but definitely worth picking up. Final perk here is Radiant Impact. A melee finisher additionally deals significant AoE damage in a 10-meter radius. The cooldown is 90 seconds. This perk is cracked. This perk will one-shot Majoris in a 10-meter radius. A 90-second cooldown feels like nothing because like even in a shorter match, it's like a 30-minute match where this is almost always used off cooldown, and because of that, it will save your life over and over throughout your game. I honestly can't even tell you how many times that this perk has just like completely bailed me out of a solo boss fight because it is just that strong, and the option to get like multiple executes is incredible. And usually when you like one-shot a Majora's pack in this game, you'll have enough time to just like obliterate 3 of them and execute stance with headshots on your gun, and then like execute the last one for armor, so a really good perk here. Now for the Prestige perk options, it is pretty straightforward. You take Acuity. Okay, you just take this perk because we are a headshot build, then you move here into the perk Skilled Supplier for more ammo, and we finish off Resilience for more sim HP, and the final perk here is Fortitude for health increase of 15%, because health increases on tactical especially will just save your life, and this perk is god tier. And that's pretty much all there is for the Marksman Carbine build here, guys. Marksman Carbine is really strong right now. The main downside of this gun is that you will get carpal tunnel eventually, which does kind of suck, but like if you can kind of, struggle through that, you will be okay, and this weapon is incredibly potent. And honestly, the headshot multiplier one needs a buff right now because this one is like kind of power crept it entirely. But that is pretty much all I have to say in this one, guys. Hopefully this build guide helped you, and if you like content like this, just try for more. And if you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description alongside a link to my community Discord. And as always, thanks for watching, take it easy, bye. Hey guys, first Guardsman here, and I'll be talking about a Stalker Bolt Rifle Power Gladius build for the Tactical class in Space Marine 2 Patch 13. Now, the main idea behind this build is to nuke down Neurothropes and Zoanthropes with the Stalker Bolt Rifle and one-shot things like Carnifex or even like a Hellbrew potentially with the Power Gladius. Now, the Stalker Bolt Rifle variant I choose here is the Headshot Multiplier version, mainly because I just like more per shot damage on this weapon. The rate of fire can come out to be like overall higher DPS, but on this build, I just prefer the headshot version, so that's up to you. Now, for the perk tree, I do go for like full damage here, so we start off with the perk here, Unwavering Resolve. After reloading while having low ammo, damage increases by 25% for 5 seconds. Then I move here into the perk Adamant Hunter. When your health is below 30%, headshots can deal 25% more damage. And then we pick up, of course, Headhunter again. Into the perk here, Cleaving Fire, Headhunter again for even more headshot damage. Into the perk here, Agile Hunter for 35% more damage for 10 seconds after a perfect time dodge on the headshots, which is super strong. Like, this one's actually better than the normal like retaliation perk. It's like a 25% buff, so this one's only for headshots though, but very strong. Next perk here is Fast Reload. Down here into the perk Great Might and the perk Remote Threat for 20% more damage while further away than like 25 meters. So this is actually very easy to trigger on a Stalker Bolt Rifle, especially against things like Neurothropes and stuff like that. Though I will say, if you want to skip like these last two perks or just like skip this perk, you could just take like Increased Capacity, or you take like Increased Capacity and the perk up here Recoupment. That is up to you. The Armor Restore here is very valuable. I'm just not taking it today for like more damage. Now for the secondary option, I do take the Heroic Heavy Bolt Pistol Retribution's Bequest, mainly because the Heroic perk effect here, No Help Is Coming, this will one-shot any reinforcement calling enemy, and if you take the perk over here, Balanced Distribution, you do lose a bit of damage on your secondary, but this one-shot effect will still like occur, and also the interruption will still occur, so you're still getting the full one-shot bonus of this weapon, even with that Balanced Distribution perk. So pretty nice. Also, the gun strike damage here is very high, though I will say, if you want to like skip over Balanced Distribution or just, take it regardless, you could take like a Rate of Fire Plasma or a Firepower Plasma or the Heroic Plasma. That is up to you. Now for the perk tree here, regardless, I would start off with the perk down here, Divine Might first, moving here to the perk Perpetual Penetration, Increased Capacity, Extended Magazine, and the perk Death Strike. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy in melee combat, you will do 25% more damage for 10 seconds. This will trigger on a melee kill, not just a melee execute, excuse me, it will trigger on a melee execute, not just a melee kill. Just keep in mind, to trigger this perk effect, your weapon has to be equipped. If you swap off during the 10-second duration, you will lose the effect entirely. Next perk here is Great Might, up here to the perk Discipline. Then I grab the perk here, Strong Finish, Headhunter, Gunstrike Reload, and Tactical Precision for more headshot damage, because this is still overall worth taking. And also, if you're not playing something like Assault or Vanguard that has a super fast cooldown on their class ability, able damage down here is not worth taking, so Discipline that like generally serves you better. And that's pretty much all there is for the Heroic Bolt Pistol. Now for the Power Gladius, the reason I take a Power Gladius on this build over say like the Argent Edge is like, number one, you can one-shot bosses, which is pretty intense, but also the 7+ speed here makes it very strong for like Hormigaunt and Zangor clearing, as opposed to like the Argent Edge with a 3+ speed. This weapon can parry enemies, but like so can this, and I usually just find the Skull Crushers on this one feel way better for horde control. And on this build, we really don't have much going in the way of horde control, because the Stalker Bolt Rifle is very much a single target weapon, and the Heroic Bolt Pistol here is obviously a single target weapon as well. So for that reason, we do just take the Power Gladius here instead, because this does fill in that gap a little bit. Now for the perk tree here, we do start off at the bottom tree with Perpetual Strength, moving here to the Perk Neck Energy, and then of course we pick up the standard Perpetual Strength again, Heavy Onslaught for a 15% bonus to our Shadow Stab damage and like our Skull Crushers. And next perk here is Reeling Blow, Shadow Stab for that single target damage, of course, going up into the perk Tide of Battle, Shoulder Bash, and the final perk here is Terminus Slayer for that boss damage, because with the Agile Strike perk effect here, if you get all 3 stacks and put down an Auspex scan and get like that double charge off, which is actually really easy to do in this game. Like I see a lot of people are like, oh, this is very practical, but getting a double Shadow Stab charge off on a boss if you just like wait for their first reinforcement wave is super easy in this game. It happens pretty regularly, and you'll just one-shot the boss. So a really powerful option for you. An Agile Strike on top of Shadow Stab with Terminus Slayer is kind of nuts with an Auspex, so that's why we take this weapon. Now for the perk tree, we just go like all range damage here. We start off with Balanced Distribution first. Your primary weapon deals 15% more damage, but your secondary weapon deals 15% less damage. This is just nice for the Stalker Bolt Rifle. You don't have to take this. Like I said before, if you want to take Plasma Boost for that Plasma Pistol secondary, you could do that instead. This is very strong in the Heroic Plasma, but like I'm going for full damage, so we're taking this one. Next perk here is Relentless Pursuit. After a gun strike, range damage increases by 25% for 10 seconds. Now I will say, if you want like an easier time, you could take Heightened Vigor. This one's definitely better with like the Argent Edge, and same thing like Versatility, that's also better with the Argent Edge if you're using something like a Heroic Plasma. But for now, I'm just going for full damage, we're taking this one. Next perk here is Emperor's Vengeance, because you will run out on this gun if you do not take this, especially with the way we're set up, because we didn't take increased capacity here, so we're kind of just going full damage, and we are 100% reliant on this perk and things like Skill Supplier to like maintain ammo. Next perk here is Aligned Aim. Range damage increases by 15% for all team members. Once again, full damage, that's what we're going for, so we pick this up. Though I will say like Secure Stockpile and even Transhuman Physiology are pretty good. Next perk here is Vital Data, down here into the God combo for the Auspex scan with Precise Calibration and Concentrated Fire. This will come together for like a 300% damage bonus on your Auspex scan. That is ridiculous. If you put these down on a Neurothrope while he's screaming and just shoot your Stalker Bolt Rifle, the Neurothrope just vanishes. And in patch 13, the Neurothrope actually got an HP reduction, so they are weaker than ever, and this will 100% nuke them down. So very powerful combo here. Just keep in mind, with Concentrated Fire, this one will make them lose some mark and leave the scanned area, and that is pretty difficult for a lot of new players to deal with. But really, for bosses especially, all you have to know is that a Neurothrope screaming is a super good opportunity to actually put this on them, and all you have to do to trigger that is just like walk up to the Neurothrope and then dodge away, and for a Carnifex, wait for them to ram a wall, and for a Hellbrute, wait for them to slam their hammer. So really easy to pull off on that. Next perk here is Radiant Impact. A melee finisher additionally deals significant AoE damage in 10 meter radius. The cooldown is 90 seconds. This perk is cracked. This perk is just incredible, and like every patch of the game ever. A 90-second cooldown may seem excessive, but when you realize you one one-shot every Majoris in a 10-meter radius. This is pretty peak. Like, you definitely want this perk, and even though in the 13.1 hotfix this perk has a bugged visual, it's still god tier. Like, it doesn't matter if you can't even see it. You see it, the enemies die, and that's all that really matters in the game, right? I will say Signal Jammer is currently bugged as of like the 13.1 hotfix to like be infinite, but you really, you know, that's cheese. We're not taking that, and Radiant Impact here is just better overall. Now for the prestige perk options, we take Acuity first. Each consecutive headshot increases headshot damage by 3% up to 15%. We are a headshot build, so definitely grab this. The next perk here is Skill Supplier, and Reserve increases by 15%. And the final two perks are, let me guess, can you guess what it's going to be? Oh, it's the same as always. It's Resilience, Medicaid Sims restore 40% more HP, and Fortitude for health increase of 15%. Because these are just the overall best on this. I mean, you could skip over Resilience for like, I mean, Second Look or Spare Power, but without the Grenade Launcher, this is not that strong, and these two perks just give you way more utility, and this one just lets you, you know, survive things that would otherwise one-shot you. And that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. I mean, the Stalker Bolt Rifle is a very powerful single-shot weapon. I believe I put this one in the A tier on my tier list for a reason, and hopefully this build guide helped you. And if you like content like this, subscribe for more. And watch me live to ask me questions about the game, or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, alongside a link to my community Discord. Hey guys, first regards from here, and I'll be talking about a Thunderhammer Assault build for Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now on this build, I will be using a balanced Thunderhammer because back in patch 12, they actually buffed up all of the balanced weapons that have a higher base damage than block, and because of that, they do a ton of damage now, like right out of the box. And you also have a 7 speed here on this one, which means you can very quickly get out things like a double ground slam, and a double ground slam with Seismic Chain on top of perks like Overcharge and Knowledge of the Enemy, that can one combo any Majoris in Space Marine 2 on the Assault class, so a really strong option for him. And one more thing that's like super beneficial and like synergizes with the Assault class on balanced weapons is that your animation cancel on this class will cancel out of any parry animation you do. And what I mean by that is the Assault can actually animation cancel anything he's doing off a jump pack dash. So the moment you hit your jump pack dash off of like a jump pack input with a direction, you will immediately just cancel out of whatever you're doing, and that will cancel your parry animation as well, which means the awkward negative frame startup on these weapons, you just completely circumvent that on the Assault class. So really strong for him on top of that huge base damage. Now for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk Perpetual Strength first. Melee damage increases by 5%, moving here into the perk Fast Preparation. Aftershock preparation times reduced by 30%. Now, unfortunately, this perk is too good to not take. Like, the upper perks here, like Calm Before the Storm and Armored Strength, they're okay, but a faster preparation time on your Aftershock is just so damn powerful, because when it comes to the Thunderhammer, you really only have like 3 combos in the whole game. You have Aftershock, Ground Slam, your Pommel Smash, and, you know, the light combo. So having like a faster prep time on the strongest one out of all of those is super powerful, so definitely pick this up. Next perk here is Perpetual Strength, up here into Perpetual Strength again, and then we pick up the God combo with Shattering Impact and Seismic Chain. Now this one says Ground Slam area of effect radius increases by 50%, and this one gives you an additional Ground Slam after the initial one if you hold the attack again. Now this is such a powerful combo on the balanced version because of the 7 speed, because that will make this come out significantly faster than the block one. And also when it comes to fighting chaos, having an extra AoE here is so strong for like Enlightened Zangors that the Thunderhammer has kind of become a top tier weapon against chaos ever since like patch 10, so it's just a very good option for them, and for that reason we're picking up this combo. Next perk here is Perpetual Strength, down here to the perk Aftershock. After hitting an enemy with Aftershock, you will deal 10% more melee damage for 10 seconds. Now the way that Aftershock works in this game, and Aftershock in general, is that the initial swing of Aftershock is actually like an upswing where you bring your hammer up before bringing it back down, and that initial upswing will trigger this perk on enemies. You're actually getting the full damage bonus here for both of your Aftershocks with Aftershock improved, so a really powerful perk for him. And also other perk options like Dead End, they really don't buff you up that much, so like this is overall the best option in my opinion, besides things like Offense Initiated. Next perk here is Kill Streak, over here into the perk Aftershock Improved. Aftershock gains an additional smash. This just makes your Aftershock like a double damage. It is such a powerful perk effect, you can pull it off, so definitely grab this. And the final perks here are Minoru Slayer and Majora's Slayer, and that's pretty much all there is for the Thunderhammer. Now for the secondary option, we do take the newly buffed Plasma Pistol in patch 13. Now this patch did up the common shot damage of all the relic tier options, and now they actually recover a ton of contested health for you, and that opens up a tremendous amount of options on this weapon's perk tree, because you no longer need to build into like pure charge shots, because while the charge shots are better DPS because you do fire off like 10 or 8 energy instantaneously with stagger, The actual common shot damage here is more ammo efficient for like total damage dealt, which is pretty interesting. So today I'll be taking the firepower version for the high gun strike damage and to up those common shots and charge shots. Now for the perk tree, I do start off with Plasma Collection first, over here into the perk Rapid Cooling, and then we pick up Plasma Collection into the perk here Blast Radius, into the perk Plasma Collection, or excuse me, Perpetual Velocity here for a faster charge rate, down here into Plasma Collection, and then we skip over Efficient Charge here to go all the way down the bottom tree for Blast Radius, 25% more damage on a perfect dodge for 10 seconds with Retaliation, and the final perk is Divine Might. Now, your common shots with all of these damage buffs are actually very powerful in the game. Like, you really do not have to charge up your shots all the time, and the main reason the charge shots are still very good is because of that DPS I mentioned before, but also because they will stagger enemies like Missile Cannon Terminators when they are minigunning you, so you still want to use them, but overall, just keep in mind, you don't have to actually use those anymore. You can common shot for contested health recovery and just like general damage. That's pretty much all there is for the secondary option. Now for the Assault's perk tree, I do start off with a perk here, Overcharge first. Damage from held and charged melee attacks increases by 25%. This is a 25% multiplicative melee damage buff to your heaviest hitting attacks on ground slam and aftershock. When you are building a block or balanced hammer, you always take this perk, because Winged Fury up here is not very strong at all in the Thunder Hammer, and also Armor Reinforcement is like only good for the Heroic Hammer in my opinion. Next perk here is Defense Mechanism. Contested health fades 50% more slowly. This just helps out CHP regen a ton, though I will say if you want more damage on your secondary here for like better per shot contested health recovery, you could take Auxiliary Arsenal, or alternatively you could pick up like Consecutive Execution for Melta Bomb spam. Next perk here is Knowledge of the Enemy. Melee damage increases by 15% against Majorist or Extremis level enemies. This is better for like flat base damage on your ground slam and stuff like that, and for things like ground pound, though I will say if you want more damage overall on like certain attack combos, you could take Active Attrition, and for the most part I would skip over Perseverance because you do lose some breakpoints on some builds versus some enemies. Next perk here is Strategic Strikes. All teamers deal 20% more melee damage against Extremis and Terminus level enemies. I mean, on the Thunder Hammer build, you just want more damage, so like you definitely pick this one up. Though if you really want to take more gun strike damage, you could pick up Proven Efficiency, but for this build, I think this one is definitely better. Next perk here is Furious Strikes. Hitting enemy with an attack after a jump pack dash, first jump pack's ability charged by 1. The cooldown is 10 seconds. This perk is god tier on Assault because this is just a free gap close for whatever build you are using. Furious Strikes functions on every single melee weapon in this game, and for that reason you pretty much always pick it up, but especially on a Wings of Flame build here, if you take this perk on top of the perk down here, Commitment, you can go jump pack positive because the perfect dodge that you get refunded on this perk will give you an opportunity to just like trigger this perk on top of that for a free jump pack, so super strong option here, definitely pick this up. And next perk here is Wings of Flame. A jump pack dash damages enemies on trajectory and always works as a perfect dodge when dodging an attack. Now, this just gives you a ton of free damage. It makes it way easier to pull off perfect dodges, so we pretty much always pick this up with Furious Strikes. So you could pick up Zealous Blow if you really wanted to. That is up to you. Next perk here is Aerial Grace. After a per time dodge using a jump pack dash, you'll deal 30% more damage for 10 seconds. With a jump pack build, you pretty much always pick this up on the perfect dodge because a 30% damage bonus to your secondary and primary is just super strong for you, and because of that, we just always pick this up on a Wings of Flame option. Next perk here is Commitment, a perfect time dodge using a jump pack dash for jump pack's ability charge. This perk is just the best option in the signature tree by far for every single Assault build these days, because without this, you do just lose jump packs for no reason, and your jump pack dash is actually more valuable now in like patch 12 plus because every single animation cancel on a jump pack dash can save your life, and more jump packs means more animation cancels, and animation cancels are god tier on this class. Now for the prestige perk options, I do take Unyielding Oath first. When charging a ground pound, you become invulnerable to damage for 3 seconds. This is just a ton of utility. It will save your life. It'll save you a ton of HP unless you like land the things you otherwise could not. Some people like Duelist. This perk is not that strong on a balanced weapon. It's way better on blocks, so for that reason, we are taking this option. Next perk here is Fortitude for a health increase of 15%. Then I take more range damage on practice aim, and the final perk is another god tier option with Hammer of Wrath. After using your jump pack, you will take 30% less range damage and do not lose 12 heavy hits and cannot be knocked back for 15 seconds. This perk is incredible, so damn strong. It actually power crafts Adrenaline boost up here because a 30% range damage reduction and a 15-second uptime on top of no knockback. That is just a god tier effect. You know, this perk used to be over here with Furious Strikes, but it gave us like a god tier perk here instead and put this in the prestige perk for free. So definitely pick this up. And that's pretty much everything there is for this build, guys. I mean, the balanced hammer is really fucking strong these days against both Tyranids and Chaos especially gets shit on by the Thunder Hammer, so hopefully this build guide helped you. And if you like content like this, subscribe for more. If you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, alongside a link to my community Discord. And as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. Hey guys, first Guardsman here, and I'll be talking about a Thunderhammer Assault build for Space Marine 2 patch 13.2 using the newly buffed Bulk Carbine one-handed secondary option. Now, the main idea behind this build is using the block Thunderhammer here for horde control with stuff like Zealous Blow, and also buffing up our secondary damage with perks like Ample Ammunition and stuff like Auxiliary Arsenal. Now, the secondary here got a 15% base damage buff in this hotfix. It feels way better. I have to say, it does feel way better. But the thing about this weapon is that the ammo economy is still a little lacking, and the overall piercing value is not too high. But like one more pass of balance should probably smooth that out. But for now, it's in an okay spot. I don't think it's a top tier option, but the contested health recovery here is pretty strong, and the damage is definitely better, especially when you stack on some buffs in your perk tree. Now, the variant you pretty much always choose is the ammo reserve option, because I'll be honest, the accuracy variant here, this one is just dog shit. Like the low magazine size, the low ammo reserves, is just not worth it at all. Pretty much always pick this up because this gun's ammo economy is not that strong even with this version, and also being able to fire for longer with a fatter magazine, it just feels way better. Now for the perk tree here, you do have a couple options. You can number one go like I did at the top tree and increase capacity into the perk extended magazine, or you could go down here for Divine Might and Adamant Hunter. I think this one's a bit better on the Bulwark class because Bulwark just has a fatter base HP, so you can actually take advantage of this a little bit more. And up here, the Assault doesn't have any ammo economy really for recovery, so you definitely want this extra ammunition. Next perk here is a fast reload down here into the perk Cleaving Fire. Then I pick up the perk here, Retaliation, for 25% more damage for 10 seconds on a perfect dodge. We are an Assault class, so our starting perk is a 50% increase in our perfect dodge window, so really good synergy there. Moving here into the perk Tactical Precision for 20% more headshot damage and non-headshot damage decreasing by 10%. And then we pick up the perk here, Gunstrike Reload, and the final perk here is of course Elite Hunter. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a melee weapon, headshots will deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. So this perk is one of the strongest headshot perks in the game. A 25% buff for a melee kill is really strong on its own. We can also do a melee execute to trigger this. As I have to say that when you stack all of these like Retaliation, Elite Hunter here, and stuff like Amp Ammunition for a 50% range damage buff after a jump pack, your gun hits pretty hard at close range. Like your close range damage here is quite substantial. It's just that the ammo economy here is not that strong, but it does make up for some of the downsides of the Thunderhammer, because a big issue you will run into on this build is that the block Thunderhammer is quite slow. So when you land in front of a guy, you don't really have an option to hit them with your melee weapon sometimes, but having a secondary to shoot them in the face with, that is a great option for you. So definitely good synergy there. Now for our melee weapon here, I do take the block Thunderhammer because I think this one is overall best for Zealous Blow builds. The block charges here are very strong. This can actually one-shot Extremis with this build, because one-shotting Extremis on a block Thunderhammer is just something you can do with Zealous Blow and Ground Pound. And for the perk tree, we do start off with the perk here, Perpetual Strength first, moving here into the perk Fast Preparation. After shock preparation times reduced by 30%, you pretty much always pick this up on like every single Thunderhammer build. Aftershock is just way more important than you think, and also the Thunderhammer in general only has like 3 attacks in the first place, or like 4 with like Pommel Smash, your light attack combo, and your ground slams, and then including your Aftershock, so definitely grab this. Next perk here is Perpetual Strength, up here in Perpetual Strength again, and then we pick up the perk here, Extremis Slayer, because you really don't need Shattering Impact and Seismic Chain. I mean, Shattering Impact can help out sometimes, but the double ground slam, you're just way too slow to do that in a lot of cases. So for that reason, I do prefer the Extremis Slayer up here. Move here into the perk Reclamation for 100% more CHP recovery from ground slam and Aftershock. This is actually pretty useful here for us for maintaining our CHP. Then we go through here into Offense Initiated, the perk Perpetual Strength, into the final perks Kill Streak, and of course Aftershock Improved. Aftershock gains an additional smash. This perk is top tier, especially on a block Thunderhammer, because basically what happens is you will stack up your 2 Adrenaline Surge charges, you will have that instant stagger on your next attack, and the double slam will hit them no matter what pretty much for a ton of damage, and this is a very powerful perk, much better than the perk up here, Patience Reward in my opinion, so definitely pick this up. Final perks here are Minora Slayer and Majora Slayer. That's pretty much all there is for the melee setup. Now, for our main perk tree, we do take Overcharge first. Damage from Helen Charge melee attacks increases by 25%. This will buff up your Ground Slam and your Aftershock damage, so definitely grab this on a Thunderhammer build. Then we move up here into the perk Auxiliary Arsenal. Secondary weapons damage increases by 20% to just like buff up our Bolt Carbine a bit more. Then move here into the perk Knowledge of the Enemy. Melee damage increases by 15% against Majoras or Extremis level enemies. Now, I will say, this is a better flat bonus, but if you want to take the perk down here, Active Attrition instead, for a 25% damage taken debuff for 5 seconds on an enemy after a lunging attack, this will buff up your secondary damage even more to like over 100% with like all your buffs active, so really strong there, but Knowledge of the Enemy is better on this build. Next perk here is Strategic Strikes. All team members deal 20% more melee damage against Extremis and Terminus level enemies. We are building for like one-shot combos, so definitely take this. And the final perks here are, of course, Smiting Angel for a 25% buff on our ground pound damage, or alternatively, you could pick up like Furious Strikes. And the other option here is Zealous Blow. A ground pound kill restores jump packs charged by 10% because this is just going to allow you to infinite loop into Hormigons and Zangors and stuff like that. And the final perk here is Pride and Duty. After a finisher, ground pound deals 25% more damage for 10 seconds. This perk will trigger on like any execute in the entire game. It can be Gunstrike, Minoris, does not matter. It's just a 25% buff they'll reapply every time you do an execute. So really top tier perk option. And the final perk here is Ample Ammunition. Any use of jump pack reloads the equipped ranged weapon, increases damage by 50% for 10 seconds. A 50% buff for 10 seconds is a very substantial bonus, and like I mentioned before, this actually comes into play a lot on this build because often you will ground slam or ground pound into an enemy and you'll just be in their face and like shoot them with this buff and just get that execute, so really good for that. Though obviously commitment can be better for free jump pack animation canceling. We're just taking this one today. Now for the prestige perk tree, we do start off with the perk here and yielding of first. When charging a ground pound, you become invulnerable to damage for 3 seconds. Moving here to the perk Fortitude for health increase of 15%. And our final perks are Practice Aim and Hammer of Wrath, because Hammer of Wrath is just so damn good on like every single build of Assault that you pretty much always pick it up over this one now. And that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. Hopefully this build guide helped you. If you like content like this, subscribe for more. And if you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description. I'll send a link to my community Discord. Hey guys, first regards from here, I'll be talking about a Power Sword Assault build for Space Marine 2 patch 13 to maximize our attack speed and damage. Now, this weapon has a ton of variants in this game. You got 4 relic tier options and 1 heroic option, and the best options overall, in my opinion, are the Xenophase blade and block version. But that being said, just like the value menu at Taco Bell, options are everything. So today we're actually taking the speed style 16 strength balanced version because this one feels really good to use. It's also very strong because, you know, what is the reason people like the Power Sword in Space Marine 2? It's usually like the animation canceling, the super cool power style attacks on stuff like Assault and your Bulwark, and in general the speed of your weapon makes it feel way better in general, so I would definitely take this. Now the other version is obviously the fencing version for speed, but like this one's damage is just way higher, the speed feels way better, and the speed potential here is out of this world. So for that reason, I think this one fits onto your build very well. And for Wings of Flame especially, you don't worry about the ground pound damage as much because the other balance variant here, this one does have 18 strength versus the 16 here, but like it's really not a huge discrepancy, and for the most part I just think this one is superior. Now the perk tree here is Armored Strength first, moving here to the perk Master of Offense to maximize our damage out of our sword combat style switch. Sword combat style switching is super easy. You can do this out of a dodge very easily just by holding down your button, and if you're curious on how the power sword works in general, I do have a full guide for this weapon on this channel as well, just keep that in mind. Next perk here is Perpetual Strength, down here to the perk Perpetual Strength again, and then I pick up Tranquility into the perk here Melee Onslaught. This weapon deals 10% more melee damage. Moving into the perk Hard Target, while performing a light combo you take 15% less range damage. Now on this weapon, with the 6+ speed here, getting a light combo off is actually pretty useful on this one because the speed style attacks with this weapon are quite strong, and triggering this hard target is pretty easy. Next perk here is Cutting Edge. Power Rake deals 50% more melee damage. If you are taking a Power Sword in Space Marine 2, you always take this perk because Cutting Edge is just that strong in this game. A 50% buff to one of your heaviest hitting attacks on this weapon is incredible. Always pick this up. Next perk here is Extremis Slayer, up here into the perk Majora Slayer Slayer into the perk Terminus Slayer, because the perk down here, Minoris Slayer, you can definitely skip this. You really don't need the bonus Minoris damage, but the other options here for Extremis Majoris and Terminus damage, they will definitely help you out, so pick these up. Next perk here is Power Restoration. Power style attacks restore 100% more contested health. Now, the thing about the Power Sword is every single attack in a power style will set up a Hormigaunt, Termagant, or normal Zangor into an execute stance for a gun strike, and being able to avoid that extra CHP chip damage is super nice at this. So definitely take Power Restoration, because usually you're not going to need more contested health recovery for speed style, because speed style is for single target, and with single target you're usually getting like an execute on Majoris or something anyways. And that's pretty much all there is for the Power Sword. Now, for the secondary, I do take the newly buffed Firepower Plasma Pistol, or really the Plasma Pistol in general. Now, all of the common shots on these variants got buffed up by 30% this patch, and that's pretty good for damage, but more importantly, that is good for your contested health recovery, because these days, if you take damage on a Plasma Pistol build, you no longer have to charge up your shot every time. You can just shoot back with your common shots. It feels way better in this game now, and the Firepower variant is the best for that, which is why I'm taking it today. And we also have the luxury of building into a little bit of a different perk tree here, starting off with Plasma Collection, moving here to the perk Rapid Cooling, Plasma Collection again, into the perk Blast Radius, Perpetual Velocity, because shot charge speed is just very important on every version of the Plasma ever, going down to Plasma Collection again, Blast Radius, Retaliation for 25% more damage on a perfect time dodge for 10 seconds, and the final perk is Divine Might. The thing about the Plasma Pistol right now is that your common shots are actually more ammo efficient and damage than your charge shots are, but charge shots are higher DPS, so if you do want to go up here for efficient charge, you can do that, but I think I prefer the bottom row these days. Now, for our perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, Overcharge first. Damage from Held Charge melee attacks increases by 25%. This is just a 25% multiplicative melee damage increase to your power rake and pretty much every good attack in all Space Marine 2. Overcharge is really strong in this game. If you want to have a safer build, you could pick up Armor Reinforcement, but I think Overcharge is just like the best for like any type of damage build on your Power Sword, Thunderhammer, whatever it may be, and we're still building to damage somewhat here. Next perk here is Consecutive Execution, killing 7 enemies, rapid succession restores equipment charge by 1. The cooldown is 90 seconds. Now, equipment regen in Space Marine 2, it just saves games. Melta bombs, shock nades, crack nades, these will just solve problems all on their own. And honestly, this perk can save you a ton of HP where defense mechanism may not, because being able to blow up the triple biovorts in front of you, or just like crack grenade and zoanthrope, that'll probably save you more HP than having a slower CHP fade at times. So it really is up to you which one you want. You can take Auxiliary Arsenal if you want to, but in my opinion, this is still the strongest option in this column. Next perk here is Knowledge of the Enemy. Melee damage increases by 15% against Majoris or Extremis level enemies. This is just a nice damage boost here. If you want more like damage reduction, you could take Perseverance, or if you want a different type of damage debuff applied to the enemy, you could pick up Active Attrition, because this one will apply a 25% damage debuff to, or damage taken debuff to the enemy you hit with a lunging attack for 5 seconds. That includes things like range damage and also your gun strikes. That is up to you, but I just prefer this one on this build. Next perk here is Strategic Strikes. All team members deal 20% more melee damage against Extremis and Terminus level enemies. We are going for damage, so I do pick this up. Next perk here is God Tier with Furious Strikes. Hitting enemy with an attack after a jump pack dash for his jump pack's ability charged by 1. The cooldown is 10 seconds. Now, this perk is the absolute peak of assault these days. I don't care if you want to play with Zealous Blow or like maneuverability, it does not matter. You just take this perk these days, because not only does it make the assault way stronger, it's also way more fun, because basically it's a free gap close. It also just like fits in perfectly with like any build he's doing, and these days you can also animation cancel out of anything you were doing on the assault class by using a jump pack dash. If you take commitment down here for a free jump pack dash, every time you get that free jump pack dash, you are able to do a lunging attack and also trigger this perk, and you go up a jump pack. So what I mean by that is you get the perfect dodge, you then do the dash attack, and now you're up a free jump pack from that. So really strong option. Next perk here is Wings of Flame. A jump pack dash damages enemies on trajectory and always works as a perfect dodge when dodging an attack. This perk is just a ridiculous amount of free damage in this game. Honestly, Wings of Flame on top of Commitment and Furious Strikes, this is like the god combo. It's so strong, to be honest, that it is hard to really pick anything else except for like maybe Zealous Blow sometimes, but Wings of Flame will solve problems on its own. It will trivialize a Carnifex boss fight, Hellbrutes and stuff like that will also die to this, and in general, it just makes for some of the most entertaining and like visually cool assault moments in the entire game. Next perk here is Aerial Grace. After your perk time dodge using a jump pack dash, you will deal 30% more damage for 10 seconds. A 30% damage buff to your range and melee attacks here is very nice. I will say, if you want to skip over this perk for something like Pride and Duty or the Diligence perk here, these are both quite strong. I think Pride and Duty here is pretty good compared to Diligence. I think Diligence is like the weakest option, but this one says after a finisher, ground pound deals 25% more damage for 10 seconds, and this will trigger on any finisher in the entire game. That includes like Minors, Executes, and stuff like that, and even Gunstrike, so really easy to do. Next perk here is of course Commitment to actually give us those free perfect dodges, because the jump pack animation cancel is honestly just too strong to not take in my opinion. And that's pretty much all there is for the main perk tree. Now for our prestige perks, this is pretty standard. I just take Unyielding Oath first. When charging a ground pound, you become invulnerable to damage for 3 seconds. This just allows you to do things you otherwise could not do in this class and just go into attacks that would just kill you outright otherwise, so I do pick this up. Great utility perk. Next perk here is Fortitude. Health increases by 15% because health increases are very valuable in Space Marine 2, because below 25% HP in this game, every single like little increment from that point, you will get a ramping damage reduction, and up until like you have a stupid amount of damage reduction like 1% HP, so a higher total base HP will make your damage reduction at that lower threshold even better. I do have a full video on that as well on this channel. Next perk here is Practice Aim. Range damage increases by 15% because this will help out our common shot CHP recovery. And the final perk is another god tier option with Hammer of Wrath. After using your jump pack, you take 30% less range damage, do not lose control from heavy hits, and cannot be knocked back for 15 seconds. This perk is just a top tier option. A 30% range damage reduction with no knockback for 15 seconds will save your life, and you will trigger this all the time on ground pound and Wings of Flame jump pack dashes. And that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. I mean, this balance power sword here feels really good in this game. I think it's like my favorite power sword of the relic tier options at the moment, besides maybe block. And honestly, the firepower common shot damage here, super underrated at the moment. I might talk about this in a different video at some point, but for now, that's all I have to say in this one. Hopefully this build guide helped you. If you like content like this, subscribe for more. If you want to catch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, alongside a link to my community Discord. Hey guys, first regards from here, and I'll be talking about a double-edged relic heroic chainsword double stomp assault build to beat the piss out of any Tyranid in your way, pretty much. So this is the other heroic chainsword. Now, a lot of people love this one. It has a 20 strength, 4+ speed, 10 cleaving potential, and the heroic perk effect here is called Fist Fight. You can perform an additional heavy attack after a quick punch. Also, a front kick is replaced with a quick punch, and all heavy attacks deal 15% more damage. Now, this one actually makes your stomps do a ton on top of your heavy attacks, so this is actually a pretty strong weapon, I'm not gonna lie. Like, maybe I was sleeping on this one a little bit. I did put this a bit lower in my tier list, mainly because it's gimmicky compared to the heroic chainsword. I do think it's much better, but that being said, you can still put out a ton of damage on operations and hard strats of this thing, and this weapon is also just pretty fun in general. Now, for the perk tree setup, I do start off with the perk here, Armored Strength. You have armor remaining, melee damage increases by 10%. Then I move here into the perk Crushing Heal. Enemies hit by Stomp deal 30% less damage for 4 seconds. The cooldown is 10 seconds. Now, I'm mainly taking this top row here for like pure damage, because if you have armor remaining, you will do more damage than you would down here with like Perpetual Strength. But if you want like the CHP recovery, a swift recovery, you can definitely do that. Like, this is still a very strong perk here. This like first two perk options here, this is just up to you. Next perk here is Perpetual Strength. Down here, Perpetual Strength again. Then I go here into the perk Reverberating Impact. Stomp AoE radius increases by 50%. This is a double stomp build, so you pretty much always pick this up. I mean, honestly, guys, these stomps are so strong on this thing that you can actually stomp a Neurothrope and a Zoanthrope out of the air. The stomp hitbox is actually both vertical and horizontal, so just keep that in mind. This is a very good anti-air tool as well in this weapon. Next perk here is Combined Onslaught. Down here to the perk Heavy Onslaught, because of this will up all of our heavy attack damage even further. And then we pick up the perk here, Trampling Stride. After performing a stomp, hold the attack button to perform an additional stomp. Now, with this weapon, you have to hold down your attack button immediately after the first attack, and then you'll, or excuse me, the first stomp, and then you'll get another one. It's exactly how it sounds, like there is a slight delay, so just keep that in mind. Once you perform the actual stomp, then hold your button down, you'll get the other one. Next perk here is Hard Target, over here into the perk Majora's Slayer for more Majora's damage, though alternatively, you could pick up Minora's Slayer and the perk down here, Extremis Slayer. Now, for the secondary, I do take the newly buffed Firepower Plasma, really just like the Plasma in general. All the common shots on the Plasma Pistol got buffed up this patch, and now the contested health recovery of these weapons is actually quite high without the charge shots, and because of that, we don't really need the Rate of Fire Plasma anymore as much as we used to. I mean, it's still a strong option, don't get me wrong, but like the Firepower Plasma, the common shots here will get you back a ton of contested health, a really strong option in the game, and also we can build a bit differently these days, starting off with the perk here Plasma Collection, going here into the perk Rapid Cooling, then I pick up Plasma Collection again, Blast Radius, more Charge Shot Radius, then we go here into the perk Perpetual Velocity, which you pretty much always want, moving down to the perk Plasma Collection, and then this is where it gets a bit different. So first up, we take Blast Radius here into Retaliation for a 25% damage buff for 10 seconds on a perfect dodge, then we pick up Divine Might. Now, your gun is actually more ammo efficient for damage if you take just like your common shots to the enemy instead of a charge shot, even with efficient charge, but the charge shots are a overall higher DPS, so just keep that in mind. But like your common shots, guys, they're pretty strong in the game now, and they're also pretty ammo efficient. They're also very good at getting back your contested health, like I mentioned before, so definitely use those these days. It's a very good like pinch option if you're about to like lose your HP or something, so just be aware of that. Now for the perk tree here, we do start off with the perk Overcharge. Damage from held and charged melee attacks increases by 25%. This is a 25% multiplicative melee damage buff to your stomps, your punches, pretty much everything on this weapon, as a heavy attack weapon, so you definitely want this perk. It ups your damage dramatically. Next perk here is Consecutive Execution, killing 7 enemies in rapid succession restores equipment charged by 1. The cooldown is 90 seconds. Now, a 90-second Melta Bomb, Pyre Blaster Canister, Crack Grenade, these will solve a lot of problems for you, because the big issue with this build sometimes is just anti-air, even without your stomp, so for that reason, having the option to get your equipment back over and over for things like Zoanthropes or Terminators, a really good option for that. Next perk here is Knowledge of the Enemy. Melee damage increases by 15% against Majoris or Extremis level enemies. This is just a nice damage buff here. I mean, you could take Active Attrition here. It's also very strong, but that is up to you. I just prefer this one. And if you really want like pure survivability here, you can even swap to like Defense Mechanism and Perseverance. That is up to you. Now, the next perk here is Strategic Strikes. All team members deal 20% more melee damage against Extremis and Terminus level enemies. We are going for full damage here, so definitely grab this. And the next perk here is honestly just so god tier. You take it on every build in the Assault ever now. This is called Furious Strikes. Hitting enemy with an attack after a jump pack dash, restores jump pack's ability to charge by 1. The cooldown is 10 seconds. Now, this perk gives you so much utility on the Assault class. It's actually absurd how strong this actually is, because basically, if you take the perk down here, Commitment, and you get a perfect dodge off your jump pack dash, with or without Wings of Flame, you will then be able to do a dash attack after that, and now you have a free jump pack. And a free jump pack means a free ground pound. It means another free jump pack dash for Wings of Flame. This is such a good perk for like gap closing and just overall utility that you always pick this up. I'm honestly shocked that this perk even exists in the game, but I'm glad it does. Next perk here is Wings of Flame, a jump pack dash. It damages enemies on trajectory and always works as a perfect dodge and dodging an attack. The thing about the heroic double-edged relic Chainsword is that you can go pretty much immediately off a dash attack into your stomp with this weapon, so having the Wings of Flame there to like for a gap close with Furious Strikes here, so like you go into the enemy with Furious Strikes, you get that lunging attack, and then you trigger the Wings of Flame damage on the enemy you hit, and then you immediately go into like a light or a heavy into a stomp on the double-edged relic. That is almost always enough to just body any Majoris in the game, so really powerful perk combo. Wings of Flame in general is just super strong. Next perk here is Arrow of Grace. After a perfect time dodge using a jump pack dash, you will deal 30% more damage for 10 seconds. I mean, this is a 30% damage buff to both your ranged weapon and your melee weapon, so really easy to have up, and a 10-second uptime on a perfect dodge happens all the damn time in this game, especially against Chaos Spawn and Tyranid Warriors. Final perk here is Commitment, a perfect time dodge using a jump pack dash for his jump pack's ability charge. This perk is pretty much mandatory on all top tier assault builds these days. The thing about the Commitment perk is that it will give you a free animation cancel for free, basically. Free animation cancel for free. My point is that any jump pack dash in Space Marine 2 now will animation cancel anything you're doing. So one of the biggest negatives of the balanced Chainsword is the awkward parry window here, but Assault is the only class in Space Marine 2 that can actually animation cancel out of a balanced parry window in the middle of the parry animation, so a really strong option to circumvent that, so you pretty much always pick up Commitment because this just gives you a ton of utility. ability, and that's pretty much all there is for the main build here. Now, for our Prestige perk tree, I do take Unyielding of first. When charging a ground pound, you become invulnerable to damage for 3 seconds. This is another amazing utility perk. Basically, all you have to do is just hold down your attack button for like 2 seconds on the ground pound, and you're invulnerable the entire time. You can actually time it to be invulnerable the entire trajectory of your ground pound, so really strong option. Next perk here is Fortitude for health increase of 15%. Then I move here into the perk Practice Aim for more range damage, and the final perk is, of course, the S tier Prestige perk Hammer of Wrath. After using your jump pack, you take 30% less range damage, do not lose control of heavy hits, and cannot be knocked back for 15 seconds. This perk has completely power crept Adrenaline Boost. Adrenaline Boost is a strong perk. This one is just godly. A 30% range damage reduction for using your class ability at all is insane on its own, but also a 15-second uptime with hyper armor attached to that is just kind of insane in Space Marine 2. You always take this. In fact, this perk used to be where Furious Strikes is now, and they added this perk in, which is another S tier perk, and they put this one for free in your Prestige perk tree. So pretty much always pick this up, and that is basically all there is for this build, guys. You know, at some point I'll probably make a double edge relic guide, because this weapon's actually a little complicated on the combos, but hopefully the gameplay I'll show will give you an idea of how to actually use this weapon. But that is all I have to say in this one. Hopefully this build guide helped you, and if you like content like this, subscribe for more. And if you want to catch me live to ask me questions about the game, or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, also a link to my community Discord. Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about a bolt carbine one-handed White Scars Chainsword build for the Assault class in Space Marine 2 patch 13.2. Now, the hotfix buffed up the base damage of the secondary weapon. It does feel a bit better now. You can basically one magazine a Majoris in the head with like no perks at all, which is pretty nice. But today we'll be taking the magazine capacity version here, mainly because on this gun, like despite what Saber has been saying with stuff like accuracy and the top perk tree being like for remote damage and home precision perks, this gun is just way better with a fatter magazine, because it is not super ammo efficient already, and the main places is pretty good is like a general horde clear, close range damage, and contested health recovery, and this one does all of those. Now for the perk tree here, we do start off with increased capacity first, going here into the perk extended magazine. Now the buff they did to this was just a base damage buff, so like the perk tree is pretty much exactly the same. Like the only real choice in my opinion is like you either go for these first two, or you go down here for like Divine Might and the perk here Adamant Hunter, but on this build we're going for ammo. Next perk here is fast reload, going down here into the perk Cleaving Fire, and then we pick up the perk here Retaliation. After a perk time dodge, you will deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. Now on this build I do take like Aerial Grace with Commitment, Wings of Flame, and stuff like that. You could take Ample Ammunition, but I really do think like the entire playstyle of the Bolt Carbine just benefits from a jump pack build, as we're building around that today. Next perk here is a Tactical Precision. Headshots deal 20% more damage, and non-headshot damage decreases by 10%, because this gun does actually have a decent headshot multiplier, so you do want to pick this up. And the final perks here are Gunstrike Reload and the perk here Elite Hunter. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a melee weapon, headshots will deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. Now this will trigger on a melee kill, not just a melee execute, not just a melee kill, so better than it sounds initially. And a 25% buff here is pretty good, but I'll be honest, this gun is kind of just like the auto bolt rifle of secondaries, maybe a bit better than that now, but you pretty much always pick up this perk, and that's pretty much all there is for this one. Now for the primary melee weapon, I do take the new White Scars Chainsword. Now this weapon is absolutely cracked. The heroic perk effect here is called Fury of Chigoris. Adrenaline Surge stacks are increased to 3. The third stack is a higher damage bonus, but the bonus for the second stack is reduced. Basically, this one goes into a ridiculous damage ramp where the final charge will last for 4 seconds of duration, which is kind of insane because all the other block charges only last for like 2.2, which opens up a ton of opportunities for catching enemies in more light combos, heavy attack combos, and even like just like a base setup like this, you are able to one combo Majoris. I have a full guide for that on this channel as well. Now for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk Perpetual Strength first, moving here into the perks of recovery for double CHP recovery on our heavy attacks. Then we go here into the perk Perpetual Strength and Perpetual Strength into the perk here Reverberating Impact for more stop AoE radius. And then I pick up Combined Onslaught for more light attack damage. Down here into the perk Heavy Onslaught, Full Throttle for the combo skip. And then we go here into the perk Hard Target and Majoris Slayer, though alternatively you could pick up like Extremis Slayer if you wanted to. This one is not mandatory to one combo them on absolute and hard strats with the combo I have in that other video. Now for our perk tree, I do start off with the perk here Overcharge first. Damage from held and charged melee attacks increases by 25%. This is just a very strong melee buff on like any weapon in the entire game. Even like the Argent Edge would benefit from this, but if you want to, you could skip over this for like armor reinforcement for more survivability, because we are not taking defense mechanism on this build, so having this perk instead can make you like a bit squishier, or like, you know, have a harder time with your CHP recovery at times, so armor can help with that. Next perk here is Auxiliary Arsenal. Secondary weapons damage increases by 20%. We are trying to build around our Bulwark Carbine today, so it's kind of a no-brainer. And next perk here is Knowledge of the Enemy. Melee damage increases by 15% against Majoris or Extremis level enemies. Now, this is up to you. You could pick this one up, or Active Attrition, or Perseverance. They're all pretty decent on this weapon. I just prefer this for the flat buff. Next perk here, Strategic Strikes. All team members deal 20% more melee damage against Extremis and Terminus level enemies. This is definitely worth picking up. The Bulwark Carbine's gun strike damage is not that high, so proven efficiency is not super useful here, and this damage buff is quite substantial. Next perk here is, of course, the god tier perk, Furious Strikes. Hitting an enemy after an attack with a jump pack dash restores jump pack's ability charge by 1, and the cooldown is 10 seconds. This perk is like hilariously good in Space Marine 2 right now. Like really for any build, it gives you so much value. It is free gap close. It is a free jump pack. If you have commitment down here, you pretty much always pick this up. It makes the entire class just play better and feel better, to the point that I'm starting to wonder if they should make this a passive. Maybe that would be OP, but honestly, it is that good. Next perk here is Wings of Flame. A jump pack dash. It damages enemies on trajectory and always works as a perfect dodge when dodging an attack. This is just free damage on top of your Wings of Flame, with, well, obviously, but on top of things like Commitment and Furious Strikes. But this perk will put out about 100 damage every single jump pack dash. And to put that in perspective, a Tyranid Warrior on absolute difficulty has about 308 HP, so you're about, you know, you're doing like what, 1/3 of their health, which is pretty strong in this game. So Wings of Flame, great perk. Next perk here is Aerial Grace. After per time dodge using a jump pack dash, you deal 30% more damage for 10 seconds. Now, this will buff up your melee and range damage, so our Bulwark Carbine's benefiting, our White Scar's Chainsword is benefiting, and it also fits perfectly into the Wings of Flame build, which is why we always pick it up. Next perk here is Commitment. A per time dodge using a jump pack dash for jump pack's ability charge. This is just a top tier option in the game right now. This is by far the best signature perk on the Assault class, mainly because your jump pack dash will animation cancel anything you are doing in the game currently, and because of that, having an opportunity to get free ones is just too valuable to give up, in my opinion. Though if you really want to, you could go for, like, you know, ample ammunition for that 50% buff, but the 50% range damage buff here is not super worth it, in my opinion, and this perk is far better. Now, for the prestige perk options, we do take Unyielding Oath first. When charging a ground pound, you become vulnerable to damage for 3 seconds, though alternatively, Duelist can help out the perfect block window if you want to pick this up for like your 3 charges, but that is up to you. Next perk here is Fortitude. Into the perk here, Practice Aim for even more range damage, and the final perk is another god tier option with Hammer of Wrath. After using your jump pack, you will take 30% less range damage and do not lose control of heavy hits. It cannot be knocked back for 15 seconds. This perk is peak. I mean, a 30% range damage reduction in this game is absolutely incredible, and having no knockback for 15 seconds, this perk has completely power crept Adrenaline Boost on like every single assault build. It doesn't matter if you're taking like Wings of Flame or Zealous Blow, they will all benefit from this, so you pretty much always pick this up because it is that strong currently, and they probably should like buff this one up or replace it at some point, or like make it I mean, maybe not a passive, but definitely needs like some work after this one got buffed. And that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. I mean, the Bulwark Carbine secondary feels pretty good now. I didn't think it was like a god-awful gun before. The contested health recovery here was always pretty good. Now it's even better. So hopefully this build guide helped you. And if you like content like this, subscribe for more. If you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description. I'll say the link to my community Discord. And as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. First regards in here, I'll be talking about a heroic White Scar's Chainsword build for the Vanguard class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, the main idea behind this build is using the perk over here, Retribution, for a 30% melee damage increase when our ranged weapons magazine is empty, on top of motivated melee on the Inferno pistol for another 20% melee damage increase on top of the Retribution perk. So, pretty fun perk option here. Now, it doesn't literally come out in the damage calculation to be 50%, but damage is damage. It is noticeable on the White Scar's Chainsword. Now, the White Scar's Chainsword is a very strong weapon in this game. This is a 12 strength, 8 speed, 4 cleaving potential block type weapon, and over here we have the perk effect Fury of Chigoris. Adrenaline Surge stacks are increased to 3. The third stack is a higher damage bonus, but the bonus for the second stack is reduced. This weapon feels very strong. I've seen a lot of people ask me, like, does this actually work like a normal block weapon? Do I get armor back on the second stack? You will still get the normal effect of a block weapon explosion and the armor restoration on the second stack. The third one will just give you more damage. Just keep that in mind. Now, a cool thing about this weapon is that because you have an 8 speed on a block variant, you are able to use the full throttle combo skip to skip directly into your stomp before you run out of block charges, which is pretty fun to use. Though the horde control on this one doesn't have like the same potential, say a balanced one, because you only have a 4 cleave. Because of that high speed, you can kind of just like chew through Minoris regardless. Now, for the perk tree on this, I do start off with the perk Perpetual Strength first, moving here into the perk Swift Recovery once again. Heavy attacks restore 100% more contested health. Now, on an 8 speed weapon, it is so easy to skip to your bash or your kicks or just your stomp that this will come out all the time, and this will also help out even more with things like the Vanguard starting perk for 50% more contested health regen on melee attacks. So you have a really hard time on this class and build ever losing HP against like Hormagaunts or Zangors, so a really good perk option. Next perk here is Perpetual Strength, up here into Perpetual Strength again. Then I move here into the perk Reverberating Impact. Stomp AoE radius increases by 50%. Now, because we can skip into our Stomp, like I said before, this perk will help us out even more. And then I move here into the perk Combined Onslaught for 10% more melee damage on a light combo. Down here into Heavy Onslaught for 15% more heavy attack damage, full throttle for the combo skip. If you're unaware on how to actually combo skip in this game, I will put like a link to a guide for that in the description below. And next perk here is Hard Target over into the perk Majora Slayer, and that's pretty much all there is for the main perk tree on this one. Now, for our primary, I do take the Occulus Bolt Carbine on the Headshot Multiplier version. The main reason I like this is because we are taking the perk over here, Tenacity, that gives us 130% more damage on a diving kick for a ranged kill, and this is really easy to pull off with the Occulus because the Occulus is just kind of a Majora sniper. Now, alternatively, you could pick up like the Marksman Carbine or the Heroic Instigator. Those are both good options, but we're going for a White Scars build today, and this one has a DLC White Scar skin, so we're doing that. Now, for the perk tree, I do start off with the perk over here, Remote Threat. Enemies at a distance of more than 25 meters take 20% more damage. Moving here into the perk Elusive Precision, after a perfect time dodge, maximum spread decreases by 25% for 10 seconds. This isn't super useful on this one because we already have a 5+ accuracy, but I will say sometimes it does help out with the hip fire. Next perk here is Fast Reload into the God tier perk Finisher Reload. After a finisher, the equipped weapon instantaneously reloads. This is super useful, like way better than it sounds initially. This gun's reload time is fairly long, and being able to instantaneously reload your weapon on your normal combat loop on top of getting HP back with Adrenaline Rush we'll get into later is a super nice perk option, so definitely pick this up. Next perk here is Recoupment. Killing a Majorist or higher enemy with a headshot with this weapon restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. This is just free armor restore. It really comes into play far more than you would think. You can also just shoot an executable enemy in the head and get this back, so a really great perk option. Next perk here is Extended Magazine, down here into Divine Might. But then I pick up ammo perks like Magazine Restoration, Increased Capacity, because on this class, you definitely want more ammo because you're not super ammo efficient. Then I go up here into the perk Divine Might, and the final perk is Able Damage, because I find this one to do the most damage as compared to the one over here with Able Headshot. But you know, either will work. The damage discrepancy here does not matter too much, and that's pretty much all there is for the primary. Now, for our secondary, I do take the rate of fire version of the Inferno pistol, mainly so we can magazine dump, because we do want to have the perk here, Motivated Melee, active as much as possible on top of Retribution. Now, something I want to say, when it comes to triggering these perk effects here for an empty magazine, your gun will automatically start to reload the moment you start to empty it in this game, which kind of sucks, but a way to circumvent that is by doing a single melee attack or like dashing. That will stop your reload animation, which will help you maintain this effect. Next perk here is Great Might, down here into the perk Perpetual Range. Then I pick up Increased Capacity, Adamant Restoration, and the final perks are Extra Shot and Trick Shot. Now, you may be wondering, why don't we go down the top tree for like the one-shot option? Well, the reason for that is this perk just is not worth it in my opinion. You are going to have a way easier time just mag dumping all 3 shots in like a second on the rate of fire version anyways, and also the bottom perk tree here has better ammo, better range, and also just a better perk effect and trick shot. So for that reason, I just prefer it this way, though you could build it up here if you wanted to. That's pretty much all there is for the weapon selection. Now, for our perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, Upper Hand. After a perfect time parry, block, or dodge, you do not control heavy hits and you cannot be knocked back for 10 seconds. When you are using a melee build like this, you definitely want to have no knockback of some kind, because moving target is not like the worst thing ever with an Occulus Bull Carbine. The Occulus can definitely snipe cultists and stuff like that, especially on the new map Purgation, where like the range is pretty far on some of the map areas, or like the swamp areas especially, but on this build, you definitely want upper hand. Next perk here is Conviction. When your armor is fully depleted, you will take 25% less health damage for 10 seconds. A 25% health damage reduction here, stacked with the perk over here through all the fight for another 20% health damage reduction for 5 seconds on parry, block, or dodge, makes you actually very tanky on this class, and being super tanky on top of having health regen from Adrenaline Rush from Cinder Tree, that makes you pretty damn hard to kill. You are effectively a honey badger of classes at that point, so for that reason, I do prefer picking up the damage reduction here. Next perk here is, of course, Retribution, moving here into the perk Inner Fire. Now, since we are picking up healing over here, we do not need to take the healing perk on our team perk selection. You could take this if you wanted to, but Inner Fire is also a very strong perk effect, especially for hard strats and operations, where it says all team members can restore ability charge by 15% by performing finishers on Majoris or higher enemies. Now, this will trigger on any finisher, so that includes gun strikes and like a melee execute. It will no longer work on normal kills though, so just keep that in mind. Next perk here is Collateral Damage. Diving Kick deals 50% more damage and additionally damages enemies on the way to the grapple launcher's target, on top of Tenacity for a 130% damage buff with a cooldown of 15 seconds on a ranged kill, Majoris, or higher enemy. Now, you can pick up whatever you want in this tree here, like Shock and Awe is good, Restless Fortitude is good. The Vanguard's Grapple Launcher does scale up in damage with difficulty these days, but Collateral Damage on top of Tenacity, that's a pretty good perk combo, and also the Oculus has a pretty easy time triggering this, like I mentioned before. Next perk here is Thrill of the Fight and Adrenaline Rush, and that's pretty much all there is for the main perk tree. Now, for our Prestige perk selection, it is pretty standard. I take Battlefield Awareness first. If it targets within 8 meters, you'll do 10% more range damage because you are a Vanguard, and Vanguard is like, you know, within 8 meters of an enemy all the time because you have a fucking grapnel launcher. So for that reason, I pretty much always pick this up. But I will say, if you want to take the perk over here, Moving Target, or like for whatever godforsaken reason you want Melee Mastery, you can definitely pick up Indomitable Spirit. This will give you no knockback on gun strikes, and that is really useful if you have no other source of it. But this is also a redundant perk effect if we do have upper hand. Now, for the final perks here, I take Fortitude, Launch Restoration, and Restoration for Armor Restore, and that is pretty much all there is for this build, guys. The Oculus Bull Carbine is pretty strong. The other variants are not super good on this. I would definitely stick with the 2.8 times headshot multiplier, even though all the headshot damage and like body shot damage got changed around a bit this patch. This weapon is still very strong. The Inferno pistol is a great secondary these days, and the White Scar's Chainsword is a very powerful melee weapon, and probably the best chainsword in the game, in my opinion. And like maybe the other block version is a bit better sometimes, because you can one combo guys off of this one with Retribution, but for the most part, the utility of the White Scar's Chainsword is just way better. So for that reason, that's why I took it on this build, and hopefully this build guide helped you. If you like content like this, subscribe for more. And if you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just coming out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, and also a link to my community Discord. Hey guys, first regards from here, and so I'll be talking about a Heroic Instigator Bull Carbine build for the Vanguard class in Space Marine 2 Patch 13. Now, this build will be using, of course, the Heroic Instigator Bull Carbine and stuff like Tip of the Spear to buff up our close range damage. Now, this weapon is actually pretty damn good. I think the Heroic Instigator Bull Carbine is one of the better options in the game for range weapons at the moment, and pretty comparable to stuff like the Marksman Carbine, like automatic version here. Now, for the perk tree, I do pick up pretty much all of the ammo perks because on Vanguard, your ammo economy does kind of suck, and because of that, we do start off with the perk here, Extended Magazine first. Magazine size increases by 15% at the maximum. Going here into the perk Reload Restoration, after reloading your ammo reserve is restored by 50% of the number of enemies hit, cannot exceed maximum ammo capacity. Now, this one's actually a pretty strong ammunition economy perk, much better than stuff like Magazine Restoration for like dropping below 30% HP in my opinion, so definitely a good pickup. Next perk here is Divine Might for a 10% damage buff. Then we go through here into the perk Increased Capacity for even more ammo, over into the perk here Great Might, down to the perk Home Precision for way better hip fire. Like the hip fire here with this perk is actually pretty strong, so I would definitely pick this up. And the final perks here are Recoupment for armor regen on headshot, because this perk is very strong on every single bolt weapon in the game pretty much for ops and hard strats. And I also pick up Tactical Precision because headshot damage here is still overall better than body shot damage. If you want to skip this for like, I guess, a reload speed or something, you can definitely do that, but for the most part, I think it's a worthwhile pickup. Next perk here is Cleaving Fire, and the final perk here is Rampage. After killing 7 enemies rapid succession, you will deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Now, on a Vanguard class, it's actually pretty good because you don't really need the perk up here, Rapid Health, for healing, and even though you're losing a little bit of headshot damage here, the 25% buff is actually quite strong on this perk effect, and that's pretty much all there is for the heroic Carbine. Now, for the secondary weapon, I do take the newly buffed Neo Volkite pistol. Now, in patch 13, they actually upped the contested health recovery of this weapon on top of the heating speed, and it feels way better now. I mean, I'll be honest, the contested health recovery isn't that strong, but the heating speed is a huge buff, so great weapon. And I always kind of like the Neo Volkite anyways on classes that had a primary, because the big problem with this gun was always that contested health recovery, and the damage was like okay, but now the damage is way better because of that heating speed effectively, and also the Vanguard has a primary anyways, so the low contested health is kind of circumvented by that. Now, for the perk tree here in the variant, I just take the firepower version because more damage on this gun is in my opinion much better than just like a little bit of extra ammo, because the ammo economy here is not that bad anyways, and a little bit of like the DPS increase is quite nice. Now, for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk Extended Magazine first, moving here to the perk Combustive Momentum. After a gun strike, heating speed increases by 30% for 6 seconds. This is a really nice perk here. I do quite prefer Combustive Momentum over things like Gunstrike Reload on this gun. Then we go through here into the perk Increased Capacity, into the perk here Volkite Discharge Area, because Volkite Discharge Area expands by 20%, moving into the perk Accelerate Combustion for a heating speed increase of 20% as well. Really strong perk of this gun these days. Up here into the perk Heat Retention, heat enemies cool down 25% slower, moving into the perk Volkite Discharge. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a melee weapon, damage of the Volkite Discharge increases by 30% for 10 seconds. Now keep in mind, you can trigger this perk effect on a melee execute, not just a melee kill, but you also have to have the weapon equipped. If you swap off during those 10 seconds, you lose the effect, so just be aware of that. Final perk here is a Volkite Blitz. Volkite discharge damage increases by 25%, and the discharge area increases by 25% as well. Now, the perks down here, like Distributed Deflagration, excuse me, this perk is okay. I think the damage buff and area buff here is just way better in my opinion, and also Volkite Discharge is far superior to a Violent Deflagration, which is just a heating speed increase, because we already have pretty good heating speed on this weapon already these days. That's pretty much all there is for the secondary. Now, for the melee weapon, I do take the new heroic Chainsword, the White Scars Chainsword, which is one of the best melee weapons in the entire game right now. The heroic perk effect down here is called Fury of Chigoris. Adrenaline Surge stacks are increased to 3. The third stack is a higher damage bonus, but the bonus for the second stack is reduced. The damage on this weapon is incredible, the speed is incredible, it's one of the most fluid weapons in all Space Marine 2, and also the third stack here from Fury of Chigoris, and this will last for 4 seconds, something like the normal 2.2 seconds of other Adrenaline Surge stacks, so even better than it sounds initially, and I would pretty much always use this weapon on a Chainsword these days because it is a very powerful option in Space Marine 2. Now, for the perk tree on this, I do start off with the perk Perpetual Strength first, moving here into the perk Swift Recovery. This just doubles your CHP recovery on heavy attacks, and the Vanguard already has a 50% buff to this on melee hits with its starting perk, so really good for him. And the next perk here is Perpetual Strength, up here into Perpetual Strength again, moving into the perk Reverberating Impact for a stop AoE radius increase of 50%. And then I grab the perk here Combined Onslaught, down to the perk Heavy Onslaught and Full Throttle for the combo skip. If you don't know how this works, I do have a full guide on this, I'll put in like the description below. Moving here to the perk Hard Target, and then the final perk here is Majoris Slayer, because you don't actually need Extremis Slayer to one combo Majoris on this build usually. I mean, this will definitely help out at times, but there are ways to do that on the White Scars Chainsword in that guide I'll post below. And that's pretty much all there is for the White Scars Chainsword. Now, for our perk tree, it's pretty standard here. I start off with the perk here Upper Hand first. After perk time Parry, Block, or Dodge, you know this heavy hits cannot be knocked back for 10 seconds. When you are playing with a block weapon, you always want no knockback like this, so definitely grab this perk. Next perk here is Conviction for a 25% health damage reduction for 10 seconds on armor break, because this makes you way tankier, one of the best survivability perks in the entire game. Moving here to the perk Consecutive Execution, killing 7 enemies rapid session for equipment charged by 1. The cooldown is 90 seconds. A 90-second Melta bombs, shock grenades, cracks, these will just save your games, and like honestly, equipment regen is just a top tier effect in every game mode of Space Marine 2, so definitely grab this for like a top tier build on this. Next perk here is Inner Fire. All team members restore ability charge by 15% by performing finishers on Majoris or higher enemies. This perk is super underrated. I mean, not like that underrated, but definitely better than people think it is compared to Unmasked Zeal, and for the most part, this will solve the CDR economy of like half the classes in the game, and especially yours, because the Grapnel launcher, despite being one of the weaker abilities in Space Marine 2 currently, really benefits from this perk thanks to effects here like Restless Fortitude, 40% range damage reduction, tip of the spear for like debuffs on the enemy for range attack damage, and stuff down here like launch restoration for armor regen on every grapple use. So really powerful perk effect. Next perk here is Restless Fortitude. After a diving kick, you take 40% less range damage for 10 seconds. Moving here into the perk Tip of the Spear. Enemies hit by diving kick take 15% more range damage for 10 seconds. This is not like that strong of a perk effect, but I do actually quite enjoy it in the game because sometimes I just get bored of like the execute build, Zone of Impact, and stuff like Tenacity, so this is a nice alternative. Next perk here is Combat Readiness for even faster grapple launch or recharge, and the final perk is Adrenaline Rush for some HP healing. They could also take like, you know, Tactical Prowess, or even the perk here Emperor's Blessing, or like maybe even swap it out for an execute build. That is up to you. That's pretty much all there is for the main perk tree. Now for our Prestige perk options, this is also pretty standard. We take Battlefield Awareness to buff up our damage at close range even more with our Instigator. Moving here to the perk Fortitude for health increase of 15%, and we just go for the top tier armor regen effects here with Launch Restoration and Restoration, because this one gives you so much free armor, especially with Inner Fire, and Restoration is a top tier perk effect in the game already. And that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. I mean, the Heroic Instigator feels really fun on the Vanguard class. Somebody actually asked me about this weapon the other day, so we're making this build here and now, and hopefully this build guide helped you. Hey guys, first Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about the best Vanguard Hey guys, first Regardsman here, I'll be talking about the best build for Vanguard, Space Marine 2 Patch 13. Now, the Vanguard is getting some buffs in the future to his like grapnel targeting and stuff like that, but for now, his builds have remained mostly the same, so we'll be going over those today and just showing you the best options on the Vanguard class. So first up, we have the Melta Rifle. Now, the Melta Rifle is still, in my opinion, the overall best option on the Vanguard. Other great options include stuff like the Headshot Multiplier version on the Occulus, or the Automatic Carbine variant built like this. They're all pretty good on him, or even the Heroic Instigator is quite strong. But the reason I prefer the Melta Rifle is that, number one, this one has great stagger, great healing, and great armor regen, on top of the fact that it also solves the horrific ammo economy of this class with perks like Decisive Reload. Performing a finisher on a Majoris or higher enemy with this weapon restores ammo by 1. This will trigger on any finisher as long as your Melta Rifle is equipped, so really easy to pull off. So as long as you do that, make sure to swap to your Melta during any finisher on a Majoris or higher, and you will get 1 ammunition back. That is super valuable, and actually comes out to way more than you'd expect. Now, the next perk here is Rapid Health. When your health's below 30%, killing 7 enemies rapid succession restores health by 10%. This is a very powerful perk that gets you above those like one-shot breakpoints at low HP, and also very easy to pull off on a Melta Rifle because it's a flippin' Melta Rifle. So next thing here is Trick Shot. Killing 5 enemies with 1 shot restores 1 armor segment. The cooldown is 30 seconds. Getting armor back for one-shotting 5 guys on a Melta Rifle for hard strats and operations is very easy to do, because Cultists will die in 1 shot, Hormagaunts die in 1 shot, Zangors that don't have shields will die in 1 shot, and also stuff like Spore Mines, so really easy to trigger this on a 30-second cooldown. Next perk here is Great Might, over here into the perk Divine Might for 10% damage increase. And then I pick up the perk Extended Magazine into the perk here First Shot, and then the final 2 perks are Retaliation for 25% more damage on a perfect time dodge, and the final perk is Perpetual Fire for a fire rate increase of 10%. That's really all you need to build for like any variant of the Melta Rifle. Now, as far as variants for the Melta Rifle are concerned though, I do take the range version over the magazine capacity version on the operations mode, and mainly because your ammo economy is pretty strong on this, like I mentioned before, and you really do not need to like take the extra magazine capacity and stuff like that here, because this one actually has a way better damage fall off than this one does, and because of that you're gonna have an easier time against things like shield Zangors, or excuse me, the floating Zangors, like Zangor Enlightened, and also stuff like Zoanthropes, which can get pulverized by this actually fairly easily. And that's pretty much all there is for the primary weapon here. Now for our secondary weapon, I do take the Retribution's Bequest Heroic Heavy Bolt Pistol. The main reason we take this is because the Vanguard can set up gunstrike opportunities to trigger perk effects like Tactical Prowess by basically using the power axe to parry an enemy, gunstrike them off the power wave, and immediately put them into that breakpoint range so we can grapple onto them and trigger this perk effect we'll get into later on top of Zone of Impact. So that's why I do prefer this one, because currently this has the highest gunstrike damage on Vanguard. And for the perk tree here, we do pick up the perk Divine Might first, all the way down the bottom tree into things like Death Strike, which says after killing a Majoris or higher in melee combat, you will deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. This will trigger off of a melee finisher, not just a melee kill, kill, so keep that in mind. All you have to do to make sure this actually happens is make sure your weapon is equipped. And the only downside here, or negative synergy, is that to trigger this perk effect, you can't swap off your gun, and you have to have the gun equipped, which means you are not going to be able to get the perk trigger of decisive reload here simultaneously, so you have to choose there. So like that does kind of suck, but still this buff is very strong. Next perk here is Great Might, over here into the perk Strong Start, and the final perk here before we get into the top row is Able Damage. After using class ability, damage increases by 20% for 10 seconds. This perk effect is very strong in both the Vanguard and Assault class because you actually use your class ability all the time on these guys. They have great CDR perks like Combat Readiness, Inner Fire, and stuff like that, and that allows you to just get way more triggers off of this perk effect than say a Tactical does, so I definitely pick it up here. Next perk here is Home Precision for a 50% reduction in weapon spread while hip firing, and then we go up here into Gunstrike Reload, and the final perk here, Tactical Precision, which says headshots deal 20% more damage, and non-headshot damage decreases by 10% because headshot damage is still the best overall option on this weapon. And also, the heroic perk effect here is called No Help is Coming for those of you who are unaware. This one says shooting an enemy leads from status effect stops from calling for reinforcements, and headshots will kill in one shot. So this actually saves you a lot of ammo on Absolute and above, because really in this game, whenever you stop a reinforcement calling enemy on Absolute or like lethal difficulty and hard strats, they will go enraged, and this will kind of like circumvent that and save you not only an entire horde, but also just save you a full heal from an enraged enemy. So a really good perk effect. Now for the melee weapon, you actually have a couple options here. So number one, the Balanced Power Axe. This one is very strong, and the reason I like this on the Vanguard in general is because the Power Axe, the power backstep of this weapon, it will move you out of range to actually grapnel back into an enemy with your grapnel launcher. The grapnel launcher targeting has a 10-meter range requirement, which feels awful in this game. This one does kind of help mitigate that a bit, and even though you can still do that with a block axe, the balanced weapon allows you to get your gun strike as well, which can trigger that breakpoint for a 33% tactical prowess finisher we'll get into later. So just keep that in mind. Both the block, balance, fencing, they can all do that. It's just like up to you which one you prefer. And as far as the balance and block version are concerned, I would set them up this way, with Perpetual Strength first, moving here into the perk Coup de Grace. The last strike of a light combo deals 25% more damage. Then I pick up the perk here, Perpetual Strength, and Perpetual Strength again. Moving here into the perk Counterattack, the first light attack within 5 seconds after a perfect parry or perfect block deals 25% more damage. Then we go down here into the perk Riposte. Overhead strike damage after performing a power backstep is doubled. So a neat effect of the Power Axe is that you can use your power backstep and like move your camera to overhead strike with the double riposte damage on a different enemy instead. So you actually have a lot of opportunities to use this. So really strong perk effect, and a double damage on your overhead is very strong. And the next perk here is Hard Target. Moving here to the perk Tactical Retreat. Power Backstep deals 25% more damage. This helps you hit breakpoints, like actually get that 33% HP on an enemy for your tactical prowess trigger, so really good here. Then we go up here into the perk Power Wave. Power Backstep Wave damages more enemies. This one is just a straight buff to your Power Wave. It's going to hit more enemies, and also in patch 13, they did fix the Power Wave to hit more enemies like it was supposed to do anyway, so this perk is even better. Next perk here is Cleaver for a 10% buff against Majoris and higher enemies, and that's pretty much all there is for the Power Axe. Now, alternatively, you could pick up the Chainsword and build it like this on like the new White Scars variant, or the block version, like really any one you want, and the Argent Edge is still a very potent effect on this class as well. It's just that the Block Axe and Balance Axe, these ones do the most damage, and that Power Backstep movement, that does help you the most as a Vanguard like class synergy. Now, for the fencing option on the Power Axe, you can set up a little bit differently. The only major change I would make here is going down the top tree like this to pick up things like Power Strike, because this is just a very potent effect on this class in general. You also pick up like things like Endless Slash, but this one says Gun Strike from Power Stance deals 20% more damage. This just gives you more gun strike damage, and the actual damage of your Power Axe here on the fencing version is not that strong, so having this breakpoint here can definitely help you out sometimes on like harder to hit enemies and trigger this 33% threshold. So I just want to make sure people are aware of that, and that's pretty much all there is for the Power Axe tree. Now for our perk tree selection on the Vanguard class here, we do take the perk Upper Hand first. After a perfect time parry, block, or dodge, you do not lose control of heavy hits, and you cannot be knocked back for 10 seconds. No knockback in Space Marine 2 will just save your life. The Vanguard is no different, and having this will work for gun strikes. It'll work for things like light attacks on any enemy. And if you're unaware of how no knockback works in Space Marine 2, any attack that would knock you over will only stagger you, and any attack that would stagger you will do nothing instead. So a really powerful effect to prevent stun locks, and also the perks in this column kind of suck Like Melee Mastery, this perk effect is not remotely as strong as it should be. It's not a multiplicative buff like it's supposed to be. This one is really closer to like a 10% buff on your standard issue weapon. And the perk up here, Moving Target, killing an enemy from a distance of more than 30 meters restores ability charge by 10%. A 30-meter distance requirement sucks, so just pick this perk up instead. Next perk here is Conviction. When your armor is fully depleted, you will take 25% less health damage for 10 seconds. A 25% health damage reduction is incredible in Space Marine 2, and this will make you very tanky on this class because you can stack this with perk effects over here like Thrill of the Fight for another 20% health damage reduction for a 45% total, which is really strong. Like, that's a pretty substantial amount of damage reduction, and this class already has a ton of armor regen down here with stuff like Launch Restoration and Restoration. So looping back into this perk on Armor Break is really easy to do, and you also have a 15% starting HP increase here too, so a 45% HP damage reduction on top of that is a very potent effect. Now the next perk we take here is Consecutive Execution, killing 7 enemies in rapid succession with equipment charged by 1. The cooldown is 90 seconds. Now equipment recharge in Space Marine 2 is just a god tier effect. 90-second Melta bombs, 90-second crack grenades, it does not matter. These things can save your games in any game mode, so you pretty much always pick this perk effect up. And the next perk here is Unmasked Zeal. Melee finishers of Extremis or Terminus level enemies additionally restore health by 30% for any team member. You know, this is just the best overall perk for like 99% of players, in my opinion. You know, healing is just a really powerful effect for newer players and experienced players. And Inner Fire is also a very strong perk effect for CDR, but like when it comes to the majority of the player base, I think you should just take this perk. I think you'll feel way better using this one, and for the most part, it'll make your games go way smoother on like hard strats, siege mode, and operations. Next perk here is Restless Fortitude. After a diving kick, you take 40% less range damage for 10 seconds. This is a very strong perk. You know, a 40% range damage reduction here is really nice to have, but I will say the entire column here is pretty decent. Like Shockwave can clear out Spore Mines and the Bramble. Collateral damage will help you just deal more direct damage to enemies, and also the Grapnel Launcher diving kick. This will scale up with difficulty, so this one also benefits from that, though I do kind of prefer Restless Fortitude just because it's a catch-all for like both Chaos and Tyranids. And also, this perk will trigger off of grapnel finishers, so it's even better with the perk combo we'll get into in a second. Next perk here is Zone of Impact. Performing a finisher with the grapnel launcher deals damage to nearby enemies. Now, this perk, the description does not properly like express how much damage you actually do. This one will chunk Majora's HP in like an AoE zone. It is a super powerful option on the Vanguard. By far like the fundamental perk combo for this class, because you take Zone of Impact, you take the perk here, Tactical Prowess, that says Grapnel Launcher can activate a finisher not only on incapacitated enemies, but also on those who have less than 33% health, except Terminus level, and performing a finisher with the Grapnel Launcher restores its charge. So, really good perk combo with this, because you kind of see like the whole flow chart here, where you get a guy low, you grapple to them, you trigger the AoE, you get all the guys around him low, you grapple to those guys, and then you trigger this perk, and you get another AoE over and over and over again. In fact, this is not only like the best horde clear on this class outside of Melta Bomb spam, it is also like the best boss damage at times for certain scenarios, so definitely pick this up. If you're going for like a top tier Vanguard build, this is just the only like right option in my opinion. There are also like good perks down here like Tenacity, and also Tip of the Spear is okay, but Zone of Impact is just kind of in a league of its own. Next perk here is Thrill of the Fight. After a perk time parry, block, or dodge, you will take 20% less health damage for 5 seconds. This is a free damage reduction in my opinion. This will trigger on every single defensive mechanic in the game, parry, block, and dodge, and because of that, a 20% health damage reduction is going off all the time. And also, unlike a lot of the other perk effects in Space Marine 2, this one will trigger over and over, even if the duration is not up yet. What I mean by that is, if you have 3 seconds of the 5 seconds left, and you get another perfect parry or block, you will trigger this again for the full 5 seconds. So, really easy to keep up the entire time. Next perk here you can take though is Combat Readiness. Grapnel Launcher recharges 20% faster, because if you are taking the healing perk here, this one can help you get back those grapnels a bit faster if you like miss Tactical Prowess for whatever reason. And that's pretty much all there is for the main perk tree here. Now for our Prestige perk list, I do take Battlefield Awareness first. If a target is within 8 meters, you'll deal 10% more range damage. Moving here to the perk Fortitude for health increase of 15%. And then we pick up the perk here, Launch Restoration. Using the grapple launcher restores an armor segment. This perk is like super underrated sometimes. This does so much work for you because any amount of armor remaining in Space Marine 2 will reduce all incoming melee damage to 0, even from bosses, and because of that, getting 1 armor back while grappling into like a Carnifex, that means that they just can't do any damage to you directed to your HP on their next attack in melee, which is a pretty powerful option. And also, armor will benefit from range damage reduction perks, which means you're going in, you're triggering the armor restoration here, and you're also triggering the perk here for a 40% range damage reduction, which is incredible. So like, you're tankier against Rubric Marines, you're tankier against Devourers and stuff like that, and melee enemies can't do any damage to you for their first attack no matter what. So definitely pick this up all the time. Next perk here is Restoration, killing 7 enemies rapid session for an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. This one is just free armor regen on a cooldown. I mean, it's not as good as Launch Restoration in my opinion, so if you want to swap this out for like Indomitable Spirit or Well Equipped, you could, but more armor is always better in my opinion, so I picked this one up as well. And that's pretty much all there is for the Vanguard build here. You know, the Vanguard is in a pretty okay spot. Like, the only thing he's really struggling with is like boss damage, but as far as general gameplay goes, this class is in a perfectly fine spot. I know we talk about him being like the weakest class in Space Marine 2 currently, but that's to say he's like the 7th best class. He's still very potent in hard strats and very potent in operations. He can still fit right into siege mode builds, so hopefully this build guide helped you. If you like content like this, subscribe for more, and as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. Hey guys, first Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about the easiest Vanguard build in Space Marine 2 patch 13 to dominate hard strats and operations. And now, the thing we're building around today is maximum healing with stuff like Adrenaline Rush, on top of the easiest weapons we can find with a Fencing Power Axe and the Melta Rifle. Now, the Melta Rifle variant I've chosen here is the ranged version because the damage fall off on this variant is way better than the other two. Like, this gun is super underrated, but it makes your Melta Rifle way more effective overall, so definitely grab this. And the ammo economy on the Melta Rifle is actually pretty strong already, thanks to the perk down here, Decisive Reload. Performing a finisher on a Majoris or higher enemy with this weapon restores ammo by 1. Now, the only thing you have to do is just make sure your Melta is equipped, but as long as that's happening, you will get the ammo restoration immediately, so a very strong ammo economy perk, especially for Vanguard. Next perk here is Rapid Health. When your health is below 30%, killing 7 enemies in rapid succession restores health by 10%. This may be a bit redundant on the Vanguard, but it's also like the best perk row anyways, and Rapid Health on a Melta is super easy to pull off, so great perk. Next perk here is Trick Shot for 1 armor back on a 30-second cooldown for killing 5 enemies with 1 shot. Up here into the perk Great Might, over into the perk Divine Might for a damage increase of 10%, and then we pick up Extended Magazine into the perk here First Shot, all the way down the top row with Retaliation for 25% more damage on a perfect dodge, into the perk here Perpetual Fire for a fire rate increase of 10%. And that is pretty much how you build any Melta in the game, because unfortunately the weapon perk trees and a lot of guns in Space Marine 2 are not that diverse, but that's pretty much all there is for our primary. Now, for our secondary selection, I do take the ammo reserve option on the heavy bolt pistol, mainly because the ammo economy here is very strong for Vanguard. Also, the gun strike damage is quite high in this gun in patch 13 still, and I'll also say that having a heavy bolt pistol may not be that strong against Chaos, but with a Melta Rifle, you kind of make up for like any discrepancy here, and it's like pretty strong against both factions on a Vanguard especially. Now, for the perk tree, it is pretty standard. We go all the way down the bottom tree, Divine Might, all the way into Death Strike. Then you can make a choice of like either going up here for Discipline like I did, or Able Damage down here for more damage on a class ability use. Now, the reason I'm skipping over this today is because I am taking both healing perks here, so I don't have as much CDR on my grapnel. But that being said, if you take like Inner Fire instead, this is definitely a better perk option overall, in my opinion. Now, the perk down here, Death Strike, after killing a Majoris or higher enemy melee combat, you will deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. You do have to have your secondary equipped, and that also means you will not get the Decisive Reload trigger on your Melta Rifle, so you have to choose between them, which does kind of suck. But that being said, you know, that is up to you, and you still have that option in your games. Next perk here is Great Might, up here into the perk Discipline. Then I pick up the perk here, Strong Finish, into the perk Headhunter, Gunstrike Reload, and Tactical Precision, because 20% more damage on headshots is just always worth taking in my opinion. And some alternative options for your secondary, stuff like the Neo Volkite, which I would build this way, or Inferno Pistol, which I would build this way. And that's pretty much all there is for the secondary option. Now, for the primary melee weapon, I do take the fencing power axe because we're just going for gun strikes on this one. Number one, we start here with perpetual speed into the perk your confidence stance. Now, usually I would go all the way down here with stuff like coup de grace and stuff like that, but on a fencing power axe, you really don't care about the damage that much, to be entirely honest. Like, this is mostly a parry stick they're using for gun strike buffs, and going down here for discharge from the top tree is just nicer in my opinion, because this is actually pretty good for horde control on a fencing weapon, so that's why I pick it up. Next perk here, special strength, over here into the perk patient stance, and then we grab the perk here, power strike, for 20% more gun strike damage from power stance, and then we grab the perk over here, power wave. The tactical retreat perk for more power backstep damage doesn't matter too much on this, but you go down here into the perk cleaver, rebound for more CHP recovery on light attacks, and the final one's of course discharge. And obviously alternatively you could build it more like a block axe with stuff like the balanced version, or just take a block axe in general if you're more comfortable with that. But that is up to you. That's pretty much all there is for the melee weapon. Now, for our main perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, upper hand first. After a perfect time parry, block, or dodge, you dodge throw 50 hits, cannot be knocked back for 10 seconds. Now, no knockback on this class is just super useful because you are a melee class, and having this option for hyper armor, you just always take this in my opinion. Like, melee mastery is not very strong, moving target is garbage on this build, so definitely pick this up. Next perk here is conviction. When your armor is fully depleted, you will take 25% less health damage for 10 seconds. A 25% health damage reduction in this game is super high. Like, this makes you very tanky, and also stacks over here with the perk Thrill of the Fight for another 20% health damage reduction, so you actually become quite tanky on the Vanguard class and option strats of this combo, so very strong option. Next perk here is Consecutive Execution. Killing 7 enemies in rapid succession restores equipment charged by 1. The cooldown is 90 seconds. Now, equipment restoration in Space Marine 2 is just incredible. It will save your games in like every game mode of a Space Marine 2 pretty much. It doesn't matter if you're in hard siege, doesn't matter if you're in operations or hard strats. A Melta bomb is a Melta bomb, and a Melta bomb is always useful. Next perk here is Unmatched Zeal. Melee finishers of Extremis or Terminus level enemies additionally restore health by 30% for any team member. Now, this just makes the Extremis a health pack every single time, which is really nice. And I will say, if you feel more comfortable, you can take Inner Fire instead. I do think this actually works better on this build, and like the healing here can be a bit redundant, but we're going for the easiest option available, and that's definitely this. Next perk here is Restless Fortitude. After a diving kick, you take 40% less range damage for 10 seconds. Now, range damage reduction in this game will affect your armor, not just your HP, so it's actually really strong here, and to be honest, this perk is super underrated because getting a 40% range damage reduction for 10 seconds on a class ability use, that is really strong. Next perk here is Tenacity. After a range kill of Majoris or higher enemy, diving kicks damage increases by 130%. The cooldown is 15 seconds. You can really take whatever you want here, like Tip of the Spear, even the perk here, Zone of Impact. They will all work, but like for the most part, I do like the damage of this. Next perk here, Slow the Fight, for a 20% health damage reduction for 5 seconds on parry, block, or dodge. You will be parrying, blocking, and dodging, and no matter what in Space Marine 2, so this is pretty much always up. And the final perk here is Adrenaline Rush for a 5% HP restore on a Majoris kill or higher in melee or melee execute. Now for the prestige perk options, I do take Battlefield Awareness first. If it targets within 8 meters, you'll deal 10% more range damage. Now we do have a Melta rifle, so it's kind of a no-brainer to pick this up. Next perk here is Fortitude for health increase of 15%. Moving here to Launch Restoration and Restoration. Now this gives you a ton more value on your grapnel launcher because 1 armor back is super strong for that, especially with the range damage reduction from this perk here, and also Restoration is just a top tier perk effect in the game already, and that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. I mean, this is probably the easiest build on the Vanguard in my opinion, though there are stronger options. This one should serve you well on both Chaos and Tyranids, and hopefully this build guide helped you. And if you like content like this, subscribe for more, and if you want to catch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, and also a link to my community Discord. Guys, first Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about a White Scars Chainsword Retribution build for the Vanguard class in Space Marine 2 Patch 13. Now, the White Scars Chainsword is the best chainsword in Space Marine 2 in my opinion, and probably one of the best weapons in the entire game currently, and the heroic perk effect down here is called Fury of Tagoras. Adrenaline Surge stacks are increased to 3, the third stack is a higher damage bonus, but the bonus for the second stack is reduced. Now, you will still get the armor explosion effect on the second stack and the third stack, so it functions pretty much exactly like a normal block weapon, and this one actually comes out to a ludicrous amount of damage. You can one combo Extremis on the third stack, and also that third stack will last for 4 seconds instead of the 2.2 of a normal surge charge, so really strong weapon here right now. I'll be building around that today. So number 1 for the perk tree, I do take the perk Perpetual Strength first, and melee damage increases by 5%. Moving here into the perk Swift Recovery. Heavy attacks restore 100% more contested health. Now, on the Chainsword with an 8 speed here, this is very powerful at getting back your CHP, especially on the Vanguard class, because the Vanguard has a 50% buff already to its contested health regen, and that makes you significantly more effective on this weapon as well with Swift Recovery, so really great synergy for this class. And then we move here into the perk Perpetual Strength, up here into the perk Perpetual Strength again, and then we pick up the perk here, Reverberating Impact. Stomp AoE radius increases by 50%. Now, because you have an 8 speed on this weapon, you also have a 4-second duration on that last charge here. You can actually combo skip on the second charge to your stomp, or just not even use a combo skip and go straight to the stomp on the third charge. So really strong to have like extra stomp radius here. Then we threw here into the perk Combined Onslaught, down here into Heavy Onslaught, full throttle for the combo skip. Then we go up here for Hard Target and Majora's Slayer, though alternatively, you could pick up Extremis Slayer and the perk down here Minora's Slayer, but I just prefer this one on this build because you can actually one combo Extremis without Extremis Slayer. I was actually incorrect on my old guide. I will be making an updated White Scar's Chainsword guide though to like fix that discrepancy, so hopefully that'll be out by the time I post this. And that's pretty much all there is for the White Scar's Chainsword. Now, for the primary weapon here, we do take the Heroic Instigator Carbine, mainly because this weapon is very strong at close and medium range, and that's where we want to be on a Vanguard anyways. And the heroic perk effect down here is called Higher Rate Burst. This will give us a 5-round burst over the standard 3 on a Relic tier option. That ups your DPS tremendously because you also have a higher base damage on this one than all of these as well, so a really good option for you. Now, for the perk tree here, since we are a Vanguard, I do predominantly build around the ammo economy, starting off with the perk here, Extended Magazine, into the perk over here, Reloaded Restoration. After reloading, your ammo reserve is restored by 50% of the number of enemies hit, cannot exceed maximum ammo capacity, so this one is super nice to just like keep your ammo topped off because there are some like ammo droughts in some of the maps in this game. This will help out with that a ton. Next perk here is Divine Might, into the perk here, Increased Capacity. Then I pick up the perk Great Might down here for the Hipfire perk, Home Precision. Equip weapons maximum spread decreases by 50% when firing without aiming. This perk effect is incredible. A 50% reduction on your maximum spread is just a top tier thing for this, and Home Precision will help out the Vanguard a ton because being able to hip fire a headshot is just a bit quicker sometimes than like ADSing, so really good option there. Next thing here is Recoupment. Killing a Majora's or higher enemy with a headshot with this weapon restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Armor restore built into your weapon like this is super nice. And we also have to pick this perk up to go into the next perk here, which is Tactical Precision. Headshots deal 20% more damage. Non-headshot damage decreases by 10%. So headshot damage is like most of what we want on this anyways, so a really nice perk combo here, and also we get to pick up Recoupment. Next perk here is Headhunter, and the final perk is Rapid Health for a bit of redundant healing, and that's pretty much all there is for the Heroic Instigator. Now, for the secondary, I do take the Rate of Fire Inferno Pistol, mainly so we can mag dump, because we want to be triggering not only the perk over here, Retribution, but also the perk in our perk tree, Motivated Melee. And this one says melee damage increases by 20% if this weapon has no ammo in its magazine. So we combine that with the perk over here, Retribution, we get like a 50% buff to our melee damage. Now it's not like literally 50%. The calculation here is quite a bit lower, but it's still a damage increase and does help us hit some breakpoints. Let's just like kill bosses a bit faster. Now for the Inferno Pistol, if you want to like dump your magazine on this gun, the rate of fire is much better for that. And also just keep in mind, in Space Marine 2, when you empty your magazine in this game, it will force you to reload unless you like dodge or use your melee attack or something, so it's a little annoying. But if you are emptying your magazine, then immediately go into a melee attack because that will fix the like ammo dump. Next perk here is Divine Might, into the perk here, Motivated Melee, of course, and then I grab the perk here, Great Might, and I go down here into the much better bottom tree in my opinion, with the perk here, Perpetual Range, Increased Capacity, Admin Restoration, Extra Shot, and Trick Shot for armor restore. That's pretty much all there is for the secondary. Now for our perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, Upper Hand first. After a period of time, parry, block, or dodge, you do not lose 12 heavy hits and you cannot be knocked back for 10 seconds. If you are using a block weapon in Space Marine 2, since block weapons do not stagger enemies unless you actually hit them with the block stun attack, it is just way better to have no knockback for that, because certain enemies like melee terminators, they will just not respond to the first explosion of 2 block charges, and having this no knockback allows you to get like that second or third one in, so that's really useful for you. So that's why I pick up Upper Hand. Next perk here is Conviction. When your armor is fully depleted, you will take 25% less health damage for 10 seconds. This is a 25% health damage reduction you can stack on top of the perk over here, Thrill of the Fight, for another 20% health damage reduction for 5 seconds. So this comes out to be like a 45% reduction on top of all of your armor restore, on top of your Fortitude for a 15% HP increase. Super strong perk options, guys. This is fucking incredible in this game, so this makes you significantly tankier as a combo. Next perk here is, of course, a Retribution. Moving here into the perk Inner Fire. Now, this gives you 15% ability charge back on a finisher on a Majoris or higher enemy, though if you want to take Unmatched Zeal for healing, you can definitely do that. This is a very strong option as well, but Adrenaline Surge is where I'm getting my healing on this build, so we're taking Inner Fire. Next perk here is Collateral Damage. Diving Kick deals 50% more damage and additionally damages enemies on the way to the grapple launcher's target. This perk is incredible. 50% more damage on your grapple launcher will help you out a ton, though I will say, if you want to take like Restless Fortitude, you can definitely do that. A 40% range damage reduction, especially against Chaos for 10 seconds, will make you incredibly tanky against some of the most annoying enemies in the game, like Missile Cannon Terminators and stuff like that. So this will stack for your armor because range damage reduction does affect your armor, not just your HP, and then on top of that, you will have the HP damage reduction of Thrill of the Fight and Conviction. And that's pretty much all there is for this. Next perk here is Tenacity. After a range kill of a Majoris or higher enemy, Diving Kick's damage increases by 130%. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Now, being able to one-shot guys off your kick is incredible because if you combine this perk with Collateral, you will just like damn near one-shot Extremis sometimes, so a really fun perk option. Obviously, the best perk option is technically like Zone of Impact and Tactical Prowess, but we're doing something a bit different today. Next perk here is Thrill of the Fight for that 20% health damage reduction for 5 seconds on a parry, block, or dodge. Now, this is a very underrated perk on the Vanguard in my opinion, mainly because this perk will re-trigger on every single parry, block, or dodge, even if the current 5 seconds are ongoing, and like most perks will not do that in this game. Like, for example, if you have a perk effect like the Bulwark's Shield Bash here with Merciless Resolve for a no knockback after a Shield Bash, you have to wait for the 10 seconds to be up to actually re-trigger this. Thrill of the Fight will go off every single time, so nice option there. Final perk here is Adrenaline Rush. Melee kills of Majoris or higher enemies restore health by 5%, because some healing on a Vanguard build is nice, and on this build especially, I think this is like the best option. Now, for our prestige perk options, it is pretty standard. We take Battlefield Awareness for more range damage at close range for our Instigator, into the perk Fortitude for more health, and Launch Restoration and Restoration for armor restore, and that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. You know, I think this is a very strong build for both Chaos and Tyranids. You know, the White Scar's Chainsword is super damn fun and very powerful in Space Marine 2 at the moment, and hopefully this build guide helped you. And if you like content like this, subscribe for more. And if you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, alongside a link to my community Discord. And as always, take it easy. Thanks for watching. Bye. Hey guys, first regards in here, I'll be talking about the most broken Bulwark build for damage in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, historically, the Shield Bash Bulwark is completely cracked in this game, and guess what? In patch 13, it's still totally cracked, so I'll be building around it today with stuff like Concussive Force here and our Block Power Axe, because the Relic Tier Block Power Axe has the highest damage scaling for your Shield Bash in the game, so I'll be taking this today. And for the perk tree here, we do start off with the perk Perpetual Strength first, moving here to the perk Coup de Grace, Perpetual Strength and Perpetual Strength again, because the main idea here is just building pure melee damage, because that's all you want from this weapon, because the weapon here is just so high in its damage perks that it just fits perfectly into this build. And on top of that, there is like a little bit of an interaction with the power backstep you can do to like go immediately from a stagger into a shield bash. I do have a full guide for that, I'll put in the info card. But the next perk here is counterattack, down here into the perk Riposte, and then I pick up the perk Hard Target, Tactical Retreat, Power Wave, and Cleaver. Now, having the Power Wave damage here is super nice on top of Cleaver for a 10% damage buff against like the most obnoxious enemies in the game, really. So definitely grab this. And like really, when you're building a block power axe, you pretty much always build this way anyways, unless you're taking like the heroic version. Now, for the secondary weapon, I do take the newly buffed Firepower Plasma. Now, all of the plasma pistols and like plasma incinerators, they got a damage buff on their common shots this patch. They feel way better, and also those common shots now are quite strong at recovering contested health, so you don't really need to take the rate of fire version anymore to get all your contested health back. This one's actually quite strong on that, on just common shots, so very strong option for you, so we'll be taking that today. Now, the perk tree setup for this is pretty standard. I'm just going for full damage here. Number one, we take Plasma Collection over here into the perk Rapid Cooling. Then I pick up Plasma Collection again, Blast Radius, Perpetual Velocity, down here into the perk Plasma Collection, and this is where you really have a choice. You can either skip over the perk here, Blast Radius, and stuff like Retaliation, go up here for Efficient Charge and Perfect Cooling, or you can go all the way down like I did for Divine Might, Retaliation, and Bonus Radius. Now, the thing about the Plasma Pistol in this patch is that you're actually more ammo efficient on the common shots than the charged shots, but charged shots are higher DPS, so if you want this perk, you can definitely take that, but the firepower version is already pretty strong on the common shots, so definitely a good option, which is why I picked it today. Now, for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk here, Intimidating Aura first. A perk time parry deals AoE damage in a 5-meter radius, so the cooldown is 5 seconds. This perk will work with perfect block, not just perfect parry, so keep that in mind. And even though forward momentum will give us more damage on the shield bash, this one is overall way higher damage because this perk is just kind of nuts, so definitely grab this one. Next perk here is up to you. I took scramble targeting for less range damage, though technically the highest damage you could possibly get is like shock and awe, defensive advantage, like emergency countermeasure, because the 25% more damage taken here while they're in a shock area on top of defensive advantage with a shield bash is nuts. But that being said, this is a safer option, and your shield bash damage is still ridiculous, so that's why I picked this one today. Next perk here is Seal Within. When your health is in 50%, you will take 30% less health damage. This just makes you way tankier. You pretty much always pick this up. Like, Seal Within is such a value perk on the Bulwark class that you just grab this all the time. Without this, you are substantially squishier, so that's why I picked it up today. Next perk here is Focus Restoration. Every 30 seconds, all team members automatically restore 1 armor segment. 1 armor restoration to your entire team every 30 seconds may not sound that strong, but can save your life over and over. And also, armor just damage caps against enemy attacks in this game anyway, so definitely pick this up as well. Next perk here is Purity of Purpose. The banner deals damage over time to enemies with this area of effect. This perk is overall the best in this column. It will wipe out Minoras and do a ton of damage to Majoras, Extremis, and even bosses at hard strats and ops. The perk down here, Rapid Regeneration, is good for range damage, but against melee it doesn't matter that much because any amount of armor will stop incoming melee damage, so having just like a little drip feed from this one is totally fine. It's just range attacks have a bit of a different damage cap. Next perk here is Concussive Force. Shield Bash deals 200% more damage, and Shield Rush deals 100% more damage. We are a Shield Bash build, so you definitely want this. This is what makes this build go nuclear. Like, this is a ridiculous effect, to be honest. Like, Concussive Force can really fit on like any weapon in the game. The Block Power Axe is just the best, but if you took this on a Block Power Sword, Block Thunder Hammer, well, obviously you can't use it on a Thunder Hammer, but Block Power Sword, it's still very strong. It's just a really cracked perk, so we're taking that here. Next perk here is Merciless Resolve. After a Shield Bash, Shield Rush, or Thunder Hammer Pommel Smash, melee damage increases by 15%, and you do not lose control from heavy hits and cannot be knocked back for 10 seconds. This is just free no knockback for your class, super strong effect, and a 15% buff for using our Shield Bash on our Shield Bash build is also very nice. Next perk here is Defensive Mastery. A perk time parry or block instantly incapacitates Majoris or Extremis level enemy. The cooldown is 90 seconds. Now currently, as of like 13.1, this perk is bugged to have no cooldown. That will be fixed in the hotfix pretty soon here, but you know, in the guide I'll be showing here for the gameplay, I will not be using this perk because of that, so I'll be taking Armor Advance instead, but this one is overall the best. And for our Prestige perk options, I just take Resilience first. Medicate Sins restore 40% more HP. Into the perk here, Overcharge, because this perk is just incredible. This will buff up your power backstep damage, which you will still be using. And the final perks here are Powerful Shot and Masterful Defense, because the common shots on your Plasma Pistol here definitely benefit from this, and Masterful Defense is just a very strong perk in general for CDR. And that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. A Bulwark Shield Bash is just cracked in this game ever since they buffed up the Concussive Force perk. And also, if you have no idea how to like animation cancel your Shield Bash, I do have a full guide for that. I'll put in the description, but for the most part, this build is just kind of insane and trivializes all content for like operations and hard strats on both Chaos and Tyranid. So hopefully this build guide helped you, and if you like content like this, subscribe for more. And if you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description. I'll also add a link to my community Discord. Hey guys, first Guardsman here, and I'll be talking about a fencing power sword build. using the new one-handed bolt carbine option on the Bulwark class to completely trivialize Tyranids on hard strats and operations. Now, the fencing power sword is a super popular weapon on this class because it has an A+ speed. That makes the weapon itself feel way better. Like, the whole combo flow of this just feels really good for new players especially, and because of that, we're building around that today. And also, one more thing here is that 0-frame startup parries, which means like the moment you press your parry button, you will immediately get a parry window. Those weapons are very strong on Bulwarks. That includes fencing and block, because the perk here, Intimidating Aura, kind of just makes up for like any damage loss you would normally have on like a fencing weapon, because it does so much damn damage on its own, and having a 0-frame startup on your parry will make these triggers happen far more often. So a really powerful interaction there. Now for the perk tree on this, I do start off with the perk here, Armored Strength first. If you have armor remaining, melee damage increases by 10%. This is super easy to maintain on the Bulwark because we do have the perk here, Armor Reinforcement. Non-finisher gun strikes for one armor segment. Now, because we have a fencing weapon, we'll be doing gun strikes all the damn time, so keeping our armor up off of this is super damn easy, and does keep us up with our armored strength the entire time. Next perk here is Master of Offense. After you switch sword combat style, you will deal 20% more melee damage for 5 seconds. The cooldown is 10 seconds. Now, you can switch your sword combat style in a dodge in this game, and what that allows you to do is immediately go from a dodge into a sword combat style switch for the 20% buff here, and you can do a lunging attack from that, and trigger your power rake immediately after with the cutting edge bonus. Now, if you don't know how that works, I do have a full Bulwark guide on this channel in the description below, but for the most part, this is a very good perk. Next perk here, Perpetual Strength, down here to Perpetual Strength again. Then I pick up the perk here, Tranquility, into the perk Melee Onslaught. This weapon deals 10% more melee damage. This is just a nice flat damage buff into the perk here, Hard Target. While performing a light combo, you will take 15% less range damage. Now, we are an 8+ speed weapon, so triggering light combos is super easy for us to do. And the next perk here is, of course, the perk Cutting Edge. Power Rake deals 50% more melee damage. Now, it does not matter what power sword you're using. It could be fencing, balance, block, or like the Xenophase blade. The Power Rake is always the strongest attack on this weapon. 50% more damage on that is tremendous in this game, and because of that, you will just always take this perk. The perk up here, Reeling Blow, just kind of sucks, so definitely grab this one. Next perk here is Extremis Slayer, up here in Majora's Slayer, and of course, Terminus Slayer. We do skip over Minora's Slayer here because every single power sword mops up Minoras pretty easily, and the fencing one can also just parry them for armor, so you really don't need a buff here. And instead, we take the perk here, Power Restoration. Power style attacks restore 100% more contested health. Now, this is super valuable for us because the power style attacks on the power sword, every single swipe of a light attack on these will set up a Hormigaunt or like a Zangor into a gun strike opportunity, unless it's like a shield Zangor, because shield Zangors are built different. But getting the double CHP recovery there, that helps you avoid chip damage while you're setting up your gun strikes, so really good option here. And speed restoration is just not remotely as valuable. And that's pretty much all there is for the melee weapon here. Now, for our secondary, we take the fabled new bolt carbine option. Now, this one is kind of mediocre on the damage, not gonna lie. The ammo capacity here is okay. You know what this thing is good for, though? CHP recovery. Your contested health recovery on the rapid fire of this feels really good in this game. I think once they buff up the damage a little bit, it will feel significantly better overall, because let's be real, a buff for this weapon is coming eventually. If you don't want to use this, if you want to take like a heavy bolt pistol on the ammo reserve option or the heroic option, you can do that. I would set them up this way, or even like the firepower bolt, firepower plasma pistol, not bolt pistol. The firepower plasma pistol, the gun strike damage here is very high, or even like the heroic one, because all of these do work, though the heroic one's definitely the hardest to use. But today, we are taking this one. Now, the variant I choose here is the magazine capacity ammo reserve option, mainly because, like I said before, this weapon's ammo economy is not super strong. It's not god-awful, it's just you definitely want a fatter magazine capacity and ammo reserve option, because that will help you out a ton. Now, for the perk tree setup, there are really only two good paths in my opinion, so you either take these two perks first with increased capacity and extended magazine, or you go down here for Divine Might and Adamant Hunter. Now, Adamant Hunter says when your health is below 30%, headshots will deal 25% more damage. On a Bulwark class, you are very tanky on pretty much every build ever, so being that low is really not too bad for you, but I just prefer the ammo up here because ammo is just kind of king on this gun. Next perk here is Fast Reload, down here into the perk Cleaving Fire. And then we pick up the perk here, Retaliation. After a perfect time dodge, you'll deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. Moving here into the perk Tactical Precision, because headshot damage is just by far the most important portion of this gun. And the final perks here are Gunstrike Reload, which you'll be triggering all the time because we get gun strikes on this build all the time. And the final perk is, of course, Elite Hunter. After you kill a Majoris or higher enemy with a melee weapon, headshots will deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. Now, this perk will trigger on a melee execute, not just a melee kill. I say that every time because a lot of players don't realize that when it says kill with a melee weapon, it also means you can just do a normal execute, and because of that, you'll have this 25% buff up pretty much all the time. However, to reapply this buff, you do have to wait for the initial 10 seconds to be up, and you can see the duration of this below your HP bar in the left corner in game, so just keep that in mind. But overall, a very strong perk effect. 25% damage increase here to headshots is very good, and you also find that on like an audible rifle and stuff like that, and that's pretty much all there is for the weapon selection. Now, for the perk tree, would you take the perk here, Intimidating Aura, first? A perfect time parry deals AoE damage in a 5-meter radius. The cooldown is 5 seconds. This perk will do more damage than your melee weapon here. Like your fencing weapon here for the power sword, this is mainly good for horde control, like most fencing weapons are, but as far as damage is concerned, Intimidating Aura, this will do a stupid amount of damage. You will do over half of a sword warrior's HP in a single parry every 5 seconds in a 5-meter radius. You just take this. It's a top tier perk option. It kind of makes the whole build flow pretty well. Next perk here is Scramble Targeting. If you are surrounded by 5 or more enemies, you will take 25% less damage from ranged attacks. Then we move here into the perk Armor Reinforcement. Non-finisher gun strikes restore 1 armor segment. I will say this perk is predominantly good against Tyranids, and Steel Within is better on like double faction maps or Chaos, because Chaos doesn't give you as many gun strikes. It has gotten much better with the addition of Chaos Spawn in patch 10, but still, Armor Reinforcement is like mostly good against Tyranids. If you want to take this instead, you definitely could, but we're taking this one today for the Tyranid faction. Next perk here is Advanced Conditioning. Contested health fades 50% more slowly for all team members. This is a new player build for the most part, so managing your contested health for newer players is pretty difficult for the most part. Like, this is something a lot of them struggle with, so having a 50% increased window on that is really good for them, though I would say overall Focus Restoration up here is better. Next perk here is Purity of Purpose. The banner deals damage over time to enemies with zero effect. This perk will almost 100 to 0 a sword warrior and like wipe out Minoris and do significant damage to extremists and bosses. And the other perks in this row, like, or column I should say, like Rapid Regeneration, this one, the armor restoration effect here is pretty good. However, it will cut your banner duration in half, which just sucks. You're also losing all the damage of Purity of Purpose, so for the most part, this is just the best option overall. Next perk here is also the strongest option overall for most players, which is Invigorating Icon. When the banner is activated, all team members regain maximum contested health, but recharges 50% slower. Now, this perk just maxes out CHP, so the moment you put this down, you and your teammates in the vicinity will all get a max white bar, and you can then recover your HP off of that if you are unaware. Now, a 50% slower recharge rate does kind of suck, but honestly, healing is so ridiculous when it's printed as like just a pure printing machine for HP and med stims that does not matter. Next perk here is Rejuvenating Effect. When the banner is activated, it revives incapacitated squad members with zero effect. This perk is pretty good for helping out your teammates. I will say the perk here Defensive Mastery is better combined with the perk here Merciless Resolve for no knockback, but on a like new player build or an automated build, this one is definitely a better option. Also, Defensive Mastery is bugged at the moment that I'm talking about this to have no cooldown at all, and because of that, we're taking Armor Advance because this one gives you no knockback while you have armor remaining, and we do have Armor Reinforcement on this build, so this will be up pretty much 24/7. That's pretty much all there is for the main perk tree. Now, for our Prestige perk options, you can take a few options here. Number one, Auxiliary Reload to just like maintain ammunition on your secondary. This is definitely better with like the Plasma Pistol and the new Bolt Carbine secondary, because the Bolt Carbine secondary is a pretty big magazine on our build, but if you don't want to take this, you can just go straight for Resilience into Overcharge, Powerful Shot, and Masterful Defense. I'm taking Resilience, Overcharge, Powerful Shot, Masterful Defense on this build because I don't really value the ammunition recovery on the Bolt Carbine that highly. I know we have it selected here, but like for the actual build guide, we will be taking these four, and that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. You know, the Bulwark is still a truly staggering powerhouse of a class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. This guy's probably gonna be S tier all the way to Space Marine 3, like, let's be honest, but hopefully this build guide helped you. I know a lot of you guys like the Power Sword, and if you like content like this, subscribe for more. If you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, and also a link to my community Discord. Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about a Xenophase Blade Bulwark build for Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, the Xenophase Blade got buffed again this patch because all the power swords have a speed increase this time around. It was ever so slight, but it's actually a pretty noticeable effect on the slower options like the Xenophase and the block weapon, and because of that, I'll be building around it today. Now, for the perk tree here, it is pretty much the same as usual. First, we start off with the perk here, Armored Strength. Moving here into the perk, Master of Offense. After switching sword combat style, you deal 20% more melee damage for 5 seconds. The cooldown is 10 seconds. A 20% buff like this is pretty nice because you can swap your sword combat style out of a dash or like, a perfect dodge and stuff like that. So really easy to pull this off into a power rake. Next perk here, Perpetual Strength and Perpetual Strength again. Moving here to the perk, Tranquility and Melee Onslaught for a 10% melee damage buff. And then I pick up the perk, Hard Target, into the perk, Cutting Edge. Power rake deals 50% more melee damage. You pretty much always pick this up on every single power sword because power rake is just the best attack on this weapon overall. And also, the Xenophase Blade has a heroic perk effect over here, Ancient Technology, that says your power rake waves are wider and deal 20% more damage, so you definitely want to hear. Next perk here is Extremis Slayer, up here into the perk Majora Slayer, and the final perk is Terminus Slayer, into the perk Power Restoration. Power style attacks restore double contested health. Now, every single attack you do on a power style with a power sword will set up Minoris into a gunstrike opportunity, and having double CHP recovery here is super nice to like avoid chip damage in between your gun strikes, so a really good option here. And also speed restoration, usually if you're using speed style, it is because you are fighting a Majoris, and Majoris are usually getting power raked, and also you're getting like your HP back off of executes from them instead of just like using your actual weapon attack, so usually not super strong option. And now one more hidden effect I want to talk about in the Xenophase Blade is that the heroic perk effect here, Ancient Technology, the power rake wave angle is actually vertical, not just horizontal, so you're pretty strong at like cutting down Zoanthropes, Neurothropes, and Light Zangors, and because of that, that does open up the opportunity to use like less optimal range secondaries for those enemies, like the Neo-Volkite pistol. So the Neo-Volkite also got a buff this patch, and now has a faster heating speed on top of having a better contested health recovery, though I will say the better contested health recovery here is not very strong or noticeable, but the heating speed is definitely increased and does feel way better. Now I'm taking the firepower version here because usually you don't run out of ammo too much, and even outside of like Majoris damage and just heating speed, this weapon is very strong for like wiping out spore mines, wiping out cultists and stuff like that, because they always die to one shot, and every single like little laser beam here will just obliterate them, so really good option. Now for the perk tree, I do take the perk Extended Magazine first, moving here into the perk Combustive Momentum. After a gun strike, heating speed increases by 30% for 6 seconds. This is a pretty long uptime and definitely noticeable, and honestly the top tree here is not too strong. You get like a little bit more damage, but the damage here is not really the issue. It's more so that heating speed, because when you're using a Neo-Volkite on a Majoris or a boss, you want to get that explosion as fast as possible, so you definitely want this perk. Next perk here is Increased Capacity, moving here into the perk Volkite Discharge area for a wider discharge area, which is pretty self-explanatory. It's also up here, so you kind of take this no matter what. Next perk here is Accelerated Combustion for even more heating speed. And then we go up top instead of going down the bottom here, because doing this one is okay, but the damage buff up here is much better in my opinion. So we go up through Heat Retention, heat enemies cool down 25% slower, into the perk here, Volkite Discharge. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a melee weapon, damage of Volkite Discharge increases by 30% for 10 seconds. This is a really nice damage buff here, and also helps you hit some breakpoints. And the final perk here is just really strong, which is Volkite Blitz. Volkite Discharge damage increases by 25%, and the discharge area increases by 25%. So this is just a flat buff to your gun. It is way better than the perk down here called Distributed Deflagration. Sorry, I'm not saying that correctly, but the point is, along with the Volkite Explosion, 25% of the heat is also transferred to surrounding enemies. That is just not remotely as good as this, especially these days where your heating speed is actually quite fast. Now for the perk tree here, we do take something a little different. So first up, we are going full tank. I take the perk Conviction. When your armor is fully depleted, you will take 25% less health damage for 10 seconds. Now on balanced weapons, I don't like Intimidating Aura as much. It is still a very strong perk effect on them, and don't get me wrong, you can definitely take this. It will not like serve you poorly. It's just that the negative frame frame startup of a balanced parry window, it means you're actually getting less opportunities to trigger Intimidating Aura, because 0 frame startups on fencing and blocks just feel way better with this, and for that reason, I do kind of prefer just having that extra HP damage reduction, because it just makes your whole game go like way more smoothly. Next perk here is Shock and Awe. Enemies in the shock area take 25% more damage. We pick up this just so we can take the perk down here later for our, like, you know, a shock area detonating at our armor break area, so pretty good synergy there. And also the other shock perk here, Defensive Advantage. A per time parry or block creates a shock area for 5 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. A 30-second cooldown in this game is just kind of ridiculous, and you're just way better off taking the perk Steal Within, because only 5 seconds for a shock area is just way worse than like a full shock nade on a 45-second cooldown, and usually this one is more than enough, though if you want to take this, you definitely could. Now, Steal Within on top of Conviction for like a 55% health damage reduction on top of a 30% base HP increase on the Bulwark class, this makes you just stupidly tanky. Like, you will really struggle to die below 25% HP. Because in Space Marine 2, when your HP drops below 25% on every class in the game, you will get a ramping damage reduction that makes you progressively tankier until you actually die. So if you have a higher base HP on top of double damage reduction perks, you are practically impossible to kill, or at the very least, you can survive long enough to get a stim and trigger things like resilience here. So a really easy to use, one of the best options in the game to keep you alive, and probably the easiest way to run this class outside of things like Invigorating Icon. Next perk here is Focus Restoration. Every 30 seconds, all team members automatically restore 1 armor segment. This is just more damage reduction for not just you, but your entire team. I will say, if you are a brand new player, Advanced Conditioning can be easier to use, because one of the hardest things for new players to actually deal with in this game is managing their contested health, and this makes that significantly easier. Next perk here is Purity of Purpose. The banner deals damage over time to enemies with a derivative effect. This perk will just put down a shock nade around your banner. It will wipe out Minoras, do significant damage to Majoras, Extremis, and even bosses. Though I will say this is the best value perk. The perk down here, Rapid Regeneration, the armor restoration effect here is quite strong as range attacks. Unfortunately, a 10-second reduction in your banner actually cuts your banner uptime in half, which is pretty awful, so this is definitely the better value option. Next perk I take here is Concussive Force. Shield Bash deals 200% more damage, Shield Rush deals 100% more damage, Thunderhammer Pommel Smash deals 100% more damage, and deals AoE damage in a 7-meter radius. Cooldown is 5 seconds. Now, being able to Shield Bash for more damage here is just like super strong on any build for Bulwark. I do have a full animation cancel guide and had to like spam this over and over, but like even on the Xenophase blade, there are points in time where you can't get off a power rake, and being able to Shield Bash your face for 200% more damage will just get you the execute, so pretty good there. Though I will say every single perk in this column is pretty strong, so you could take Glory Shield, you could take the healing perk down here, that is up to you. Next perk here is Merciless Resolve. After a Shield Bash, Shield Rush, or Thunderhammer Pommel Smash, melee damage increases by 15%, and you don't lose control of heavy hits, you cannot be knocked back for 10 seconds. This is just a free no knockback perk. This will trigger on any use of Shield Bash or Shield Rush. You do not actually have to hit any enemies with the Shield Bash at all. It will trigger on its own just for like whacking the air. Just keep in mind that you have to wait for the 10-second duration to go up to actually reapply the effect. So like you can see that under your HP bar a little bit. When the icon finally like closes off, you can then reapply the effect for yourself again with another Shield Bash. Just keep that in mind. Final perk here is Emergency Countermeasure. When your armor is fully depleted, a reserve shock grenade automatically detonates in your position. The cooldown is 45 seconds. Now, back in patch 11, they cut the cooldown of this perk in half. It used to be 90 seconds long, now it is only 45. So taking this with the perk over here, Shock and Awe, that's a pretty long uptime. Because like, you gotta keep in mind that this perk is only a 15-second longer cooldown. The perk over here, Defensive Advantage, and you're not really giving up a ton at all. Like, you know, if you want the perk down here, Arm Advance or Defensive Mastery, you could do that. But Emergency Countermeasure, I think, just fits into this build for the Iron Hands aesthetic way more. And that's pretty much all there is for the main perk tree. Now, for our Prestige perk selection, I do take Resilience first. Medicae Stims restore 40% more HP. Whenever I don't take the healing perk over here in Invigorating Icon, I pretty much always pick up Resilience, because having more valuable stims, you can kind of just like sit at a low HP value and get back over half your HP off a single stim restoration. A really good option for like any tank build in the Bulwark. And the next perk here is, of course, Overcharge. Held in charge attack damage increases by 20%. This is a multiplicative melee damage buff to your Power Rake, and Power Rake is like the strongest attack on the Xenophase anyways, so you definitely want this perk effect. Final perks here are Powerful Shot for 20% more range damage, and Masterful Defense for ability charge being restored by 1% for every blocked range attack. This perk is nuts. You know, all you have to do is hold your banner up against pretty much any minigun terminator in the game, and you'll just get like your entire banner back. You'll damn near get your entire banner back, even with the 50% increased cooldown and invigorating icons. So one of the top tier perk effects if you have a blocking shield, or like, you know, really any shield build, which means if you don't have a Thunder Hammer, you just take that perk. And that's pretty much all there is for the build guide here, guys. And this is my Iron Hand Xenophase Blade Techmarine build, not Techmarine, excuse me, Bulwark build. And hopefully this build guide helped you. And if you like content like this, subscribe for more. And as always, thank you for watching. And if you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game, or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, alongside a link to my community Discord. Hey guys, first to Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about a heroic Chainsword build for the Bulwark class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, today I will be rocking my Raven Guard fit on the Blade Guard with the new White Scars Chainsword and a Firepower Bolt Pistol, mainly because we have a Raven Guard skin for this one. Now, on the heroic tier here, we are using a double stomp perk because, hilariously, the new White Scars Chainsword is actually better at getting out double stomps than the other heroic double-edged Chainsword, because the block charges on this weapon, the third stack here from Fury of Shigoris, this will last 4 seconds, which means you can stagger enemies the entirety of your block charges here for 4 seconds into your double stomp, which is super powerful on this weapon. And if you use the combo skip down here full throttle, you can actually get out both stomps before you actually run out of those Relentless charges. So a really good option for that. Now for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk Armored Strength first. If you have armor remaining, melee damage increases by 10%. Now on the Bulwark class, this perk is active pretty much all the time because we have the perk over here, Focus Restoration, and even though the perk down here with Swift Recovery is very strong, you really don't need that on the Bulwark as much as say like an Assault or a Vanguard, so we are going up here today. And the next perk here is called a Crushing Heal. Enemies hit by Stomp deal 30% less damage for 4 seconds. The cooldown is 10 seconds. Now, this is pretty good, honestly. Like, getting a 30% like less damage dealt against you is pretty strong in this game, and usually this perk kind of sucks, but on this build it actually works pretty damn well. So next perk here is Perpetual Strength. Over here into the perk Reverberating Impact, Stomp AoE radius increases by 50%. Now, we are a stomping build, so this makes perfect sense to pick this one up. And next perk here is Combined Onslaught, up here into the perk Trampling Stride. After performing a stomp, hold the attack button to perform an additional stomp. So this is pretty easy. Once you do a stomp, just hold down your heavy attack and you'll do a second one, and a really strong option for this. Just keep in mind, you can't combo skip quite like the double edge relic can, like off a light attack. You do have to use things like full throttle and stuff like that to get there a little bit earlier. Now, the next perk here is Heavy Onslaught, down here to full throttle for the combo skip. And the final perks here are Hard Target and Majora Slayer, though alternatively, you could pick up like Minora Slayer and Extremis Slayer. That is up to you, but you can still one combo Majoris and Extremis in this game with this weapon just off of like your 3 charges here, even without the perk down here. So a really strong option on the Bulwark class especially. Now for our secondary, we do take the Firepower Standard Bolt Pistol. Why, you may ask? Because we have a Raven Guard skin, and also this weapon's pretty strong at the moment. Like, the gun strike damage here on the Firepower version is pretty damn close to the heavy bolt pistol options, and because of that, it's actually a pretty decent weapon. Now, for the perk tree, I do take the perk here, Perpetual Precision first. Maximum spread, it decreases by 10%. Then we just go through like the normal path of Headhunter into the perk Gun Strike Reload. Then I grab the perk here, Increase Capacity, Headhunter again, and the most important perk here, which is Elite Hunter. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a melee weapon, headshots will deal 50% more damage for 10 seconds. Now, this will trigger on a melee execute, not just a melee kill, so keep that in mind, and a 50% buff here to your headshot damage. That's just too good to give up, in my opinion, so definitely grab this one. Final perks here are Headhunter, Extended Magazine, and Divine Might, and that's pretty much all there is for the secondary option. Now for the perk tree, well, since we are a block weapon, we do take the perk here, Intimidating Aura first. After a perfectly timed parry, you deal an AoE damage effect within 5 meters. Cooldown is 5 seconds. This perk will work on perfect block, despite the description not saying anything about it. This is a very powerful perk for both fencing and block weapons, and really any weapon in the game, because as long as you have a 0 frame startup on your melee weapon here for the defense types, it's very easy to just like trigger this off cooldown over and over, and this one does over half a sword warrior's HP and damage on absolute difficulty. It's just free damage constantly in an AoE. Honestly, if this perk only worked on one enemy, it would still be godly, but it's just that strong, so we definitely pick it up. Next perk here is Shock and Awe. Enemies in a shock area take 25% more damage. The main reason we take this is because if you stack this perk with like a shock area, like emergency countermeasure over here for a full shock and armor break, you can actually do a ton of extra damage. And a really funny perk effect here is that you'll get like the emergency countermeasure shock grenade detonated at your position. You will have a purity of purpose for an AoE around your banner, and you'll break your armor in your banner, and then this like little shock grenade will drop. They'll be taking more damage from everything, and you will just like nuke everything in your banner area of Glory Shield. Pretty fun option for like murdering extremists, so for that reason I'm picking it up today. Next perk here is Steel Within. When your health is less than 50%, you will take 30% less health damage. This is an S tier perk on the Bulwark class. You pretty much always pick this up. It is by far the most valuable of like all the damage reduction perks in this tree, mainly because of its placement, because this is the only damage reduction perk in this class that gives you access to your armor restoration here still, and things like Intimidating Aura, while not really giving up anything in return except for like maybe armor reinforcement. And the perk effect up here, Defensive Advantage, it's not like horrific, it's just not that strong for a 30-second cooldown, and you're just way better off taking the 45-second cooldown this one instead. Next perk here is Focus Restoration. Every 30 seconds, all team members automatically restore one armor segment. This will just keep you topped off on armor all the time, or like just give you one armor bar, and any armor bar in Space Marine 2 will reduce all incoming melee damage to 0 even from bosses, so even like a sliver of armor in this game is incredible, so you definitely want this perk. Next perk here is Purity of Purpose. The banner deals damage over time to enemies with this area of effect. This perk is incredible. You will wipe out Minoris, you will do like almost 100 to 0 damage on a Majoris, like a Tyranid Warrior with Glory Shield, because the 20% longer duration here, this gives you more value from this perk as well, which is why we take the next perk, which is Glory Shield. All team members in the banner's area of effect take 20% less damage, and the banner lasts 20% longer. This is my preferred perk on the Bulwark class, mainly because the fun of the Bulwark to me is that this class just has a super fun chapter banner, and more banners is more fun, and Concussive Force is pretty damn powerful, if being honest, but Invariant Icon makes it so your banner comes back far more slowly, and because of that, I just prefer Glory Shield. This makes your banner more effective, and more banners is more fun, so a longer lasting banner is just more entertaining for me personally. Next perk here is Merciless Resolve. After a Shield Bash, Shield Rush, or Thunderhammer Pommel Smash, melee damage increases by 15%, you don't lose 12 heavy hits, and you cannot be knocked back for 10 seconds. This is just like the main form of no knockback on this class, so you definitely pick it up on this build, because if you do not have the perk down here, Armored Advance, you definitely need this, because a no knockback for a block weapon especially is super useful, because block weapons, you don't actually get the staggering effect until you actually get like the double block charge on your next attack, and getting interrupted during that completely sucks, so you definitely want like some form of no knockback. Final perk here is Emergency Countermeasure. When your armor is fully depleted, a reserve shock grenade automatically detonates at your position. The cooldown is 45 seconds. This perk got buffed in like patch 11 to have a 45-second cooldown instead of a 90-second cooldown. It is way better now. Super underrated, to be honest. You basically become like a Squid Inking, where the moment your armor breaks, you just drop down a shock grenade to kill things around you, and anything in your shock areas will take more damage. So really good for like picking up some executes, also just like clearing off Minoris hordes and stuff like that. So really valuable perk for you. Now for the prestige perk options here, we do take Resilience first. Medicate Stims restore 40% more HP. Into the perk here, Overcharge, Powerful Shot, and Masterful Defense, because for like most shield builds, this is like the overall best in my opinion. You get CDR from this, you get more damage from your ranged weapon, you get more stim economy, and Overcharge is just kind of cracked in terms of damage, and this will affect your Stomp and your bashes and stuff like that on your Chainsword here, and we are building for a Stomp anyways, so that's why we took it today. And that's pretty much everything there is for this build, guys. Hopefully this build guide helped you, and if you like content like this, subscribe for more, and as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. Hey guys, first Regardsman here, and so I'll be talking about the easiest Bulwark build for Space Marine 2 Patch 13 to dominate the hard strats and operations. Now, the main idea behind this build is armor regen with stuff like armor reinforcement and focus restoration, and triggering huge damage effects off of stuff like Intimidating Aura, because this perk is kind of nuts, and to achieve this goal, we will be using the Heroic Power Fist Death's Grasp. Now, this is probably the easiest weapon in the entire game for new players, mainly because it's a fencing defense type on top of the heroic perk effect here called Follow-Up Shot. Performing a finisher marks a nearby Majoris or higher enemy for a gun strike. Light attack damage increases by 200%, but charge attack damage decreases by 50%. Now, a 200% increase to your light attacks in this game is very substantial, and free gun strikes pairs perfectly with the perk over here, Armor Reinforcement, to give you back one armor segment for every non-finisher gun strike. So, really good option here for us, which is why I'll be using it today. And for the perk tree setup here, I do start off with the perk Perpetual Strength first, moving here into the perk Heavy Preparation. Heavy attack preparation times reduced by 30%, applies to the following attacks: Thrust Jab, Back Fist, Hammer Hook, Back Fist 2, and Thrust Jab 2. Now, even on a weapon with a 50% heavy attack damage reduction, you still pick this up because it is that strong, and honestly, the heavy attacks on even like a 50% reduction here are just that good. Next perk here is Perpetual Strength, over here into the perk Perpetual Strength again, and then I pick up the perk here, Focused Intention. When your health is below 30%, you take 50% less health damage while preparing heavy attacks. And now, this is one of the best damage reduction perks in the entire game, and your heavy attacks here are still quite strong like I mentioned before, so definitely grab this. Next perk here is absolutely mandatory. This is Tide of Battle. Power wave forward distance increases from 4 to 8 meters. This is actually 10 to 20 meters. The description here has been wrong for ages, and this basically turns your heavy attacks into range attacks, which is very useful even on this weapon. Next perk here is a Following Blow, down here into the perk Strength of Will. Then we go through here into Combo and Majoris Slayer, and that's pretty much all there is for the Death's Grasp Power Fist. Now for the secondary here, I do take the newly buffed Plasma Pistol. Now this weapon actually got like a common shot buff of 30% this patch. It feels way better for damage on common shots now as a result, and you also have way higher contested health recovery on those common shots because of the base damage buff, which is super nice in this game. And also the Firepower version here has the highest gun strike damage in the entire game of all, not the entire game, but not the entire game. Okay. Now, for the secondary weapon here, I do take the newly buffed Plasma Pistol, and it's got a common shot damage buff of like 30% this patch. That feels really good in this game now, and also, as a result, you have way higher contested health recovery on those common shots, which is super strong in this game at the moment, and also the Firepower version here has the highest gun strike damage of the relic tier options, just behind the heroic version. Now, for the perk tree, you actually have quite a few ways to set this up, because these days, the common shots are actually more ammo efficient, like for total damage for ammo use, than the charge shots are, though charge shots obviously have higher DPS. But that being said, I do build it a bit differently because of that, starting off with the perk here Plasma Collection and going to the perk here Rapid Cooling. But then we pick up Plasma Collection again, going to the perk here Blast Radius, Perpetual Velocity for that faster charge speed, down to the perk Plasma Collection. This is where like we take a bit of a change from like Efficient Charge, where I go for Blast Radius again into the perk here Retaliation and Divine Might, and that is pretty much all there is to this one. Though if you want like a little bit more of an ammo efficiency on your charge shots, you can definitely go here instead. But like, to be honest, I don't think it matters too much on this build, because in a lot of cases you will simply be gun striking. Now I will say, if you are not playing against Chaos, or like you're not playing with teammates, I would definitely take a Heavy Bolt Pistol for Tyranids, because Tyranids are really annoying for like Zoanthropes and Neurothropes with a Heavy Bolt Pistol in my opinion, or like a Neo Volkite or Standard Bolt Pistol. But like Plasma especially, the only place this gun really suffers is in that ammo economy, and also just like headshot damage, because there is no headshot multiplier on this thing. So stuff like Zoanthropes are a bit obnoxious. But, you know, that is up to you. That's pretty much all there is for the secondary. Now, for the Bulwark perk tree, you have a couple ways to set this up. So, number one, I take the perk here, Intimidating Aura first. A perfect time parry deals AoE damage in a 5-meter radius. The cooldown is 5 seconds. This will put out a ton of damage for free, especially on a fencing weapon, because you'll pretty much get an off cooldown trigger all the time. So, definitely pick this one up for like pure damage, though Conviction can be a better option for survivability sometimes, but that's up to you. Next perk here is Scramble Targeting. If you're surrounded by 5 or more enemies, you will take 25% less damage from range attacks. This is a nice range damage reduction in this game. I think scramble targeting is way underrated because being surrounded by 5 or more enemies happens all the time in Space Marine 2, so I usually always pick this up. Next perk here is Armor Reinforcement, non-finisher gun strikes for 1 armor segment. Now I will say, this perk works pretty well against both Chaos and Tyranids, but it definitely overperforms against Tyranids because they just feed you armor all the time. And if you're fighting Chaos and you feel like you're dying to range attacks, you can definitely pick up the perk up here, Seal Within instead, which says when your health's less than 50%, you take 30% less health damage. This perk is overall stronger than Armor Reinforcement, but Armor Reinforcement is definitely easier to use for like a lot of players. Next perk here is Focus Restoration. Every 30 seconds, all team members automatically restore 1 armor segment. This is just free armor for your entire team, and giving free armor to a class like Tactical or Techmarine, but who are incredibly squishy at times in this game, is super valuable, so really strong option. If you want like a super easy time with like contested health management, you can definitely pick up Advanced Conditioning instead, because this one is better for newer players in my opinion. Next perk here is Purity of Purpose. The banner deals damage over time to enemies with area of effect. This is just a free shock nade around your banner. Purity of Purpose will wipe out Minoras for you entirely and do a ton of damage to Majoris, Extremis, and even bosses. A really powerful option and pretty free use. Next perk here is Invigorating Icon. When the banner is activated, all team members regain maximum contested health, but it recharges 50% slower. This is the go-to healing perk in Space Marine 2 pretty much. Being able to print HP off your banner is incredible in Space Marine 2, and this is definitely the best perk for new players and like one of the best perks in the entire game for margin for error, so definitely pick this up on this build. Next perk here is Merciless Resolve. After a Shield Bash, Shield Rush, or Thunder Hammer Pommel Smash, melee damage increases by 15%, and you do not destroy heavy hits and cannot be knocked back for 10 seconds. This perk is really nice for that no knockback, and having a damage buff here as well is pretty nice, though I will say, if you don't want to take this, you just want to take like Armor Advance for no knockback, you could definitely just pick up Rejuvenating Effect, or the perk down here, Inspiration, instead. Now, the next perk I take here is Defensive Mastery. A perfect time parry or block instantly incapacitates a Majoris or Extremis level enemy. The cooldown is 90 seconds. A 90-second cooldown on one-shotting an Extremis in a boss fight is invaluable at times. A really underrated perk, and also in Siege mode, sometimes this perk will come out to like stupid amounts of damage because one-shotting a like wave 24 enemy with Defensive Mastery comes out to like multiple Melta bombs worth of damage. But that being said, this is not a build for Siege mode, and Defensive Mastery still performs very well in hard strats and operations, though a bit of an easier time could be found in Armor Advance because this one just gives you back no knockback for using your armor at all pretty much, and you have armor regen all over the place on this build. And that's pretty much all there is for the main perk tree. Now for the prestige perk options, this one's pretty standard. You can either pick up the perk here Auxiliary Reload first for ammunition economy, or Resilience for more stim HP. That is up to you. Either way, I would always take Overcharge even on this weapon because Overcharge is just that strong of a perk that the damage buff here is still worthwhile on a 50% reduction with Death's Grasp. And next perk here is Powerful Shot for range damage increase of 20%, and the final perk is Masterful Defense for ability charge being restored by 1% for every blocked range attack, because CDR in Space Marine 2 and really any horde shooter is just a top tier effect, and this one is one of the best found in this entire game. And that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. The Heroic Power Fist is an amazing weapon for like most of the player base. I think this one's honestly super underrated because the light attack damage here is very strong, and it's great for gun strikes, and it's also a ton of fun to use. So hopefully this guide helped you, and if you like content like this, subscribe for more. And if you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, and also a link to my community Discord. I also want to say a special thank you to my channel members. Your guys' support has been incredible in this game, and I really appreciate that because it does help me just, make content like this. And as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. Hey guys, first Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about a Las Fusil build for the Sniper class in Space Marine 2 Patch 13. Now, the main idea behind this build is using our Las Fusil for horde control and maximizing range damage with stuff like targeted shot, and for that reason, we will be using the rate of fire version because this one's overall DPS is just by far the highest. It also makes it very easy to just rapid fire into a Minoris horde and trigger perk effects like our Brutal Rampage or things up here like Instant Health. Now, for the perk tree here, we do go into the ammo capacity version first with this perk down here with increased capacity, mainly because if you take all these perks down here, you will hit the breakpoint to get back 3 shots instead of 2 off of Versatile Precision, so pretty good option for that, which is why I go down that row. Now, the next perk here is Adamant Restoration, going here into the perk Amplification. This will just give us a wider radius on our beam by 15%, and then move up here into the perk Headhunter, and then we take a beam radius perk again, and then move through here into Great Might and Divine Might, because this one gives us more damage in my testing than the perk up here, Headhunter, and the next perk here is Brutal Rampage. After killing 3 enemies or more with one shot, you will deal 25% more damage for 5 seconds. This is really good for clearing out Minotaurs hordes of Hormagaunts and stuff like that, because basically you'll trigger this perk at 5 seconds of bonus damage to shoot Majoris around them, so pretty strong for that. And the perk up here, Instant Health, is pretty good for recovering if you're low HP, but usually if you take the perk over here, Purification, doesn't really come up that much, because this one kind of saves your life all on its own, so a little bit redundant to go up here into this tree. Next perk here is Increased Capacity, and Increased Capacity again, and that's pretty much all there is for the Las Fusil build. Now, for our secondary, I do take the Firepower Bolt Pistol, mainly because this one is pretty fast to fire, and that does help us out with things like Pattern of Excellence to actually trigger these 3 consecutive headshots. And even though you can do this on the Las Fusil, it's just easier with a bolt pistol, so for that reason, we take the Firepower variant. This one also has the highest gunstrike damage out of all these options, so it's good for that as well. Now, for the perk tree here, we do go down the top tree predominantly, starting off with the perk over here, Perpetual Precision. Maximum spread decreases by 10%, moving here into the perk Headhunter for a 10% damage buff. And then we pick up the perk Gunstrike Reload, Increased Capacity, Headhunter again, and then the most important perk here, which is Elite Hunter. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a melee weapon, headshots will deal 50% more damage for 10 seconds. Now, this will trigger on a melee execute, not just a melee kill, just keep that in mind. Though to actually have this perk take effect, you do have to have your secondary equipped. If you swap off of it for any reason, you will lose the effect entirely, so just keep that in mind. Next perk here is Headhunter down here to the perk Extended Magazine, and the final perk here is Divine Might, and that's pretty much all there is for the bolt pistol. Now for the melee weapon, we do take the Argent Edge, and the Argent Edge is very strong on this build in particular because number one, this has the perk effect Scathing Retort, where the post window is shorter, but each perfect parry damages and staggers the enemy. This will give you a gun strike opportunity on every single enemy you parry on the first parry no matter what because of this effect, and that really helps us out with things like Exacting Focus down here for a 20% range damage buff for 10 seconds after a gun strike. And usually on the sniper class, you will get a parry, you will gun strike the enemy, and you'll immediately fire off your Las Fusil or go cloak and fire off your Las Fusil, and because of that, you're getting a tremendous damage increase on like targeted shot and Exacting Focus being up from that gun strike, so a really powerful option. Now, for the perk tree here, we do start off with the perk Armored Strength first, or excuse me, Perpetual Strength first. Moving here to the perk Kinetic Energy, each consecutive heavy attack increases heavy attack melee damage by 3% up to 30% for 3 seconds. Now, this perk is okay on the Argent Edge. Your speed here is not that fast, so Power Gladius can be better for horde control, but this one's still quite strong. Next perk here is Perpetual Strength over here into the perk Heavy Onslaught. Heavy attacks with this weapon deal 15% more melee damage. Then we grab the perk here, Reeling Blow, down to Shadow Stab for single target damage. Then I go up here into Tide of Battle and Shoulder Bash, because replacing Distance Stab with Shoulder Bash, this lunging attack just feels way better to me, so I do prefer it. And the final perk is Terminus Slayer for more boss damage. That's pretty much all there is for our melee weapon. Now for the Sniper's perk tree, I do take the perk here, Melee Mastery first. Melee damage increases by 20% against Majoris and higher enemies. This is pretty nice with the Argent Edge. The base damage of the Argent Edge is actually pretty high in this game, so he does really benefit from a multiplicative melee damage buff here. Though I will say, if you want to take Block Break for an easier time with Horde Clear against shielded Zangors or like Biovores and Sword Warriors, you could do that. I just prioritize this one. Next perk here is Vantage Point. Remaining stationary for 2 seconds increases your ranged weapons damage by 20%. This is a very substantial buff to your range damage here, and the Las Fusil especially can take advantage of this with the Rate of Fire version, so pretty strong perk option. And also the perk up here, High Capacity, does very little for you on the Las Fusil here, because we already hit the breakpoint just by taking all these perks down here to actually get the 3 shots back on a single versatile precision trigger. This one doesn't take us up to 4 at all, so really not worth taking. Next perk here is Lethal Efficiency, because it's the only one that works with the Las Fusil. It just makes you have infinite ammo and like Hormagaun hordes. And the next perk for your team perk selection is Squad Renewal. A headshot kill restores ability charge by 10% for any squad member. Now, if you're taking like a bolt sniper or things like that, these days you can actually take things like precision targeting or the perk up here Marksmanship, but Squad Renewal is much better for the Las Fusil because unfortunately you will not trigger Lingering Concealment immediately after you start charging your weapon. You actually have to fire off Las Fusil, and unlike a bolter, you get like the break immediately. Las Fusil will not do that because the charge does not actually count as an attack until you actually fire off the laser beam. So that is kind of like an unfortunate perk combo there, so you don't really get the full benefit from these perks. Next perk here is Purification, mainly activating Camo Cloak removes negative status effects, restores all contested health. And now the next perk here is Targeted Shot. The first range attack that breaks Camo Cloak deals 75% more damage. This helps out the Las Fusil with breakpoints and killing things like Neurothropes pretty well. And also Tactical Ambush down here, we don't really get a ton of benefit from this on Argent Edge compared to a Power Gladius, so this is kind of the no-brainer option. The next perk here is Lingering Concealment, going down here into the perk Power of Excellence. Performing 3 consecutive headshots for equipment charged by 1, the cooldown is 30 seconds. This just gives you back 30-second Melta bombs, shock nades, cracks, and stuff like that. And equipment is the #1 way you actually get back like Majora's Horde Clear and stuff like that in this class, so for that reason we pretty much always pick it up. Now for the Prestige perk tree, I do take the perk here Emperor's Grace first. When Camo Cloak activates, you become invulnerable to damage for 2 seconds. This invulnerability is super useful on this class. You can do a ton with this perk. You can dodge out of like Hellbrute beams, you can dodge out of their Hellbrute AoE. You can also do things like just slipping through the Neurothrope waves and stuff like that. Super useful perk. Next perk here is Versatile Precision to give us back like 15% of our power weapons ammo on a secondary kill with a 15-second cooldown. Super strong option, especially on this class, and like this is really how you solve your ammo economy on this gun. Final perks here are Conviction for a 25% health damage reduction, into the perk here Exacting Focus for dealing 20% more range damage for 10 seconds after a gun strike. And that is pretty much all there is for this build, guys. You know, I will say this build will perform very well against both Chaos and Tyranids. The Las Fusil is a very powerful gun, and hopefully this build guide helped you. And if you like content like this, subscribe for more. If you want to catch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, alongside a link to my community Discord. Hey guys, first regards here, and I'll be talking about a Bulwark Carbine sniper build for Space Marine 2 patch 13 to dominate both Chaos and Tyranid operations and hard strats. Now, the ammo reserve option on the automatic Bulwark Carbine is one of the best options for close range in the entire game. This thing is super ammo efficient, has a ton of damage, and even though you have 2 accuracy here, if you pick up the perk Home Precision for a 50% reduced spread while hip firing, it really does not matter at all. Like, you completely circumvent this stat entirely and get the full benefit of a fat magazine size and a fat ammo reserve. Now, for the rest of the perk tree on this, I do start off with the perk here Headhunter first, moving here into the perk Rapid Health, but then I pick up the perk Divine Might for a 10% damage buff, then we grab Headhunter and Headhunter again for a 20% headshot damage increase, going down to Extended Magazine, Divine Might again for another damage increase, and then I pick up the perk here Cleaving Fire. Shots will penetrate enemy block stances, dealing 25% of the usual damage. Now on this build, I am taking the block break perk, so this actually goes up to like 75%, which means you can pretty much sit in a Tyranid warrior's face and just barrel stuff them and still do a ton of damage. Really nice option for that. Moving here into the perk Adamant Hunter, when your health is below 30%, headshots will deal 25% more damage. This is a super powerful headshot damage increase, and being below 30% HP on a sniper class of things like Purification and of course Emperor's Grace and Conviction is actually pretty easy, because this sniper class is very strong at just not dying at low HP and really just not dying in general, because sniper is just kind of cracked when it comes to like recovery tools like Purification. Now the next perk I take here is Maximum Spread Reduction of Perpetual Precision, moving up here into the perk Gunstrike Reload to instantaneously reload our weapon on a gunstrike. Now on this build I am taking Argent Edge, so having gunstrikes will happen all the damn time, and also this might be a little bit redundant with stuff like Dexterous Hands because you do get a faster Bulwark Carbine reload speed off of this perk, but that being said, an instantaneous reload speed on a gunstrike, that does feel pretty good in this game. And if you really don't want this perk, you could go here for like Recoupment instead, and if you really don't care for the top row at all, you could go all the way down here for more ammo and things like Divine Might for a 10% damage buff. That is up to you, and that's all there is for the primary range weapon. Now for my secondary weapon, I do take the Heroic Heavy Bolt Pistol Retribution's Bequest, mainly for the super high gun strike damage here, because once again we do have an Argent Edge for gun strikes, and on top of the fact that having an option to stop reinforcement calls from long range is pretty nice on this build, because our primary is not very good at that at all, so definitely nice synergy there. Now for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk Divine Might first, moving here to the perk Perpetual Penetration, and then I pick up Increased Capacity, Extended Magazine, and the most important perk, which is of course Death Strike. After killing a Majora's or higher enemy in melee combat, he will deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. All you have to do to actually trigger this perk is just melee execute an enemy, but keep in mind, you have to have your secondary equipped to trigger this effect, and if you swap off during the 10-second duration, you will lose the effect entirely. Next perk here is Great Might, moving here into the perk Strong Start, then I pick up the perk Able Damage. After using a class ability, damage increases by 20% for 10 seconds. On a sniper class, use your Camo Cloak all the time, so really easy to trigger this over and over. Though I will say, if you want like more flat damage without any conditions, you could go up here for stuff like Discipline and of course Headhunter, but it is up to you. Next perk here is Home Precision, up here into Gunstrike Reload again, and the final perk is Tactical Precision for 20% more headshot damage with a non-headshot damage decrease of 10%, because headshot damage is like really all you care about in this gun for the most part, and especially on a sniper class where you have a 10% buff anyways, just in like our starting perk 3. Now, for the melee weapon, we do take the Argent Edge. This is the best fencing weapon in the entire game. A super strong option for like any build that doesn't really want to do a ton of melee damage, because really all you have to do with this weapon is just parry enemies, get that gun strike, trigger perk effects down here like Exacting Focus, and just shoot them in the face of your Bulwark Carbine. So a really good synergy there, and also really good for defense. For the perk tree, it does not matter too much. We just use this as a parry tool for the most part, so you can build however you want, but today I took Perpetual Strength here first, moving here to the perk Kinetic Energy, Perpetual Strength again, Heavy Onslaught, Reeling Blow, Shoulder Bash right here, which would be Shoulder Stab and Shoulder Bash, and then we take the perk here, Tide of Battle as well, and the final perk is Terminus Slayer, because that's really all you need on this weapon, because the actual damage doesn't matter too much, even though the 18 Strength is pretty nice. Now, for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk Block Break first. Shots will penetrate enemy block stances, dealing 50% of the usual damage. Moving here to the perk Vantage Point. Remaining stationary for 2 seconds increases your ranged weapons damage by 20%. This is actually pretty easy to pull off these days with the perk over here, Lingering Concealment, because all you have to do is just go cloak, sit still, shoot your gun. You'll immediately trigger the Lingering Concealment effect to be camo cloaked for an extra 2 seconds, and you usually have this effect activate during that time period. And also, the Sniper Camo Cloak only has a base cooldown of 90 seconds these days, which is super easy to like cycle back into over and over now, so a really strong option here these days. Next perk here is Dexterous Hands. Bulwark Carbines reload 20% faster and the weapon spread recoil reduced by 15%. This is the only perk in this column that does anything for us, so definitely pick this up. Next perk is your choice of Marksmanship, Precision Targeting, or even the perk Squad Renewal. We're taking Marksmanship for a flat headshot damage buff because this is pretty nice, but if you want like less weapon spread, you could take this, and also the damage buff against Extremis and Terminus is also pretty good here. Next perk here is Purification. Manually activating Camo Cloak removes negative stats effects and restores all contested health. Now, you may be wondering, why are we not taking Renewal or Squad Renewal in this build? Well, the thing is, on the Sniper class these days, your cooldown is not that long at all, like I mentioned before, so getting back your Camo Cloak just like a normal cooldown is super easy, which does open up the opportunity to pick up stuff like Purification without building into, things like Renewal for more ability charge. Next perk here is Targeted Shot. The first range attack that breaks Camo Cloak deals 75% more damage. Now, as of patch 11 forward, the time period this perk works is actually enough to get multiple shots off on like things like the Bulwark Carbine and the Heroic Instigator, and for that reason you actually get 5 shots with that 75% damage buff off before it runs out, so really strong for us here and good for like a little bit of extra range damage. Next perk here is Lingering Concealment. After performing an attack that breaks Camo Cloak, you remain hidden for 2 seconds. Because of that base cooldown reduction, this is a god tier perk now. I mean, it was already a god tier perk before, but like these days it's even better, so definitely grab this. And the final perk here is Power of Excellence. Performing 3 consecutive headshots towards equipment charged by 1, the cooldown is 30 seconds. Now, the only thing the Sniper class kind of struggles with in this game is Horde Clear, so this kind of circumvents that, because if you do wind up finding things like a Melta Bomb, or even like a Shock Nade, Frag, or Crack, this will help you out a ton, because a 30-second Melta Bomb or like Pyroblaster Canister is a tremendous amount of Horde Clear value for only like 3 consecutive headshots, which is super easy to do on a Bulwark Carbine. And that's pretty much all there is for the main perk tree. Now we're going to go into the prestige perks here, starting off with the perk Emperor's Grace. When Camo Cloak activates, you become invulnerable to damage for 2 seconds. This perk is just mandatory in my opinion. Invulnerability in Space Marine 2 counts for damage and knockback, so you cannot be knocked over at all. You'll just phase through through enemy attacks with this perk active, so a really strong utility option. Next perk here is Versatile Precision, which says performing a kill with your secondary weapon restores 15% of your primary weapon's ammo. The cooldown is 15 seconds. With this perk, you will pretty much never run out of ammo on your bolt carbine, and because this is a percentage restore, you will get back a ton of bolt carbine because you have a ton of ammo built into this weapon. Now, the final perks here are Conviction for a 25% health damage reduction for 15 seconds on armor break, because this is like the ultimate tank perk for your class. And the final perk here is Exacting Focus, which is after a gun strike, you'll deal 20% more range damage for 10 seconds, because this is just a nice free range damage buff. And once again, we do have an Argent Edge, which makes it pretty easy. And that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. This is one of the easiest builds in the entire game to run on any faction for the sniper class. Really powerful perk synergies here, really powerful heroic options for him. Maybe one day the heroic bolt carbine will crack it even more, but for now, that's all I have to say in this one, and hopefully this build guide helped you. And if you like content like this, subscribe for more, and if you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, alongside a link to my community Discord. I also want to say a special thank you to my channel members. Your support has helped me make videos like this for like the past 2 years now, and I really appreciate that. And as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. Hey guys, first Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about a heroic bolt sniper rifle build using the Power Gladius on the sniper class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, the main idea behind this build is using the Power Gladius and Tactical Ambush for enormous melee damage on top of stuff like Marksmanship and the heroic bolt sniper rifle to still one-shot Majoris at range, because this weapon is, in my opinion, the overall best weapon on the sniper class if you hit every single headshot, but for most players, it will be the best for like Tyranids, and we'll be using it on that today. So for the perk tree here, the heroic perk effect is called Replenishing Hit. After performing a headshot, one round is automatically reloaded into the weapon, so effectively, as long as you keep hitting your headshots, you will never run out of ammo. But the big thing here is that this weapon will not take benefit from any ammo restoration perk like Reload Restoration, or stuff in your prestige perk tree like Versatile Precision. These perks do not work at all in this weapon, in case you were unaware, so don't take those. Now, for the perk tree here, I do start off with Extended Magazine first, moving here into the perk Divine Might for a 10% damage buff. Then I pick up Finisher Reload down here to Adamantine Grip, and then we grab the perk here Unwavering Resolve. After reloading while having low ammo, damage increases by 25% for 5 seconds, picking up the next perk here, Headhunter, for a 10% headshot damage buff. Then we go down here into the perk Increased Capacity for a 20% ammo reserve buff on this, though this really only comes out to like one extra bullet. One extra bullet is still pretty nice sometimes. Next perk here is Strong Start. First round of magazine deals 25% more damage. Now, when it comes to this perk, because of the way this weapon works, you will actually get ammunition directly back into your magazine, and because of that, you can get the 25% damage buff here every single shot if you keep hitting every single headshot on your first shot in your magazine. So a really powerful perk option for him, and same thing down here for something like Strong Finish for 50% more damage on the last round of magazine. But the obvious downside of this one over the one up here is that if you miss one shot, you're now stuck reloading. So if you want to do that, you definitely can, but the overall perk tree options in this row are a bit better. Next perk here is Cleaving Fire, and the final perk is Recoupment. Killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a headshot, this weapon restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Armor restoration built into your bolter weapon like this is super nice, and a lot of the time you'll be playing the sniper class, you'll be getting shot at by like a Tyranid Devourer or something like that, and you'll get some chip damage on you, and having that one extra armor off the headshot kill will help you out a ton, avoiding any HP loss. So that's pretty much all there is for the bolt sniper here, and this perk is very strong. Now for the secondary, I do take the Firepower bolt pistol because this weapon's actually pretty good as of like patch 11 plus. They did buff up all the bolt pistol damage, and for the most part, I think this one fits pretty well with stuff like Pattern of Excellence for 3 consecutive headshots, because it is very easy to just pull off 3 headshots on a bolt pistol, like the heroic variant, or even the heavy bolt pistol if you want to use that instead. Now for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk Perpetual Precision, moving here to the perk Headhunter, Gunstrike Reload, and then pick up Increased Capacity, Headhunter again, and the most important perk, which is of course Elite Hunter. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a melee weapon, headshots will deal 50% more damage for 10 seconds. This will apply on a melee execute, not just a melee kill, and a 50% buff here is super strong. Just be aware that if you swap off your gun or you don't have your gun equipped when this triggers, you will lose the effect or not apply it at all. Next perk here is Headhunter, down here into the perk Extended Magazine, and the final perk is Divine Might, and that's all there is for the bolt pistol here. Now for our melee weapon, we do take the Power Gladius because this one has the top tier damage effect for the heroic perk with Agile Strike. After a perfect dodge, the next melee attack deals 120% more damage damage can be stacked up to 3 times. Now, when you stack this all the way with stuff like Shadow Stab on top of your perk tree options like Tactical Ambush for 150% more melee damage on a Camo Cloak break, you will do a stupid amount of melee damage on a single Shadow Stab. A really powerful option for this class, and also the 7+ speed here makes it pretty strong for Horde Clear as well. Now, for the perk tree, we just set up for all heavy attack damage pretty much, starting off with Perpetual Strength first, moving here into the perk Kinetic Energy, and then we pick up a Perpetual Strength again into the perk here Heavy Onslaught. And then I grab the perk Reeling Blow and of course Shadow Stab, because Shadow Stab is the single best single target damage ability on this weapon, like really the whole selling point of the knife in general. And the next perk here is Tide of Battle, and then I pick up Shoulder Bash. Now, this perk isn't like completely mandatory. You could just skip this over for like another 5% buff here in Perpetual Strength, but I think the Shoulder Bash is a way better lunging attack than normal distance stab is, so I do like to pick it up. And the final perk here is Terminus Slayer for 20% more damage against Terminus level enemies, because usually if you're going for like 360% bonus damage on a single Shadow Stab, you're going to be using that on a boss, so definitely pick this up. And that's pretty much all there is for our weapon setup. Now, for the perk tree, we just go for all melee damage here, starting off with Melee Mastery first. Melee damage increases by 20% against Majoris and higher enemies. This is a 20% multiplicative melee damage buff. It's actually one of the best melee perks in the game, which is pretty funny to find it on a sniper class. And next perk here is of course Adaptability. Reloading while having low ammo or manually activating Camo Cloak increases melee damage by 25% for 10 seconds. You will be activating Camo Cloak to trigger Tactical Ambush anyways, so really good synergy there. The next perk here is Iron Grip. Weapon spread and recoil reduced by 20%, and range damage against Terminus level enemies is increased by 15% for both sniper rifles and Stalker bolt rifles. Now, we only have a bolt sniper rifle here, as it's the only perk that does anything in this column, so it definitely pick this up. And next perk here is Marksmanship. Headshot damage increases by 10% for all team members. Moving down here into the perk Renewal. A headshot kill restores Camo Cloak's charge by 15%. And I will say, if you want to take something like Precision Targeting or Squad Renewal and Purification, you could do that instead, or you could just match this perk with Marksmanship anyways, because back in like patch 12, they did lower the base cooldown of the Camo Cloak down to 90 seconds from like 120, so it's way easier to maintain now without things like Renewal. But that being said, I still think this one's the overall best option, but Purification is definitely a safer option here. Next perk here is Tactical Ambush. The first melee attack that breaks Camo Cloak deals 150% more damage, and the next perk is Lingering Concealment. After performing an attack that breaks Camo Cloak, you remain hidden for 2 seconds. With the new base cooldown being 90 on the Camo Cloak, this is such a strong perk effect, because you'll pretty much have your Camo Cloak come back before like this is even running out half the time, so really strong option for you. I would definitely pick this up. And the final perk here is Pattern of Excellence, of course. Performing 3 consecutive headshots restores equipment charge by 1. The cooldown is 30 seconds, and this is the main form of Horde Clear on this build. Doesn't matter if it's like a shock grenade, crack grenade, frag, it can really be anything even outside of Melta bombs. This is just a very powerful perk effect, because equipment in Space Marine 2 in general is just life-saving, so definitely grab this. Now, for our prestige perk options, we just take Emperor's Grace first, moving here into the perk Indomitable Spirit. Then I pick up Conviction and Exacting Focus for more range damage, because that is the overall best setup on this in my opinion. You could skip over some stuff, like maybe you don't want Exacting Focus, you want Material Upgrade instead, but this perk here does nothing for us, and versatility is not that strong with a bolt pistol, so for that reason, I do think these 4 here are the best option. That's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. The Bolt Sniper Rifle's a very strong weapon these days. I think this one has really benefited from just like the overall, power creep of the game in general. And it was already a very strong option when it came out in patch 11, but hopefully this build guide helped you. If you like content like this, subscribe for more. If you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description. I'll say a link to my community Discord. And I also want to say a special thank you to all of my channel members. You guys have been super supportive, and I appreciate that a ton. And as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. Hey guys, first regardsman here, and I'll be talking about a heroic Instigator Bolt Carbine build for the Sniper class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, this build is mainly going for hip fire on the Instigator and Horde Clear off of things like the Inferno Pistol and our Bombs of Pattern of Excellence, and to achieve our Laser Beam hip fire, we will be taking things like Dexterous Hands and the perk here Precision Targeting on top of the perk in our weapon perk tree, which is of course Home Precision. Equipped weapons max and spread decreases by 50% when firing without aiming. Now, this perk makes your gun a laser beam on the hip fire. You can like just shoot guys off the hip fire from a mile away. Super fun option. It makes this gun feel pretty damn good, and this weapon's already pretty strong on the sniper anyways. Now, for the rest of the perk tree here, you do have a couple options. Now, I go down the bottom row first for extended magazine. Magazine size increases by 15% of the maximum. This will give us 5 more shots in our magazine and 5 more shots with the perk over here, targeted shot. That is enough in your camo cloak to one burst a Majoris Rubric Marine or like the other ranged Tyranid warriors like a Venom Cannon. So pretty good for that. And also more ammo is just pretty nice off of things like Adamant Restoration here, or Reload Restoration I should say, which is after reloading, your ammo reserve is restored by 50% of the number of enemies hit, cannot exceed maximum ammo capacity. So I do prefer the bottom row, but if you want more damage, you can go up here for like Efficient Hunter and the perk here, Headhunter. Now the next perk I take here is Divine Might, moving up here into the perk Fast Reload. This weapon reloads 10% faster. We mainly go here so we can pick up the much better perk, which is Finisher Reload. After a finisher of the equipped weapon instantaneously reloads. This is a super nice perk effect when you're using this gun and you actually just want to like run around and just fire all the time, and you don't have the perk here, Efficient Readiness. This is a super nice option, just have your weapon topped off all the time. Next perk here is Recoupment. Killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a headshot, this weapon restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Getting 1 armor back on the headshot is super damn useful in hard strats and the operations mode, so we're taking that today. And we also pick this up so we can move into the next perk here, which is very strong, which is Tactical Precision. Headshots will deal 20% more damage, non-headshot damage decreases by 10%. On the sniper class especially, you pretty much always want headshot damage, because not only do you have perks in your perk tree like Marksmanship for more headshot damage, you also have things in your perk tree like your base starting perk for a starting perk increase of 10% for your headshot damage. So really important, just like building the headshot perks in my opinion. Now the next perk here is Headhunter, down here into the perk Great Might. Then we pick up the perk here, Home Precision, for that laser beam hip fire, and that's pretty much all there is for the perk tree setup here. Now I will say, if you want to skip Headhunter here and you want to go down here for the perk Cleaving Fire instead, you can do 75% damage on this build with the perk Block Break on a blocking enemy. That is actually pretty strong on this gun. It does make it pretty easy to just like blow through the Tyranid warriors that are using their sword arms, and because of that, if you want to take that perk instead, you definitely can. I just prefer the option up here instead for headshot damage, and that's pretty much all there is for this gun. Now for our secondary here, I do take the Inferno Pistol. Now the Inferno Pistol is a really nice complement to the Instigator here, because our Horde Clear is not like super strong on this build without things like a Melta Bomb spam off this perk or an Inferno Pistol to clean up Hormigons, and being able to trigger your armor regen off of trick shot and stuff like that. It's just pretty valuable on this build in my opinion. Now the variant I pick here is the ammo capacity magazine version. If you want to take the rate of fire version, you can also do that. That is up to you. I just prefer more overall ammo on this build because I do want to get more triggers off of things like Versatile Precision. Now for the perk tree here, I do take the perk Perpetual Range first, moving here into the perk Brace Reload. And then we pick up Perpetual Range again, the perk here Great Might, moving into Increased Capacity, Adamant Restoration, Extra Shot, and Trick Shot. And that's pretty much all there is for this build. And if you take the rate of fire one, I would also just build it the same way. But you know, you could go up top if you really want to. Now for the melee weapon, we are not building for melee damage at all today, so we're taking the Argent Edge. This has the heroic perk effect down here, Scathing Retort. The riposte window is shorter, but each perfect parry damages and staggers the enemy. Now, when it says stagger the enemy, that means you get a gun strike on every parry no matter what. There are multiple combo chains in Space Marine 2 that will not give you a perfect parry gun strike opportunity on the first one. They have like a set breakpoint. So for example, a triple Ravener combo, only the final hit of that will usually give you a gun strike. With this perk, you'll get the gun strike off the first parry. So super good for preventing stun locks, and also just great for like triggering perk effects like we have in our Prestige perk tree with Exacting Focus for 20% more range damage on a gun strike. So a really nice option there. Now for the perk tree, it doesn't matter too much on this build because you're mainly using this weapon for the fencing parry window, or excuse me, like the stagger here really. And the perk tree option I took is just Perpetual Strength, Kinetic Energy into the perk Perpetual Strength again. Then I pick up the perk here Heavy Onslaught, Reeling Blow, Shadow Stab, Tide of Battle, Shoulder Bash, and Terminus Slayer, and that's pretty much all there is for our melee selection and our overall weapon selection. Now, for the sniper's perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, Block Break first. Shots will penetrate enemy block stances, dealing 50% of the usual damage. Now, normally I take Melee Mastery for a 20% multiplicative melee damage buff against Majoris and higher enemies, but on this build, we really do prefer Block Break because our Argent Edge, we're not really using this for melee damage out of things like Hormagaunts anyways, so having Block Break, being able to shoot through Biovore plates, being able to shoot through Shield Zangors, and of course the Bone Sword Warriors, that is really useful for us, and you'll actually nuke them down pretty quick. Next perk here is Vantage Point. Remaining stationary for 2 seconds increases your ranged weapons damage by 20%. Now, because they buffed the Sniper Camo Cloak base cooldown to be 90 seconds instead of 125 seconds, you can actually trigger this perk after firing immediately with Lingering Concealment for a 2-second lingering duration on your Camo Cloak, and your Camo Cloak will pretty much come back immediately to do it again. You don't have to move much at all, and Vantage Point is pretty strong because sitting in one spot now is pretty easy. Next perk here is Dexterous Hands. Bolt carbines reload 20% faster and their weapon spread and recoil reduced by 15%. This is the only perk in this column that does anything for us, so definitely pick it up. And the next perk here is, of course, the perk Precision Targeting. Weapon spread is reduced by 25%, and the range damage you do against Extremis and Terminus level enemies is increased by 15% for all team members. Now, this buffs up boss damage for your teammates, but also the weapon spread reduction here, that makes your gun significantly better. With the buffed Camo Cloak cooldown of 90 seconds, you don't actually need to take perks down here like Squad Renewal or Renewal anymore. You can actually just like cycle into your Camo Cloak off Lingering Concealment pretty easily because the base cooldown is really not that bad anymore, and that opens you up to take these team perks here and stuff like Purification on top of that, which is what we'll be doing today. Now, this one says that manually activating Camo Cloak removes negative status effects and restores all contested health. This is a god tier perk on the sniper class, especially for the new operation, because you can Camo Cloak cancel and just get rid of your status effect and like the Poison Swamp whenever you want. A pretty fun option here, though I will say you can really take whatever you want on this column here if you feel comfortable with that. This is just the safest option, and vice versa here. If you want to take Marksmanship or Squad Renewal, you could do that. You will just lose a bit of your weapon spread off of this perk. Next perk here is Targeted Shot. The first range attack that breaks Camo Cloak deals 75% more damage. Now, back in patch 11, they actually buffed up this perk to have a lingering duration that is long enough to get the full damage effect on a single burst of your 5-round burst here, so pretty good for this build especially. And next perk here is Lingering Concealment. After performing an attack that breaks Camo Cloak, you remain hidden for 2 seconds. Now, this perk is significantly stronger with that 90-second base cooldown on your Camo Cloak because any shot from your bolt weapons like an Instigator Carbine will break the Camo Cloak immediately, and because of that, you will be in that 2-second lingering duration, and your Camo Cloak recharge will come back pretty much immediately after, which is super strong. You can cycle back into your Camo Cloak very easily from stealth because of that, so you definitely want this perk on this build. Final perk here is Pattern of Excellence, performing 3 consecutive headshots restores equipment charged by 1. The cooldown is 30 seconds. Now, this is the main source of equipment regen on this class in general, and really the only source here, because 30-second Melta Bombs, Shock Nades, Cracks, Pyreblaster Canisters, those will all solve problems for you all on their own. Equipment just wins games, in this game, and for that reason, you pretty much always pick up this perk. And I'll also just say, on this build especially, since we don't have like a Power Gladius and stuff, being able to like auto remove a Terminator or something from a boss fight with a Melta Bomb, that is invaluable, so definitely grab this. And also getting the 3 consecutive headshots, every single shot from the burst fire of this heroic perk effect will count as an individual shot for the effects of this perk, so very easy to trigger. Now, for the prestige perk options here, I do take Emperor's Phrase first. When Camo Cloak activates, you become invulnerable to damage for 2 seconds. Now, invulnerability in Space Marine 2 will count for both knockback and damage, and because of that, this gives you a ridiculous amount of utility. You pretty much always pick this up. This is an S tier perk for sure, like one of the best in the whole game. Next perk here is Versatile Precision. Performing a kill with your secondary weapon restores 15% of your primary weapon's ammo. Cooldown is 15 seconds. This just solves the ammo economy of the sniper class all on its own. You pretty much always grab this because as long as you are not using the heroic bolt sniper, it will benefit your primary weapon. Final perks here are Conviction for a 25% health damage reduction for 15 seconds on Armor Break, because this perk makes the sniper significantly tanky. In fact, this perk alone is why he is so much tankier than, say, a Techmarine, because Techmarine can get nuked very easily, and Sniper has this HP damage reduction for 15 seconds, which is very powerful. God tier perk, you pretty much always pick up these 3. Final perk here is Exacting Focus. After a gun strike, you will deal 20% more range damage for 10 seconds here. This is very easy to trigger on any build ever, pretty much. The Argent Edge especially, though, is super strong for this, and a 20% buff, that is basically free, and that's pretty much all there is for this heroic Instigator build, guys. This one is really easy to run through on both Chaos and Tyranids. Purification is a super strong perk effect. The base cooldown buff they did in like patch 12.2, it just made the sniper significantly better overall, and really opened up some build variety for him. But if you want an even easier time, you could take Squad Renewal on top of this, and that'll make your life even, like, you know, that much easier. And that's pretty much all there is for this one, guys. Hopefully this build guide helped you. Hey guys, first regards in here, I'll be talking about an endless ammo bolt sniper rifle build for the sniper class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, I know a lot of you guys like the heroic bolt sniper rifle, but this weapon can be a little tricky to use for a lot of players, and today I want to go over a bit of a different bolt sniper rifle build using one of the relic tier options, more importantly the ammo reserve option. Now, the big thing about this weapon is that you have a fat stack of ammo in like pretty much every relic tier option compared to the heroic version, and that means you can also take advantage of things like versatile precision in your prestige perk tree and percentage increases on your total ammunition with stuff like high capacity, so we'll be building around that today. Now, for the perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, extended magazine first. Magazine size increases by 15% of the maximum, moving here to the perk Divine Might for a 10% damage buff. Now, you could go down here for stuff like remote threat and survival instinct if you wanted to, but like building over into stuff like reload restoration later will be a bit more difficult. Next perk here is finisher reload, moving here into the perk Unwavering Resolve. After reloading while having low ammo, damage increases by 25% for 5 seconds. But then I pick up the perk here Headhunter for a 10% headshot damage buff, and down here into the perk Increased Capacity for 20% more total ammunition. And the next perk here is Strong Start. First round of magazine deals 25% more damage. Now, if you don't want this one, you can take the one down here, which is Strong Finish. Last round of magazine deals 50% more damage. They're both pretty good, but like I usually find that I'm like topped off on this build thanks to Finisher Reload all the time, so this one is definitely getting more use. Next perk here is Cleaving Fire, down here into the perk Reloaded Restoration. After reloading, your ammo reserve is restored by 50% of the number of enemies hit, cannot exceed maximum ammo capacity. Now, on this build, you pretty much never run out of ammo with like this perk here and stuff like increased capacity on the fat base ammo reserve option, so you can pretty much fire your bolt sniper rifle forever, and this helps out that a ton. Final perk here is Recoupment, killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a headshot with this weapon restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Armor restoration built into bolter weapons like this is very strong because usually you're taking a weapon like the bolt sniper rifle against Tyranids anyways, and Tyranids are very easy to trigger this perk effect against. It's also very nice against them if you're fighting stuff like a Devourer, because the way that the enemies die in Space Marine 2, in my experience, is that a Devourer will shoot a volley at you, you will get the headshot insta-kill on them, and then that volley might like chip damage you, and having that one extra armor bar completely avoids HP loss, which is super nice on this option. Now, for the secondary here, we do take the Firepower Bolt Pistol, because at the moment, the Firepower Bolt Pistol is actually one of the strongest gun strikes in the entire game. Like, its damage is pretty comparable to a Heroic Bolt Pistol. Actually, I think it's above the Heroic Heavy Bolt Pistol right now, and it's only outclassed by the Firepower Heavy Bolt Pistol, which is pretty insane. And also, the fast fire rate on the Firepower Bolt Pistol makes it very easy to trigger perk effects like Pattern of Excellence for 3 consecutive headshots, so overall, very strong option. And even though I do occasionally take the Heroic Bolt Pistol option for that burst effect to trigger our Pattern of Excellence perk, I think this one's just a much stronger gun overall, so I'm picking it here today. Now, for the perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, Perpetual Precision first, moving here into the perk Headhunter, Gunstrike Reload, into the perk here, Increased Capacity, and Headhunter again. Then I pick up the perk here, Elite Hunter. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a melee weapon, headshots will deal 50% more damage for 10 seconds. All you have to do to trigger this perk is get a melee execute. Just keep in mind that if you're playing a sniper class where you have a primary ranged weapon, you have to have your secondary weapon equipped to actually trigger it. And if you swap off of your secondary for any reason during the 10-second duration, you will lose the effect entirely. Next perk here is Headhunter, down here into the perk Extended Magazine, and the final perk here is Divine Might, and that's all there is for our secondary option. Now, for the melee weapon, we're taking the bold choice of a fencing Argent Edge option, because the Argent Edge is just the best defensive tool on like any fencing option in Space Marine 2 at the moment. It is kind of absurd how strong this weapon actually is, and the heroic perk effect down here is called Scathing Retort. The riposte window is shorter, but each perfect parry damages and staggers the enemy. So basically, if you're unaware, for like all two of you, every time you parry an enemy on this weapon, you will get a gunstrike opportunity no matter what on stuff like Raveners, melee Terminators, and stuff like that. It does not matter where they are in their combo chain, because there are a lot of enemies in Space Marine 2 where the initial parry on their combo chain will not stagger them, but this one will and give you that gunstrike opportunity every time. And that's good on its own for just defense, but on a sniper class where you have perk effects like Exacting Focus for getting more range damage after a gunstrike, getting gunstrikes faster is even better, so a really good option for us all around. Now, as far as the perk tree is concerned on this, it really does not matter too much, because you're not using this as like a melee weapon as much as you're using it as a parry stick. So for that reason, we start off with Perpetual Strength first, moving here into the perk Kinetic Energy. Then I pick up Perpetual Strength again, Heavy Onslaught for more melee damage on our heavy attacks. Then we grab Reeling Blow, Shadow Stab for single target, up here into Tide of Battle. And then I grab Shoulder Bash, and the final perk here is Terminus Slayer for a 20% damage buff against Terminus level enemies. And that is pretty much all there is for the Argent Edge. Now, for our main perk tree, you have a couple options here. You could take Block Break if you really wanted to, but like, I don't care too much about this. Like, it is up to you. The Melee Mastery perk is a 20% multiplicative melee damage buff against Majoris and higher enemies, which is still pretty damn strong on an Argent Edge, because even though I said we're using this as a parry stick, the Shadow Stab is still pretty decent, and the 18 strength as a base damage is actually quite high, so things like Melee Mastery, they do help that out. Next perk here is High Capacity. The maximum amount of ammo you can carry increases by 10%. You don't have to take this if you don't want to. You could pick up Vantage Point for a 20% range damage buff for 2 seconds while remaining stationary. This is not a bad option these days, because sitting in your cloak is actually quite easy, especially with stuff like Renewal to get it back quite quickly. Though I will say, High Capacity, that's just pretty much guarantees you will never run out of ammo. Next perk here is Iron Grip. Weapon spread recoil reduced by 20%, and range damage against Terminus level enemies is increased by 15% for both sniper rifles and Stalker bolt rifles. Now, we are using a bolt sniper rifle, so this one is just a no-brainer for us, because these other two do nothing. Next perk here is really up to you. Now, you can go through the classic combo of Squad Renewal and Purification. This is definitely the safest option. But the perk I take here is Marksmanship for a 10% headshot damage buff, and I use Renewal down here for Camo Cloak recharge. So I will say, if you want to take Purification and Marksmanship, you can do that these days, because Camo Cloak's base cooldown is only 90 seconds. So as long as you shoot your gun immediately after cloaking, you will trigger your cooldown almost instantly, and it'll come back very quickly. And Linger Concealment makes that even easier, so this is definitely an option, but today I'm taking Renewal. Next perk here is Targeted Shot. The first range attack that breaks Camo Cloak deals 75% more damage. Now, unlike the Heroic Bolt Sniper Rifle, we don't have a succulent 20 times headshot multiplier, so we are lacking for like a little bit of damage here, and having this cloak option for like a 75% bonus is very strong for us. And also in Space Marine 2, all ranged enemies take a 50% range damage increase, and that means you will one-shot like Bramble Warriors, Anti-Hero Devourers, and Snipers and stuff like that when it's active. Next perk here is Linger Concealment. After forming an attack that breaks Camo Cloak, you remain hidden for 2 seconds. Ever since they buffed up the Camo Cloak base cooldown to be only 90 seconds, a Lingering Concealment has kind of gone like through the roof in value, and for that reason I pretty much take it all the time, but Persistence is still a very strong perk for a damage reduction and no knockback. Final perk here is a Pattern of Excellence, performing 3 consecutive headshots towards equipment charged by 1. The cooldown is 30 seconds. This perk kind of just solves all problems for the sniper class. The biggest issue on the sniper is that you don't have amazing horde control, but if you get a Melta Bomb, a Shock Grenade, a Frag Spam even, this will just give you that back on a 30-second cooldown effectively, which is super strong and really does help you out a ton with like your class synergy. Now, for the Prestige perk options, I do take Emperor's Grace first. When Camo Cloak activates, you become invulnerable to damage for 2 seconds. Now, invulnerability in Space Marine 2 counts for not only your damage taken, but also your knockback. So while this is active, you cannot get knocked over, which is super useful for setting up shots and just like utility options. Next perk here is Versatile Precision. Performing a kill through secondary weapon restores 15% of your primary weapon's ammo. Cooldown is 15 seconds. This is usually not functional on a Heroic Bolt Sniper Rifle, but on this build, you get the full benefit from that fat magazine size, or excuse me, that fat ammo reserve you have on this option, so great for us here. And the final perks here are Conviction for a 25% health damage reduction for 15 seconds on Armor Break, because this makes you way tankier in this game, and the final perk is Exacting Focus for that 20% buff for 10 seconds after a gun strike. And that is pretty much all there is for this build, guys. I mean, the Bolt Sniper Rifle is obviously better against the Tyranid faction than Chaos, but you could take this against Chaos. I mean, your ammunition is really not that big of an issue at all, so if you miss like 90% of your shots, you'll probably still be topped off. But hopefully this build guide helped you, and if you like content like this, subscribe for more. And if you want to catch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, and also a link to my community Discord. And I also want to say a special thank you to my channel members. Your support has helped me make content like this for like nearly 2 years now, and I really appreciate that, guys. And as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. Hey guys, first Guardsman here, and I'll be talking about a triple plasma Techmarine build for Space Marine 2 patch 13 using the brand new heroic plasma pistol. Now, the Techmarine is in a pretty strong spot at the moment, really ever since they buffed up his team perk Battlefield Repairs to give you an additional armor back. He is a pretty damn strong class in the game. You have a ton of AoE damage, and also the Plasma Incinerator in this patch got a buff to the body shot damage and charge speed, and feels way better now. So for that reason, we're going to be building around that today. Now, first up, we take the rate of fire variant here. Now, I will say, as of this patch, the Plasma Incinerator on other variants, like the Firepower, Venting Speed, or like Ammo Capacity one, these are all usable. We are not taking those today, mainly because we are using the Heroic Plasma Pistol, and this one only fires charge shots, so unlike the rate of fire plasma, you are not able to use your secondary for CHP regen reliably at all. So for that reason, you definitely want to have a faster rate of fire on this to charge up your shots, because this is a huge portion of your CHP. Now, for the perk tree on this, I would take the perk Blast Radius first. Damage radius of a charge shot increases by 10%. Moving here into the perk Rampage, after killing 7 enemies in rapid succession, you will deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. Cooldown is 15 seconds. This is a nice perk to have because it does help you hit breakpoints occasionally against some Majoris in the game. The big issue with the Techmarine is that you do not like triple shot a Majoris Tyranid Warrior in base, unlike the Plasma Boost on Tactical. But that being said, the common shots on this gun now, they can help you like whittle down enemies that are pretty low, far more than they did before, and also their CHP recovery is a lot better. So it's not as bad as it used to be. Just keep in mind, you will not be damage nuking guys in 3 charge shots, unless in particular setups. Next perk here is Efficient Charge. The charge shots from this plasma weapon use 2 less energy. You definitely want perks like Efficient Charge on the Techmarine, because Techmarine has no ammo regen in this game, unlike Tactical, and Tactical kind of just like circumvent any ammo issues of this perk alone, on the Plasma Incinerator especially. So on Techmarine, definitely pick up all of these options. Next perk here is Charge Speed. Projectile speed of charge shots increases by 25%. Moving here into the perk Blast Radius, up here into the perk Common Speed, because the projectile speed of common shots is actually pretty useful now, since they do recover you a pretty decent amount of CHP by comparison to before. And the next perk here is Adamant Restoration. When your health drops below 30%, your ammo reserve is restored by 25% of the maximum capacity, cannot exceed maximum ammo capacity. The cooldown is 30 seconds. Now, I'll be honest, guys, when you are playing the Techmarine, if you want to skip over this perk and go down here for Adamant Velocity or a perk like Perfect Radius, you can definitely do that. Retaliation is nice to have, so I do like picking this up, but if you drop below 30% HP on Techmarine, guys, I'll be real, you're probably going to die, because this class has very little in the way of health damage reduction. You actually have the lowest HP total in the entire game aside from the Sniper, but Sniper has perks like Conviction to circumvent that, and you only have armor and range damage reduction, so when that armor breaks, you're kind of cooked. So just be a little careful with that one. Next perk here is Fast Venting, down here into the perk Perpetual Velocity for faster charge shot, and the final perk is Efficient Charge, again into Home Precision. Now, this is a super underrated perk on the Plasma Incinerator. This will make your maximum spread decrease by 50% when firing without aiming. This makes you way more accurate on the hip fire, and hip fire in the Plasma Incinerator is really nice at close range, so I do really enjoy this perk. And you're not giving up a ton for this anyways, because perks like Great Might, perks up here like Common Cooling, they don't matter too much, and these 2 perks here like Common Efficiency and the shot down here, or the perk down here, Balance Cooling, they just kind of suck, so I'll just skip over those. And that's pretty much all there is for the Plasma Incinerator. Now, for the secondary weapon here, we have the brand new Heroic Plasma Pistol. This one can one-shot Majoris. It can do ridiculous damage on Tactical especially, but even here, it is a very powerful AoE tool, and there are a couple ways to build this thing, because our heroic perk effect is called overcharged plasma coils. You will only fire charge shots with increased damage, but charge time is longer. Now, this one makes it so you have a 5 business day charge up speed, but once you fire off one shot, you will overheat immediately. Now, the way you can circumvent that is by taking the perk over here, Charge Cooling. This will leave you at 90% overheat instead, which is going to allow you to shoot a second shot. But like I said before, it says a 5 business day charge up speed, and because of that, getting a second shot off is not very practical, especially on a class as squishy as Techmarine. But if you do set it up properly, you can put out a truly ludicrous amount of damage. Now, the way I'm building it today is going up here with Plasma Collection into the perk over here, Rapid Cooling, and then we go over here into the perk Plasma Collection again, because this weapon actually has a higher base magazine capacity than most of the other relic tier options. The only one that actually goes higher than this is the magazine capacity version, so these percentage increases are a little bit more valuable for you, so pretty nice there. And next perk here is Blast Radius for a 10% increased radius on our charge shot, because your charge shot on this one hitting more enemies is super damn useful, so you definitely like this perk. Next perk here is Perpetual Velocity for a faster shot charge speed. Like I said before, this one already makes you take forever even with the perk active, so charging up your weapon here, any reduction to that you definitely want. Next perk here is Plasma Collection again, moving here into the perk of Blast Radius again, and then we go over into the perk Retaliation for 25% more damage for 10 seconds on a perfect time dodge, and the final perk is Divine Might, which you could just like, you know, skip over here and take the exact same perk over here if you want to for like a funny meme time, I guess. But the point is, this is the damage setup, and then alternatively you could go up here just for like charge cooling, and then either take your last perk point for Plasma Collection or Divine Might, and that is up to you. And that's pretty much all there is for the secondary here. Now, for the Omni Scion Axe. Now, I know in my other Techmarine guide I did put out an Argent Edge build, but a lot of you guys love the Power Axe, you love the Xenophase Blade, and you love the Omni Scion Axe, so we're going to show an Omni Scion Axe build here today. Now, what variant of the Omni Scion Axe is the best? Well, that would be the balanced version. I've seen a lot of people say they like the heroic one. Guys, the heroic one here, this is probably the worst heroic in the entire game currently. The heroic perk effect is called Word of the Omniscience. The attack after Omniscience Rush, it deals increased damage based on the duration of the rush. You actually get like equivalent, if not better, damage on a balanced version for this anyways, and the balanced variant has a 19 strength, 7 speed, and 13 cleaving potential, which does allow you to hit breakpoints to one-shot Majoris off a single combo of like a parry into your overcharge, so really good option here. And also, on the Techmarine in general, you want gun strikes so you can actually set up your weapon in the first place, and because of that, the balanced parry window here is really nice to have, because that still allows you to have all of that damage and gun strikes, unlike the block version here. Now, for the perk tree, I do just build it the same way as last patch, because I do think this is the overall best way to set up your Omni Scion Axe currently, at least for the balanced version. So number one, we take the perk Perpetual Strength, moving here into the perk Armor Siphon, killing a foe with the Omni Scion Strike restores an armor segment, the cooldown is 60 seconds, and then I pick up the perk here, Perpetual Strength again, into the perk Static Charge. Now, this one says each foe hit during Omni Scion Rush increases damage of 10% within 40 seconds, not 40 seconds, 4 seconds here. The description here is a little bugged, but the point is you get more damage during your Omni Scion Rush. And then we go into the very strong perk here, which is Iron Rush. Incoming range damage is reduced by 50% while using the Omni Scion Rush attack. Now, the Omni Scion Rush is actually ever so slightly faster than like a normal run, so because of that, having a 50% range damage reduction on the gap close is super useful against chaos. You can kind of like rush around, just like dodge enemy shots, and the ones that do like snag you, you'll take way less damage on. And also, you have a ton of other options for range damage reduction here, like scramble targeting anyways, so really good for him to like stack up on top of other stuff. Next perk here is Armored Strength, down here into the perk Perpetual Strength again, and then we pick up the perk here Energize. While charging or releasing electric discharge, you do not destroy heavy hits and you cannot be knocked back. This one is pretty good. It's one of the only sources of no knockback on the Techmarine in general, though I will say we do have an actionable salvo on this build, so you'll still have no knockback if you don't want to take this, but you're always going to take this because this leads you into the perks that really matter, which are Rapid Charge. Electric Discharge charges 40% faster, and the most important perk, which is Mighty Blast. Power Discharge releases 2 shockwaves. Now, Mighty Blast is what allows you to one combo the Majoris in this game on a single charge, because otherwise you will have to charge up your weapon all over again for another one. The second hit will do just enough to like one-shot Tyranid Warriors and stuff like that, so definitely pick this up. This is the best combo for the Omni Scion Axe, and like the only other variant I would really take for like a different setup, like the block one, but even here, you still want this because Mighty Blast is just so much better than the perk perk up here, Explosive Strike, and for that reason, we do prefer it on this build. And that's pretty much all there is for the Omniscient Axe. And now, for the perk tree, we are going for the triple plasma build, so of course, we do take the perk down here, Plasma Enhancement. The servo gun now fires exploding plasma projectiles at enemies. You pretty much always take this perk with the perk over here, Omniscience Fury. Servo gun shots at enemies on fire. Now, the burn effect did get like a 20% reduction in damage against bosses, and guess what? It still cooks bosses, especially if you have tactical on your team for Auspex, because burn damage in this game is just that ridiculous. And against hordes, which like this will be hitting all the time anyways, it is still very strong, so definitely pick this up. Next perk here is Arc Cleave. Damage from charged melee attacks increases by 20%. This is a 20% multiplicative melee damage increase to your discharge attack on your Omniscient Axe. This functions the exact same way as Overcharge on the Assault class here, so just keep that in mind. It is just like a slightly different perk description for whatever reason. Next perk here is a Long Range Barrage. Range damage of ranges greater than 20 meters increases by 25%. This is a nice range damage buff, especially for your Plasma Incinerator, because this gun actually hits like a truck sometimes if you do stack it up on top of that. And this will also benefit your Heroic Plasma that pretty much always hits like a truck anyways. Next perk here is Battlefield Repairs. Team members restore 1 additional armor segment for finishers on Majoris or Extremis enemies. This is still the best team perk for Techmarine in patch 13. Additional armor in this game is just super strong as an effect, especially with range damage reduction, because range damage reduction effects, these do affect your armor, not just your HP, and unfortunately the Techmarine has nothing in the way of HP damage reduction, so definitely helpful here. Next perk here is an Extra Salvo. While the servo gun is active, you don't lose 12 heavy hits and you cannot be knocked back. This effect lasts 15 seconds after deactivation. Being able to have no knockback active for 15 seconds is super nice, because even on the Plasma Incinerator here or the Plasma Servo Gun, all you have to do is just like turn it on for 1 second and then turn it off again, and because of that, after one shot you have a 15-second lingering effect, and usually you'll be using this in a horde anyways, so no knockback here, pretty nice. Next perk here is Replenishing Salvo. Killing or incapacitating an enemy with the servo gun restores an equipment charge. The cooldown is 75 seconds. A 75-second cooldown on Melta Bomb, Pyre Blaster Canister, and stuff like that. Super strong effect, really powerful option still in the game, and even though Augmented Tarantula is also very good, I just prefer this one because equipment is that strong. Next perk here is Fortifying Salvo. Killing or incapacitating an enemy with the servo gun restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 30 seconds. Now, this is really easy to pull off. All you have to do is just like shoot a Hormigaunt in the face with a plasma gun, and usually something in this game will die to your plasma enhancement at some point. So having this on a 30-second cooldown, super easy to do over and over again. Final perk is Omniscience Fury, for the obvious reason of burn being OP with plasma, and that's pretty much all there is for the main perk tree. Now, for our prestige perk options, we do have the luxury of skipping over chained headshots because we have no headshot damage on this build, and the next perk we take instead is Unflinching Focus. You are invulnerable to damage while activating trenchless sentry guns. If you are trying to use a sentry gun ever, which is every single Techmarine build in the entire game, you just take this perk, so it's pretty much mandatory. Next perk here is Stim Boost. Medicate stims for 40% more HP into the perk over here, Defensive Stance. If you are surrounded by 5 or more enemies, you take 20% less damage from range attacks. This perk is super underrated, guys. Like, Scramble Targeting is a very powerful perk effect in the game. It's like the exact same perk as this, though I will say if you want more blast radius on your equipment, you could take this one, and I would pretty much always skip over Volatile Sentry because this one is way too unpredictable, and also 1000% damage increase here. That still only comes down to like one-shotting Majoris, like not super useful, and like half the time the Tyranid snipers shoot your sentry gun anyways. Next perk here is Furious Gunstrike. After using a Gunstrike, melee damage increases by 25% for 5 seconds. This is really easy to pull off in the middle of an Omniscient Axe combo to have it trigger on your discharge attack, so a really good synergy there, and that's pretty much all there is for the prestige perk option. And that is pretty much all there is for the triple plasma build here. There are a couple other ways you could set this up. You could take things like a Power Axe, a Xenophase Blade, or an Argent Edge again, and then like build for stuff like Methodical Destruction in your perk tree. That will help you out for like breakpoints at times with the Plasma Incinerator, but for the most part, I do think this is the best setup overall, and the Omniscient Axe, especially in the operations and hard strats, this thing is very strong, and hopefully this build guide helped you. If you like content like this, subscribe for more, and if you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just coming out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, and also a link to my community Discord. And as always, take it easy, thanks for watching, buy. Hey guys, first Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about a Deathwatch Techmarine build using the Xenophase blade, heroic plasma pistol, and the heroic heavy bolt rifle. Now, the main idea behind this build is using our burn bolter to maintain CHP on top of our heavy bolt rifle grenade launcher portion, and also building around our turret to nuke down bosses with arc cleave for melee damage on the Xenophase blade. Now, the heavy bolt rifle is super strong on the Techmarine for multiple reasons. Number one, the actual bolt portion of this gun is quite strong on him because you have perks here like remote threat that gives you more damage at range that pair very well with perks he has in his own tree like long range barrage for even more damage at range. And also the grenade launcher portion of this gives him a ton of AoE that he usually lacks on like the range side of things outside of stuff like the plasma incinerator, and it also gives him a tremendous amount of contested health recovery because the big issue with the Techmarine is that if you ever lose your armor on this class and start to lose your CHP, you're in a really bad spot. Like, getting back your contested health quickly is very important on this class, and grenade launchers, they're pretty much instantaneous on every single grenade. So like, once you're out of grenades, you're in a significantly worse spot. So today we've been building around your grenade launcher predominantly, on top of as many range damage perks as we can actually take. Now, for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk here, extended magazine first. Magazine size increases by 15% of the maximum. Now, this will buff up the bolter portion of your gun, not just the grenade launcher portion, but the fact that you can actually get more grenades out of this perk as well makes it a super valuable option. And the next perk here is magazine restoration. When your health drops below 30%, your ammo reserve is restored by a full magazine, cannot exceed maximum ammo capacity. The cooldown is 30 seconds. Now, this will not restore grenades for you, but it will help out your ammo economy. And also, if you drop below 30% HP here, you will still be able to regain that contested health and not actually lose any total HP at all while triggering the perk effect. So, really valuable perk here. Next perk here is Cleaving Fire, moving here into the perk Remote Threat for more damage at range. This one pairs very well with Long Range Barrage, like I said before. Then I pick up the perk here, Great Might, into the perk here, Increased Capacity. The maximum ammo reserve of this weapon increases by 20%, and this will buff up both the bolter portion and your grenade portion, just like the extended magazine perk, so a really valuable option for us. Then I go up here into the perk Headhunter for 10% more headshot damage, and we skip over Tactical Precision here because this perk will lower the total damage you do with grenades, even if you want like the headshot damage buff, but I think the grenades are a little bit more valuable on this build. Next perk here is Recoupment, killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a headshot of this weapon restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Now, armor restoration on the Techmarine is very strong because, like I mentioned before, when you lose your armor on Techmarine, you're in a really bad spot. You have the lowest HP total in the entire game and the highest knockdown time of any class in the game, and because of that, you're in a pretty tough position if you actually get your armor broken. So Recoupment, a really good perk effect, and you can also trigger this on enemies that are currently in an executable state. So if a Tyranid Warrior is red, you can just shoot them instead of like an execute and just get back armor at range. So really good option there. Next perk here is Rapid Health. When your health is below 30%, killing 7 enemies, Rapid Succession restores health by 10%. This is really good for keeping you above like one-shot breakpoints because being below 30% HP on Techmarine is a really bad spot to be in. And this is also very easy to trigger because you do have, you know, a fucking grenade launcher. So blowing up like 7 Cultists, 7 Hormigons, or like 7 Zangors, pretty easy to do. Final options here are Perpetual Penetration into the perk here, Divine Might, for a flat 10% buff to buff up both the bolter portion and the grenade portion. And I go down here for Extended Magazine again to buff up our total grenade capacity, because having more grenades on this build is very important, and for a couple reasons actually. Because first of all, the CHP here is just super strong, like I mentioned before, but also the Heroic Plasma Pistol, this weapon is not very good at CHP regen at all because you can't really use this one in a pinch. It has way too long of a charge up time, and because of that, having more grenades to maintain your CHP here on top of your servo gun is very valuable, and for that reason, and that's why I prefer going down here into the perk Extended Magazine instead of skipping over this for something like Tactical Precision or Fast Reload. Now, for the secondary here with the Heroic Plasma Pistol, we do have the heroic perk effect Overcharged Plasma Coils, only fires charged shots of increased damage, but charge time is longer. Now, this weapon has a 5 business day charge up speed, and usually you will overheat on the first shot no matter what, but on this build we are taking the perk over here, Charge Cooling, that will leave you at a 90% overheat instead, so you can fire off a second shot with like a full overheat waiting for your weapon to cool down. Now, the rest of the perk tree is pretty standard. We take Plasma Collection over here into the perk Rapid Cooling, then I grab Plasma Collection again again into the perk over here, Blast Radius, for more charge shot blast radius, going into the perk Perpetual Velocity for even faster charge rate, because without this perk, your weapon will take way too long to honestly just charge up at all. It's like, this is mandatory in my opinion, and honestly, you're going to pick this up anyways because it's part of all the like the best setups regardless. Next perk here is Efficient Charge, into the perk here, Perfect Cooling, and the final perk is of course Charge Cooling, and your final perk option down here is up to you. You can take Divine Might or Plasma Collection. On the run I'll show, I did actually take Plasma Collection, it did help me out quite a bit, and also keep in mind that on this build, you will not one-shot Rubric Marines on the Plasma Pistol without the perk here, Long Range Barrage, being active. So like when you are 20 meters away from an enemy, your charge shot of your Heroic Plasma Pistol will straight up one-shot a Rubric Marine. And what I mean by that is it will not put them to execute at all, they will just explode. So that can actually be a huge negative for you as a Techmarine. So just be careful if you're trying to get an execute to like shoot them at a closer range. So just be aware of that. Though this perk will not affect that breakpoint. Now for the melee weapon here of the Xenophase Blade, the Xenophase Blade is really strong on Techmarine because basically every single power style attack you do in a power sword will set up a Minoris into a gunstrike scenario for you, and because of that, those gunstrike opportunities, you're able to trigger your servo gun gunstrikes over and over in a horde while spamming your light attacks on these weapons to very easily maintain armor. So the power sword actually pretty strong on the Techmarine, and also the perk effect here, Ancient Technology, power rate waves are wider and deal 20% more damage. This is both a horizontal and vertical change, so your vertical power rate damage or power rate window, or I should say power rate angle, is getting significantly better here for hitting things like Zoanthropes, Neurothropes, and Light and Zangor, so really good for anti-air as well. And the damage here is quite high because the perk over here, Arc Cleave, will affect your charge melee attacks and held melee attacks. It is the same as Overcharge, even though the description is wrong. Now, for the perk tree on this, I do take the perk Armor Strength first. If you have armor remaining, melee damage increases by 10%. The Techmarine has a ton of armor regen, so this perk is pretty much always up. Moving here into the perk Master of Offense, after you switch sword combat style, you deal 20% more melee damage for 5 seconds. The cooldown is 10 seconds. Then we move here into the perk Perpetual Strength and Perpetual Strength, into the perk Tranquility, and then I pick up the perk Melee Onslaught. This weapon deals 10% more melee damage, into the perk Hard Target. While performing a light combo, you will take 15% less range damage. Then we grab Cutting Edge for a 50% bonus power rate buff, into Extremis Slayer, Majora Slayer, and Terminus Slayer. And we pretty much always skip over Minoris Slayer because all the power swords in this game are very strong at killing Minoris, so this is kind of redundant. And the final perk instead is Power Restoration for double CHP recovery and power style, because usually if you're trying to avoid chip damage, it will be against Minoris enemies, so double CHP recovery on power style, which is what you will usually be using against them anyways, is quite strong to avoid that chip damage, and less chip damage is always good for Techmarine. And that's pretty much all there is for the power sword here. Now I will say, if you want to take like other options, like a balanced Omniscient Axe, I would set up this way, or like a power axe, I would set up this way on the block version or the balanced version, but I would definitely suggest balanced. And all of the power sword options in this game, they did get a slight speed increase this patch, so they're all feeling a lot better than they used to. So if you want to take some of these, you can definitely do that. That's pretty much all there is for the main weapon selection. Now, for our perk tree, the first perk I take here is Explosive Enfilade. After using equipment, your range damage increases by 15% for 10 seconds. The buff here is okay, but the main reason I take this is because I want the Bolter Servo Gun. The Bolter Servo Gun is actually quite strong at recovering your CHP. It is an instant effect. It will target enemies significantly better than the Plasma Enhancement does in my experience, and also the shots are much faster, and the CHP recovery is quite powerful. So for that reason, I do prefer it on this build, though if you want things like Plasma Collection, or Plasma Enhancement, or Precision Enhancement, you could do these. I'm just taking this one today. Next perk here is Arc Cleave. The damage from charged melee attacks increases by 20%. This is just overcharge for Techmarine, so helps our Xenophase Blade a ton. And the next perk after this is Long Range Barrage. Range damage at ranges greater than 20 meters increases by 25%. This is powerful for both grenades, our plasma pistol, and our bolter portion of our heavy bolt rifle, so great pick here. You know, they did buff up this perk for a 50% bonus on equipment damage. This is not an equipment build though. We don't even have the perk here Punching Salvo, so for the most part, we are just going to stick with this one because the other melee options like Push the Advantage are not very strong for our build. Next perk here is Battlefield Repairs. Team members restore one additional armor segment for finishers on Majoris or Extremis. This is the Techmarine's best team perk by far. Now, Combat Squad Resupply is not terrible, and Reinforced Position did get buffed, but this one, you know, additional armor is just too good in this game to not take, in my opinion, at least for our solo build we're using today. Next perk here is a next trouble salvo. While the servo gun is active, you don't lose control of heavy hits, it cannot be knocked back. This effect lasts 15 seconds after deactivation. Having no knockback on the Techmarine is just super strong. Even on like the worst option here without lethal perimeter, it is still a very powerful tool. So if you want to take this, you definitely should. I think it's very strong with the Xenophase blade, but some other good options here are like synergistic arsenal and even designated target. The next perk here is Augmented Tarantula. Tarantula Sentry Gun increases by 30% and ammo increases by 50%. Now, this helps out your Tarantula Sentry Guns a ton on this build. There was actually a point in this run where this perk pretty much saved my life against a Hellbrute, so really strong option. Though I will say, if you don't want the Sentry Gun build on this, you can definitely take Replenishing Salvo. A 75-second cooldown equipment is also very powerful, so that is up to you. Next perk here is Fortifying Salvo for 1 armor regen every 30 seconds on killing or incapacitating an enemy with the servo gun. This is just free armor, so I pretty much always pick this up. The only time I take something down here like Strategic Gun Strike is with Decapitating Stratagem, because it's pretty much mandatory there on like the precision enhancement, but for this build and like pretty much any other build like plasma enhancement and stuff, we just always take Fortifying Salvo because this perk up here is not super strong. Final perk here is Omniscience Fury. Servo gun shots set enemies on fire. Whenever you are not taking the, the precision enhancement here, you just take the burn. The burn effect here is very strong on the bolter portion, and even though they nerf burn damage on bosses by 20% this patch, it still does like a ridiculous amount. You will still put out stupid damage, and also Majoris Extremis are still affected by this as normal, so a really strong perk option. Though if you do want to take the perk up here, Lethal Perimeter, this is also pretty decent with the bolter portion, but I just prefer this for like the instantaneous button click for the servo gun, because when you take Lethal Perimeter in this game, you have to mark down a zone similar to the Auspex. It does have a little bit of a delay to it, which is kind of worse for your CHP recovery and taking the Omniscience burn here. That's pretty much all there is for the main perk tree. Now for the prestige perk options, we do take chain headshots first. Headshot damage increases by 3% per consecutive headshot up to a maximum of 15%. The bonus lasts 5 seconds without landing a headshot. If you are taking a bolter on the operations or hard strats, you just pick up this perk. It will buff up your damage a lot. Next perk here is a flinching focus. You are invulnerable to damage while activating Tarantula Sentry Guns. You also pretty much always take this perk, because without this, you can just like damn near die instantly during a Sentry Gun activation. I mean, you can't actually die during Sentry Gun activations in the sense that while you are in the animation, it is impossible to be incapacitated, but you can lose like 90% of your HP and instantly die when you get out. So definitely pick this up. Next perk here is Stim Boost. Medicaid stands for 40% more HP. Moving here into the final perk, Furious Gunstrike. After using Gunstrike, melee damage increases by 25% for 5 seconds. The reason this is so strong on the Techmarine for the Xenophase blade is that if you get a parry on the Xenophase, you can then servo gun Gunstrike them and do your power rake immediately after while they are staggered from the servo Gunstrike, and also activate the melee damage buff here to hit some breakpoints. So really strong perk combo for both this and like pretty much every other balanced weapon in the game on Techmarine. And hopefully that makes sense, and that is pretty much all there is for this build guide, guys. Hey guys, first regards from here, I'll be talking about a Combi Melta Power Axe build for the Techmarine class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, in my opinion, the Combi Melta is kind of an underrated gun on this class. It may not be as strong as the Heroic Heavy Bolt Rifle or the Bolt Rifle Grenade Launcher option, but the utility here is quite high, mainly because the Melta portion of this weapon is very strong for staggering Chaos enemies and triggering your perk effects down here like Rapid Health or potentially even Rampage. So I will be building around that today. So number one, we do take the perk here, Extended Magazine. A magazine size increases by 15% of the maximum. Now this will improve the Melta portion capacity and the magazine capacity of your weapon, so really valuable perk for us. Next perk here is Magazine Restoration. When your health drops below 30%, your ammo reserve restored by a full magazine cannot exceed maximum ammo capacity. The cooldown is 30 seconds. Now this will only restore the bolter portion of your gun, not the Melta, but still pretty strong option for us because the Techmarine is not very ammo efficient when it comes to its actual weapons, so some ammo restoration here is nice. The next perk here is Perpetual Precision for less weapon spread, moving here into the perk Able Precision. And then we take the perk over here, Great Might, Increased Capacity, which will up both the Melta portion and our weapon capacity again. Then we go up here to Recoupment for Armor Restore on a headshot kill from Majoris or above with a 15-second cooldown, because Armor Restoration on the Techmarine is super valuable because this guy has the lowest HP total in Space Marine 2, tied with the sniper class, and because of that, when you lose your armor, you're kind of fucked, so you really want to have some option to regenerate that. Next perk here is Tactical Precision. Now this is a choice you can make. You can either take this perk here for more headshot damage like I did, but you will lose a little bit of your Melta rifle damage, or you can just skip over this and take Divine Might down here for a flat 10% buff. But then I pick up the perk here, Adamantine Grip, moving here into the perk Rapid Health. When your health is below 30%, killing 7 enemies in rapid succession restores health by 10%. This perk effect is very strong on this gun because getting 7 enemies killed in rapid succession is very easy for the Melta portion of this weapon, and also being above a 30% HP threshold on the Techmarine especially is super valuable because, like I said before, you are very squishy, so being below 30%, that is usually like one-shot territory. Next perk here is Headhunter, down here to the perk Extended Magazine. That's pretty much all there is for the main Combi Melta portion. Now, for the secondary weapon, I do take the Inferno Pistol. Now in patch 13, they have fixed up a bugged interaction with this weapon and the Techmarine, where the Techmarine's servo gun gunstrike range was actually being affected by the Inferno Pistol gunstrike range, because this weapon has a limited gunstrike range on a perfect parry, which it does kind of suck on its own, but now the Techmarine can completely circumvent that by just using his servo gun gunstrike after a parry, and this weapon, you don't really have to worry about the gunstrike damage at all, and because of that, it's actually quite a strong option for the Techmarine himself. Now, the version I pick here is the magazine capacity and reserve option. Into the perk tree here, Perpetual Range first, moving here into the perk Brace Reload, and then I grab the perk here, Perpetual Range, up here into Great Might, picking up Increased Capacity, Adamant Restoration, into the perk here, Extra Shot and Trick Shot. Killing 5 enemies with 1 shot restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 30 seconds. Now, being able to one-shot 5 enemies is actually pretty damn easy on this weapon, especially for cultists and things like Hormagaunts. So Inferno Pistol is actually pretty good against both factions, and for that reason we're picking it up today. Though I will say, if you don't want the Inferno Pistol for like redundancy, you can just take like a Rate of Fire Plasma or like a Heroic Plasma Pistol. These will definitely work for you, or maybe even like a Neo Volkite pistol is also quite strong here because this one also got buffed this patch. Now, for the melee weapon here, I do take the Balanced Power Axe. Now, the Balanced Power Axe actually has a higher base damage than the Block Power Axe, but the Block Power Axe can reach a higher damage overall with Adrenaline Surge charges. That being said, on the Techmarine, you pretty much always want Gunstrikes because this is like the Gunstrike class, and because of that, a balanced option is by far the best for him. And one more thing about the balanced weapon here is that you can actually one combo Majoris off of a perfect parry, power backstep into a servo gun gunstrike and riposte on the Techmarine with 1 perk point investment in the perk here, Arc Cleave. So a really good option for him. And for the perks around this to actually achieve that one-shot combo, we do start off with the perk here, Perpetual Strength for a melee damage increase of 5%. Moving here to the perk Coup de Grace, Perpetual Strength and Perpetual Strength. Then we pick up the perk here, Counterattack, to get the most important perk, which is Riposte. Overhead strike damage after performing a power backstep is doubled. This is mandatory for the one-shot combo because without the double damage here on overhead strike, you will not actually achieve a execute state on the Majoris, so definitely pick this up. Next perk here is Hard Target, moving here into the perk Tactical Retreat for 25% more damage on a power backstep. Then we go up here for the perk Power Wave. Power Backstep Wave, it damages more enemies. Now, the Power Axe in patch 13 got a buff overall to like actually hit more enemies on the Power Wave anyways, so this perk is actually better than ever. And the final perk here is Cleaver for a 10% buff to all of your damage against Majoris and higher enemies. That's pretty much all there is for the Power Axe. Now for the Techmarine perk tree, I do build around equipment a little bit on top of things like a bolt or burn option. So the first perk I take here is Explosive Enfilade. After using equipment, your range damage increases by 15% for 10 seconds. This is the only perk you can take to actually pick up the standard bolter option on your servo gun, and the bolter option on the servo gun is actually very strong for CHP recovery and applying burn on single targets as opposed to like the plasma and precision enhancement, so I do like it for this option. And the CHP recovery here is very high, and the number of shots you blasting it off are quite tremendous, so really good option for that. Next perk here is Arc Cleave. Damage from charged melee attacks increases by 20%. This is just the overcharge perk on the Techmarine. Is the exact same perk effect, except just has a different description, so definitely pick this up. Next perk here actually got buffed this patch. It's called Explosives Adept. Damage from equipment increases by 50%. You know, if you don't want to take this perk, you don't have to. There are potentially better options like Long Range Barrage, even on the Combi Melta, because a 25% range damage buff at ranges greater than 20 meters is actually pretty easy to pull off on the bolter portion here. I'm just going for like full explosives damage, so we're taking this. Next perk here is too good to not take, in my opinion, and that is Battlefield Repairs. Team members restore 1 additional armor segment for finishers on Majoris or Extremis enemies. This is the best team perk on Techmarine by far, and when I say by far, I mean it's so good that you pretty much always take this one no matter what. And the next perk here is Inexorable Salvo. While the servo gun is active, you don't lose control from heavy hits, cannot be knocked back. This effect will last 15 seconds after deactivation. This is like the main no knockback perk on Techmarine. Really strong for like any melee focused build like us for like the power axe, so definitely grab this. Next perk here is Replenishing Salvo. Killing or incapacitating an enemy with the servo gun restores 1 equipment charge. The cooldown is 75 seconds. This is a very powerful option for recovering your equipment in this game. A 75-second cooldown is actually pretty low compared to options like Consecutive Execution that have a 90-second cooldown, so definitely grab this. And the next perk here is Fortifying Salvo. Killing or incapacitating an enemy with the servo gun restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 30 seconds. Now, you will be killing enemies with your bolter servo all the time. This will trigger on like my Norse and even cultists if your servo gun like actually hits them, so definitely pick this up. And the final perk here is Omniscience Fury for servo gun shots setting enemies on fire, because if you're not taking the like precision enhancement here, you pretty much always take this perk on the plasma and bolter option. I mean, you could take lethal perimeter. I'll probably do that in a build at some point, but for now I think the burn is just like too good to not take, even with like the boss damage nerf in patch 13. Now for the prestige perk options, I take chained headshots first, because on the bolter portion with this gun, chained headshots is pretty much a great option all the time. If you ever take a bolter on the Techmarine, you just take this perk because it is literally just acuity from the tactical. The next perk here is Unflinching Focus. You are invulnerable to damage while activating torrential sentry guns. If you want to use your sentry guns, you just take this perk. Final perks here are Blast Radius for an increased equipment damage radius by 15%, because we do have this perk here. And the final perk I take is either Stim Boost or Defensive Stance. It is up to you. We do skip over Furious Gunstrike here because you don't actually need this to hit the breakpoint on the Power Axe of the perk here Arc Cleave and Riposte, because your damage is already at that level. But if you want to take this for like a little bit more damage against bosses and Extremis, you could do that. That is up to you. And that is pretty much all there is for the Combi Melta Techmarine build. Now, hey guys, first Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about an auto bolt rifle build for the Techmarine class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now the main idea behind this build is using combat squad resupply with other equipment perks like Methodical Destruction, Explosive Enfilade, and of course Explosive Adept to maximize our equipment damage and just have our horde clear with our auto bolt rifle, and also have some damage nuking on the heroic plasma pistol here. Now for the auto bolt rifle, I do pick up the magazine capacity and reserve option just because this is mostly a barrel stuffing weapon in the first place, so you really don't need extra accuracy here. Like, this version will run out of ammo, especially on Techmarine, so definitely pick this one up. And for the perk tree here, it is pretty standard. I really think there's only like 1 or like maybe 2 good build paths on this weapon in the first place. So first up, we take Home Precision for a 50% reduced weapon spread while hip firing. This is really mandatory in my opinion, because otherwise your accuracy does kind of suck outside the hip fire. And also the Techmarine does not get locked into gun strikes remotely as much, because you do have servo guns for that for like no animation. Next perk here is Close Combat for 15% more damage while within 15 meters of an enemy. Then we go here into the perk Fast Reload, and of course the perk here Headhunter, into the most important perk, which is Elite Hunter. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a melee weapon, headshots will deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. Now this will trigger on a melee execute, not just a melee kill, so keep that in mind. And then we go down here for the perk Great Might, into the perk here a Rampage for 25% more damage for 10 seconds on killing 7 enemies in rapid succession. Now in patch 13, they did buff up all the bolter weapon body shot damage, so this perk is actually pretty easy to pull off. And the final perk here is Increased Capacity, because on the Techmarine especially, you would definitely want more ammo. But I will say, if you want armor regen and some HP healing, you could take Rapid Health and stuff like Recoupment, but that is up to you. And now for the secondary, we do take the heroic plasma pistol and build for just damage here. The main reason I like this weapon on this build is because the auto bolt rifle is not very strong for damage nuking, and this definitely is. So when it comes to extremis and some of the harder Majoris in the game, this is a great option to have as your secondary. Now for the perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, Plasma Collection first, moving here to the perk Rapid Cooling, Plasma Collection again into Blast Radius, Perpetual Velocity, Plasma Collection, you know, the pretty standard stuff here, Blast Radius, into Retaliation for 25% more damage for 10 seconds on a perfect dodge. Then we finish off with the perk here, Divine Might, for more damage. Now, alternatively, you could go all the way down the top tree for things like Charge Cooling to get 2 shots off, but to be honest, I don't think that's super good on this build. Like, you really just want this one for damage, not double shot. And for our melee weapon selection, we do take the Argent Edge. This is the best fencing weapon in the entire game, and really just the best offensive weapon in all Space Marine 2 currently. And the big benefit of this weapon on the Techmarine is that unlike the Power Sword, Power Axe, and Omniscient Axe, you do not have to take the perk here, Arc Cleave, to get like serious benefit of this melee weapon. This perk here is super strong on those heavy attack options, but on the Argent Edge, you have the option to take stuff like Methodical Destruction and the Omniscient Axe Deflection without actually losing anything, because this weapon is just for gun strikes and defense as opposed to the direct melee damage of these options. Now for the perk tree here, we just go for like full damage anyways, because the base damage of this one is actually okay. You really don't use it too much for damage, but that being said, the Argent Edge is okay when it comes to just like fighting off Majoris and stuff like that. So I still take the perk down here, Perpetual Strength first, moving here to the perk Kinetic Energy, and then pick up Perpetual Strength again into the perk here, Heavy Onslaught, and then we pick up the perk Reeling Blow, Shadow Stab, Tide of Battle, Shoulder Bash, and Terminus Slayer. That's pretty much all there is for this one, and like you could really build it however you want. If you want to go all the way down the top tree for like light attack damage, you could do that, or even like skip out this perk for Extremis Slayer down here. That's definitely an option, but the main thing we want from this weapon is the heroic perk effect here, Scathing Retort. The riposte window is shorter, but each perfect parry damages and staggers the enemy, because this perk is just godlike. It'll give you a gun strike on every single parry, no matter what, pretty much, on like 99% of enemies, and that will save your life. And on the Techmarine especially, this class wants as many gun strikes as possible, so the Argent Edge is overall the best option for him. Now, for the perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, Explosive Enfilade first. After using equipment, your range damage increases by 15% for 10 seconds. Now, if you stack this perk on top of the 25% damage taken debuff from enemies damaged by equipment on Methodical Destruction, on top of like the bonus damage on your frags from Explosive Adept, you can actually nuke enemies very quickly with your plasma pistol or even the auto bolt rifle, so pretty good synergy there. And I will say, the bolter option for the Techmarine servo gun is pretty underrated with the burn effect, because your CHP recovery here is very high, on top of the fact that damage is quite good. Though I will say, if you don't care too much for this, you could take Precision Enhancement and the perk here, Lethal Perimeter, and also take stuff like Strategic Gun Strike if you really wanted to. That is up to you. The next perk here is Methodical Destruction. Enemies damaged by equipment take 25% more damage for 10 seconds. This is a really powerful perk in Space Marine 2 for a damage taken debuff on the enemies. It is very noticeable, very potent perk effect, and also helps out with synergies with stuff like Explosive Adept and stuff down here like Blast Radius for 15% more equipment damage radius. Next perk here is Explosives Adept, and damage from equipment increases by 50%. This got buffed up in patch 13 to be at 50% instead of like 30%. It doesn't feel like ridiculously powerful on a Melta bomb. Sometimes there's one-shot guys on the frag grenades and shocks and cracks. It is like kind of nice there, but for the most part, it's like kind of a gimmicky effect, but I do like it here just because we are going for full, you know, equipment focus here. But if you want to take stuff like a long-range barrage, you can definitely do that instead, or you maybe even push the advantage. But on Argent Edge, I would definitely skip over this one. Next perk here is Combat Squad Resupply. All team members gain 1 additional equipment except for Melta bombs. This is a pretty fun perk effect. Battlefield Repairs is definitely better, but that being said, having an extra crack grenade, shock grenade, frag, this is definitely a noticeable bonus, so really nice to have, and also fits our build pretty perfectly. Next perk here is an extra salvo. While the servo gun is active, you don't lose 12 heavy hits and cannot be knocked back. This effect lasts 15 seconds after deactivation. You could really take whatever you want in this column here. You don't need to have no knockback on an Argent Edge build if you don't want. It's just a little bit of a redundant effect to keep you alive, but the perk up here, Designated Target, for 15% more damage taken by enemies hit by your servo gun for 10 seconds. This is still a great option if you want that. Even the perk down here, Synergistic Arsenal, for 25% more servo gun recharge around your active turrets, is also pretty good, but that is up to you. Next perk here is, of course, Replenishing Salvo. Killing or incapacitating enemy with the servo gun restores 1 equipment charge. The cooldown is 75 seconds. Well, guys, we are an equipment-focused build here, so you definitely want this perk. I mean, having extra equipment on a 75-second cooldown is already good on its own, but on this one, we have a ton of options for equipment bonuses anyway, so definitely grab this. And the final perk here in the gear tree is a Fortifying Salvo. Killing or incapacitating an enemy with the servo gun restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 30 seconds. Now, on a bolter servo gun, this is a very powerful option because all you have to do is shoot like a Hormigaunt in the face and get armor back. Though I will say, if you're taking precision enhancement, I would definitely pick up strategic gun strike because wasting your sniper servo gun shots on a Hormigaunt feels awful, so that is up to you, but definitely pick this up for like precision enhancement here. The next perk here is of course Omni-Size Fury. Servo gun shots set enemies on fire. You could take lethal perimeter on the standard bolter option here for your servo gun, but to be honest, the bolter burn is just way better here for boss killing and stuff like that, and your boss damage here is not awful, but definitely does help out quite a bit there. Now, for the prestige perks, we just take chain headshots first because we have a bolter weapon. Then we go here into Unflinching Focus, so we can actually activate sentry guns without taking damage. And the final perks are, of course, Blast Radius and Defensive Stance. And alternatively, you could take Stim Boost if you wanted to, but that is up to you. That's pretty much all there is for this Techmarine build, guys. I mean, the auto bolt rifle here actually performs shockingly well. I was pretty surprised because this gun is like notably bad, even according to Saber, but to be honest, it's not as bad as you might expect initially, and does perform fairly well with all like the range damage buffs here, like the Explosive Enfilade and the damage taken debuffs on Methodical Destruction. So hopefully this build guide helped you. Hey guys, first regards in here, I'll be talking about one of my favorite Techmarine builds in Space Marine 2 patch 13 to dominate hordes in hard stratagems and operations with the heroic heavy bolt rifle and of course the Omni-Scion axe. Now the Omni-Scion axe is by far my favorite weapon on the Techmarine. This thing is super fun to use. The horde clear potential is kind of ridiculous. You can actually like one combo Majoris, and the variant we are choosing today is the balanced version because the balanced version is just the overall best in my opinion. I mean, the damage here is very high, the speed is pretty good, and the cleaving potential is very strong, and most importantly, you get gun strikes, which are super important on the Techmarine, and you also still hit the breakpoints to one combo Majoris with stuff like Arc Cleave. So for that reason, I do prefer it over stuff like the block version, the fencing version, or definitely the heroic version. Now, for the perk tree here, it is pretty much the standard option for horde clear. I do think this is like the overall best setup for the Omni-Scion axe. First up, we take Perpetual Strength, moving here into the perk Armor Siphon, killing a foe with the Omni-Scion Strike, restores an armor segment at the cooldown of 60 seconds. And then I pick up the perk here, Perpetual Strength again, moving here into the perk Static Charge. Each foe hit during Omni-Scion Rush increases damage of 10% within 4 seconds. I mean, you can pretty much tell the description here is a bit incorrect, but this just gives you a little bit more damage during your Omni-Scion Rush. Next perk here is Iron Rush, incoming range damage reduced by 50% while using the Omni-Scion Rush attack. This perk is super strong because the Omni-Scion Rush attack is ever so slightly faster than your normal sprinting, and a 50% range damage reduction is very powerful in Space Marine 2, and this really helps you out against Chaos and Tyranids as well, so great for all factions. The next perk here is Armored Strength, moving here to the perk Perpetual Strength again, and then I pick up the perk here Energize. While charging and releasing Electric Discharge, you don't lose 12 heavy hits, cannot be knocked back, into the most important perks here, which are Rapid Charge for a faster charge rate and Electric Discharge, because this is super important for like actually getting your combo out. And the final thing here is of course Mighty Blast. Power Discharge releases 2 shockwaves. Now the double shockwave here is also very important because this is how you actually breakpoint it to one combo Majoris on the discharge here, so definitely pick this up, and that's pretty much all there is for the Omni-Scion axe. Now, for the primary range weapon, I do take the heroic heavy bolt rifle, mainly because this thing is just the overall best for Techmarine, in my opinion. Really, if you're playing siege mode or hard strats, you still have stuff like rapid health, rampage, armor regen, a ton of CHP recovery off the grenades. It is a very powerful weapon in Space Marine 2, one of the best options in the game in general for both this class and tactical. So the first perk I take here is Extended Magazine. Magazine size increases by 15% of the maximum, and this will buff up not only your basic bolter magazine, but also your grenade launcher portion, so really valuable for us. Then I move here into the perk Magazine Restoration. When your health drops below 30%, your ammo reserve is stored by a full magazine, cannot exceed maximum ammo capacity. The cooldown is 30 seconds. Now, This perk will not refill your grenades, it will only refill your standard ammunition, but that's still pretty strong here because the Techmarine does not have like the best ammo economy ever, and most of his ammo economy is supported by stuff like turrets and of course his servo gun. Now, the next perk I take here is of course Cleaving Fire, moving here into the perk Remote Threat for 20% more damage while at a distance of more than 25 meters. Then we pick up the perk here, Great Might, increased capacity for even more ammunition and more grenades. And we go up here for the perk Headhunter into the perk here, Recoupment. Killing a Majorist or higher enemy with a headshot this weapon restores one armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. This perk is so valuable in Space Marine 2, but especially for the Techmarine because the Techmarine has the lowest HP total in the game, tied to Sniper, but unfortunately, unlike every other class, he has access to 0 damage reduction pretty much, or health increases, which means that if you get your armor broken, you're in a pretty bad spot, so Recoupment is super strong on him. Next perk here is Rapid Health. When your health's below 30%, killing 7 enemies, Rapid Session restores health by 10%. This is a really strong perk effect and also really easy to pull off on a grenade launcher, and this also helps you stay above breakpoints that otherwise one-shots you and save some stims, so pretty nice option here. Next perk here is Perpetual Penetration, going down here into the perk Extended Magazine again. Then you can either pick up the perk here like I did, Divine Might, for 10% damage buff, or go down here for the perk Remote Threat. That is up to you, and I'll also say, if you want to skip over Extended Magazine or Divine Might entirely, you could just go up here for more headshot damage on Tactical Precision, but you will lose some damage on your grenade launcher portion, but it's not too bad because your grenades will still recover you like instantaneous CHP recovery. It's just worse for like direct damage on hordes. So that is up to you, and that's pretty much all there is for the Heroic Heavy Bolt Rifle. Now for the secondary here, I just take the new Heroic Plasma Pistol. I think this gun complements the Techmarine super well, and it really complements any class that has a good primary option because this one is just a damage nuking tool, so we just go for full damage. You could build the double shot here, charge cooling, because as long as you have this perk, you will be able to get 2 shots off on this weapon instead of 1, but today I'm just going for full blast radius here and full damage. So first up, I take the perk here, Plasma Collection, moving here to the perk Rapid Cooling, Plasma Collection again, blast radius for more charge shot radius, going here to the perk Perpetual Velocity, then we go all the way down for stuff like blast radius, retaliation for 25% more damage on a perfect dodge, and the final perk is Divine Might, and that's pretty much all there is for our weapon selection. Now for the perk tree, this is where things are pretty interesting on the Techmarine. You do have a couple options here because number one, you can take Precision Enhancement like I did. This perk says that the servo gun now targets a single dangerous enemy and fires powerful precision shots. This one is, in my opinion, the best for hard strats and operations, just because it will do a tremendous amount of damage to bosses, extremists, and majorists, and the enemy clusters are not that bad in ops and hard strats on most modifiers, and even on those higher ones, it still overperforms all the time, so a really strong option. Also allows you to one-shot zoanthropes and stuff like that. Next perk here is Arc Cleave. Damage from charged melee attacks increases by 20%. This is just the overcharge perk on the Techmarine. I know that the description here is a little bit different, but just keep in mind, Arc Cleave works exactly the same as the overcharge perk. It's just a 20% multiplicative melee damage buff, a really strong option. Next perk here is Long Range Barrage. Range damage at ranges greater than 20 meters increases by 25%. This is super nice for like any ranged weapon in this game pretty much. Like the Occulus Carbine works very well with this, the Bolt Rifle Grenade Launcher, the Plasma Incinerator, you name it. Very powerful perk option in this column, much better than like Push the Advantage or Explosives Adept. I know some people like the damage buff here on Push the Advantage or stuff like Counter-Offensive Protocol, but in my opinion, the melee damage buff here is just not necessary because you already hit that breakpoint to one combo Majoris, and like 99% of the time, you're going to be using Precision Enhancement to like one-shot the Extremists anyways, or the Extremists are like not super important to breakpoint in the first place, so I just prefer just taking this one and going for some extra range damage instead. Next perk here is Battlefield Repairs. Team members restore 1 additional armor segment for finishers on Majoris or Extremis enemies. This perk is just incredibly valuable, by far the best option in operations and hard strats in my opinion, and ever since they reworked this perk, it has been pretty top tier, so definitely pick it up. Next perk here is Inexorable Salvo. While the servo gun is active, you don't lose heavy hits and cannot be knocked back. This effect lasts 15 seconds after deactivation. So A cool interaction here is that you can take Lethal Perimeter here, which will say the servo gun marks a zone and automatically attacks enemies that enter it using 50% less energy per shot. But how this perk actually works is that you put down what is effectively an Auspex scan zone, and you can shoot that Auspex scan zone at the ceiling and trigger perk effects immediately like this without losing your cooldown at all, and also trigger perk effects like counter offensive protocols for melee damage. So Lethal Perimeter, a ton of utility on a no knockback build, so a really good option here. Next perk here is Replenishing Salvo, killing or incapacitating an enemy with the servo gun restores an equipment charge. The cooldown is 75 seconds. I mean, free grenades, free Melta bombs, top tier effect on every class pretty much. Though I will say, if you want to take Augmented Tarantula or the perk up here, Augmented Ammunition Feed, they're all pretty strong here. It is up to you. You can take whatever you want. I'm just taking this one today because I think overall the consecutive execution and stuff like this is very powerful. Next perk here is Strategic Gunstrike. Servo gun only targets Majoris or higher enemies and deals 20% more damage when the target is more than 20 meters away. The big thing here is using your precision enhancement and shooting a Hormigaunt in the face is one of the worst feelings on earth, so I do prefer this option. Though if you want to have like armor regen or more melee damage, you can definitely do that. I just think this one's overall the best because we do have a ton of armor regen already with stuff like battlefield repairs and our perk effect here like recoupment. If you want that extra bit from fortifying salvo, you can definitely do that. Final perk here is Lethal Perimeter. The servo gun marks a zone and automatically attacks enemies that enter it using 50% less energy per shot. This is the best option overall for precision enhancement in my opinion. Decapitating Stratagem is not bad. I think this one just gives you way more utility on perk effects like counter-offensive protocols or an extrable salvo. So for that reason, I do prefer it here, and also gives you a pretty easy tool to like pinpoint an enemy like a Zoanthrope or a Neurothrope and stuff like that. Now, for our prestige perk options, we just take chained headshots first for more headshot damage on our bolter option. Unflinching focus, so we can actually activate our torrential sentry guns at all, and the final perks are Stim Boost and Furious Gunstrike for more melee damage after a gunstrike, and that is pretty much all there is for this build, guys. The Omniscient Axe is a super fun weapon on this class. You know, it's definitely my preferred, and hopefully this build guide helped you. And if you like content like this, subscribe for more. And if you want to catch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description alongside a link to my community Discord. I also want to say a special thank you to all my channel members. Your support has been tremendous and super helpful, and as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. Hey guys, first Garson here, and I'll be talking about a multi-Melta heroic plasma pistol build for the heavy class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, this time around, we are building for like full damage on a rate of fire Melta. Now, this gun is not very ammo efficient, but your damage output can be pretty tremendous, so we'll be using that today. Now, for the perk tree here, we do start off with the perk increase capacity first. The maximum ammo reserve of this weapon increases by 20% because you really need all the ammo you can get on this weapon because you will run out pretty regularly if you're not careful. Next perk here is Elite Restoration. The next perk here is Elite Restoration. Killing a Majoris or higher enemy restores 10% of your maximum ammo reserve. Cannot exceed maximum ammo capacity. Cooldown is 30 seconds. Now, this perk is a percentage restore, so having more total ammo on things like increased capacity and additional supplies will help you out a lot here, so definitely pick those up. Next perk here is Heavy Fire. While in heavy stance, fire rate increases by 15%. Moving here to the perk Heavy Immunity for no knockback in heavy stance, and then the most important perk, which is Executioner's Fire. After a finisher, your fire rate increases by 25% for 5 seconds. Guys, when you have this perk active, this thing dumps out a ridiculous amount of damage against hordes. It is kind of insane how high your fire rate actually gets, so definitely pick this up. Next perk here is Heavy Might for 15% more damage in heavy stance, moving into the perk Heavy Might once again for another 15% damage in heavy stance. Now, this time, we are skipping over Trick Shot for armor restore to take the perk over here, Discipline, instead. This one says when you have low ammo, you'll deal 25% more damage. This one will actually activate at 9 rounds in your magazine left, and the total ammo capacity on this build is like 33, so you actually get a lot of shots off of this 25% buff, and this substantially increases your DPS and also just makes your shots more worthwhile because, like I said before, the ammo efficiency here is pretty bad. Next perk here is Death Strike. After killing a Majoris or higher enemy in melee combat, he will deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. Now, this will simultaneously trigger with the perk over here, Executioner's Fire, because this one does work on melee executes, not just melee kills, so a really strong perk combo together to like up your DPS. And the final perks here are Increased Capacity, Discipline of course, and Divine Might for 10% more damage. Though if you really don't care about this one, you could pick up Trick Shot. I just want to go for like full DPS on this one. Now, for the secondary, we do take the Heroic Plasma Pistol, mainly because this one just dumps out a ridiculous amount of damage in this game at the moment, and we're building for double shots here with the perk at the bottom, Charge Cooling. Charge shots generate 10% less heat. If you do not take this perk, you cannot fire your plasma pistol more than once without overheating, so definitely pick it up for like, you know, a maximum DPS build when you're trying to use the Heroic Plasma Pistol, and the rest of the perk tree is pretty standard. We start off with the perk Plasma Collection into the perk here, Rapid Cooling, then I pick up Plasma Collection again, down here to Divine Might, and then Blast Radius, Perpetual Velocity, Efficient Charge, and of course, you know, Perfect Cooling into the perk here, Charge Cooling. Now, I have managed to like one-shot Extremis occasionally on this thing, but just like the Heavy Plasma, this weapon's a little awkward because sometimes you'll hit them with like the direct shot and the like burst of the AoE, but that being said, the damage here is tremendous, so a really good option. Now for the heavy perk tree, the first perk I do take here is Restoration. Killing 7 enemies in rapid succession restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Now armor restore here is definitely the strongest effect because any amount of armor remaining in Space Marine 2 will reduce all incoming melee damage to 0 even from bosses. That being said, I have taken multi-kill before into like Tyranids that did work fairly well, but overall I think this perk is a weaker option than Restoration. Next perk here is Fortitude for a health increase of 30%. This just makes you really tanky, so definitely pick this up. And on a multi-Melta build, I think Thermal Boost and the perk down here, Strategic Stand, aren't that strong. But if you want to pick up one of these, you definitely could. Next perk here is Versatility for 20% more damage on our Heroic Plasma, because this ups your damage a ton on your secondary. But if you just want like damage for your primary and a little bit for your secondary, you can take Overwhelming Power for the 10% buff within 10 meters of your Iron Halo for your entire team. The next perk here is Additional Supplies. Ammo capacity for all team members' primary weapons increases by 25%. On a rate of fire multi-Melta, just take this perk. Like, even with this perk active, you will probably run out sometimes or be pretty close. You usually live on like the edge of ammunition on this build, which is actually pretty good for perk effects like Discipline, because being low ammo does give you that huge DPS increase. But that being said, you definitely want like a higher base capacity, because that will not only give you more rounds in total, obviously, but it will also give you more rounds that are actually active for that Discipline buff. Next perk here is Consecutive Execution. Killing 7 enemies in rapid succession restores equipment charged by 1. The cooldown is 90 seconds. Now, 90-second Pyroblaster Canister, Melta Bomb, Crack, all of these are very strong for you. This helps out your Horde Clear a ton, and getting equipment regen on this build will actually save you a ton of ammo. Next perk here is Power Regulator for 20% less energy loss on Iron Halo. Now, this does come out to be like a little slower on the recharge than the Field Adjustment perk is overall, but it's pretty damn close, and you don't really lose any durability, so for that reason, I do prefer it on this build. Next perk here is Brute Force. When Iron Halo is in cooldown, range damage increases by 15%. Now, this perk will simultaneously trigger with Overwhelming Power or just your Iron Halo, because your Iron Halo does count as being in cooldown while it is active, so really strong perk effect here. And the final perk is Offensive Capability. When active, Iron Halo deals damage over time to all enemies in 5 meters, because this perk is just godly. It saves my life all the time. You can run through brambles, spore mines, cultists, these skulls from the sorcerers and stuff like that. Super good utility perk. I pretty much always grab this one. Now, for our prestige perk options, number 1, you just take Auxiliary Reload, because not having the ammunition restore from this perk just sucks ass on like pretty much every heavy build, but especially this one, so you will definitely want this. Then move here into the perk Conviction for a 25% health damage reduction for 10 seconds on Armor Break. This on top of Fortitude makes you substantially tankier, so definitely take this one. And the next perk here is Indomitable Spirit for no knockback on gun strikes, because no knockback will save your life here. And the final perk is up to you. I just took Exponential Force for more melee damage, because sometimes teams, this does save you a bit of ammo, though you could really take like Duelist, Reverberating Impact, or like Home Precision for whatever reason if you want to do that. But that's pretty much all there is for this heavy build, guys. The rate of fire multi-Melta is definitely an S tier weapon in like terms of damage output and horde control. You can use this against Chaos and Tyranids. It will perform very well. It's just the ammo economy is a bit limited at some points, but that being said, if you're playing with like a proper team and not by yourself like I am, it's significantly easier to manage that, and hopefully this build guide helps you. And if you like content like this, subscribe for more, and as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. Hey guys, first Guardsman here, and I'll be talking about a Pyrecannon build for the heavy class in Space Marine 2 patch 13.2. And now the Pyrecannon, just like the Pyreblaster, had a burn damage fix. All of the perks are now properly functioning, and not only that, the boss damage feels way better now, and this one can positively melt bosses and hordes, and for that reason we'll be using it today because it's actually a pretty strong effect, even though the Pyrecannon is definitely weaker than the Pyreblaster is. Now the variant I choose here is the venting speed version or the ammo capacity version, but for me, I think venting speed is a bit better just because being able to fire for longer here, especially with the perk setup we have on this build, Strategic Stand, that is better for our CHP recovery and being able to put out our full burn. So for that reason, I do kind of prefer it here, though you might struggle with ammo a little bit. If you want that, you can definitely pick up the magazine capacity version instead. Now for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk Improved Fast Venting, moving here into the perk Eternal Flame. Burning time increases by 25%. We are going for a maximum burn build on this, though there are like some caveats you can do I'll get into in a second. But first up, we increase capacity into the perk here, Flame of Ascension. Burning 5 enemies restores 1 armor segment. Cooldown is 30 seconds. You would definitely want this. Like the CHP recovery on this weapon is not super high even with Strategic Stance, so for that reason armor restoration here does help out a bit. And then we pick up the perk here, Potent Flame, for even more burning damage. Down here into the perk Divine Might. Then we go into the perk Resilient Flame and Pure Flame for even more burn, because the burn is really strong right now, so for that reason we'll be using it on this build. And also having like a 0 charge up time in the heavy class does feel pretty good, though I will say if you want to skip over Strategic Stand for like Fortitude to be tankier, you can definitely do that. I would just go for the bottom perk here with heavy immunity, and the one down here, Flash Burn, because getting knocked around in your Pyrecannon sucks ass, so for that reason I do kind of like these sometimes. But that is up to you. That's all there is for the Pyrecannon. Now for our secondary, I do take the newly buffed Firepower Plasma Pistol or the Rate of Fire Plasma Pistol, depending what you want. The big thing here is that in patch 13, all of the common shot damage for Relic Tier Plasma Pistols got up by like 30%. They have way better contested health recovery now, and you actually have quite a few more perk options. And also on this build, the Pyrecannon is not super strong at contested health recovery, so having an option in your secondary here like an Inferno Pistol or Plasma for like burst CHP recovery is very strong for you, which is why I picked this up. Now for the perk tree here, I do start off with the perk Plasma Collection first, going here to the perk Rapid Cooling, Plasma Collection, down to the perk Divine Might. Then I go for Blast Radius, Perpetual Velocity, Efficient Charge, and the perk over here, Perfect Cooling. And I know I have it selected here, but I would also pick up Plasma Collection, and alternatively you could go all the way down for Blast Radius, Retaliation, and Divine Might for more damage. That is up to you. That's all there is for this weapon. Now for our perk tree, I do start off with the perk Restoration first. Killing 7 enemies, Rapid Succession restores 1 armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Now this perk will stack with the perk over here, Flame of Ascension, pretty easily, so you'll get 2 armor bars and like a little Hormigón horde. Pretty nice effect there, though this one's obviously on a 30-second cooldown, whereas the Restoration perk has a 15-second cooldown. That being said, more armor restore is always good. Next perk here is Strategic Stand. While in heavy stance and dealing damage restores 15% more contested health, and you don't lose control of heavy hits, you cannot be knocked back, we will not be able to move. Now, not being able to move really does not matter on the heavy stance at all. All you have to do to move is just exit your heavy stance, and also the no knockback here is life-saving, and the more contested health recovery is also very nice. Next perk here is Versatility. After switching weapons, your secondary weapon does 20% more damage. Now, this will pretty much be up 24/7 on your Plasma Pistol. You may be wondering, why am I not taking Overwhelming Power here? Well, the thing is, our direct damage on our Pyrecannon is not what we're going for, and you really don't need the buff to your direct damage from like Overwhelming Power or Brute Force on this build, and for that reason, I do just take the Versatility here instead, because our burn damage is where most of the damage is coming from on that weapon anyways. Next perk here is Additional Supplies. Ammo capacity for all team members' primary weapons increases by 25%. This is a must-take on the Pyrecannon, in my opinion. The Pyrecannon is not very ammo efficient at all, so I would definitely pick this up. This also makes your triggers of your auxiliary reload perk down here much better, so for that reason, it's a very valuable option. If you really don't want this, if you're playing in a group, you could pick up like Encompassing Aegis or like the Forbidden Bonds of Brotherhood, but that being said, it's up to you. I'm just taking this. Next perk here is Consecutive Execution, killing 7 enemies in rapid succession with equipment charged by 1. The cooldown is 90 seconds. Now, a 90-second Melta Bomb, Crack Grenade, Shock Grenade, these are incredibly valuable for you. And also, a lot of your horde clear for like Majoris and Extremis will come from this, so really valuable for this build because the Pyrecannon is like way more of a horde clear tool like over time rather than like a Nova damage weapon, so for that reason, this definitely helps out. Next perk here is Power Regulator. Iron Halo loses energy 20% more slowly, and then I move here into the perk Wrath of the Imperium. When Iron Halo expends all of its energy, enemies in a 10-meter radius take significant damage. Wait, actually, I fucked this up. What you want to take here is Odds of Bastion, because Iron Halo's durability increases by 20%. This is pretty much mandatory to take with the Wrath of the Imperium perk here, because the way Wrath of the Imperium works is this perk actually puts out a ton of damage. However, you actually have to have your Iron Halo be used up entirely on the energy, and because of that, if you don't have a fatter durability, I guess I should say, a fat Iron Halo durability, you will just get your Iron Halo broken before it actually triggers this at all. And also keep in mind that if any enemy knocks you over while you have your Iron Halo active, your Iron Halo will automatically turn off, which will completely negate this effect, so be very careful of that, and just be aware that while this is strong, it can definitely be interrupted a lot. Next perk here is Offensive Capability. When active, Iron Halo deals damage over time to all enemies within 5 meters. That's pretty much all there is for the main perk tree. And for my prestige perk options, I do take the perk Reverberating Impact first, into the perk Auxiliary Reload. Melee kills of Extremis or higher enemies restore your primary defense ammo by 1 magazine. You definitely want this on like every heavy stance weapon, really every weapon on heavy, because without this, your ammo economy definitely sucks. Next perk here is Conviction for a 25% health damage reduction for 10 seconds on armor break, and the final perk is Indomitable Spirit for no knockback during gun strikes, because both of these will save your life, and Conviction especially. If you don't have the perk here Fortitude, you really want the damage reduction from this perk, because you will just get one shot at times otherwise. So hopefully this build guide helped you. Hey guys, first Regardsman here, and I'll be talking about a heroic heavy bolt rifle build for the heavy class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, all of the bolters in this patch got a body shot damage buff of like 30%. That does affect this weapon and things like the heavy bolter, and because of that, this weapon feels a lot better this patch than it did before. And today we're using the grenade launcher variant, because obviously grenades are top tier in Space Marine 2 for contested health recovery and just like general horde clear. Now, on the perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, Extended Magazine first. Magazine size increases by 15% of the maximum. This will up your total magazine and grenade portion, so a really valuable perk here. And on top of that, when it comes to the heavy class, your ammo regen off of this perk will take your magazine into consideration on this gun, so we're actually getting more ammo out of this for every trigger, so definitely pick this perk up. Next perk here is a Magazine Restoration, moving here into the perk Cleaving Fire and Remote Threat. This one says enemies at a distance of more than 25 meters take 20% more damage. This is a nice perk to have. I mean, sometimes it won't come into play, but 25 meters is not as bad as it sounds initially, and there are a lot of enemies you'll be hitting with this. Next perk here is Great Might, down here into the perk Increased Capacity. The maximum ammo reserve of this weapon increases by 20%. This will up your total grenades and your ammo capacity, so a really valuable perk for us. Next perk here is Headhunter, into the perk here Recoupment. Killing a Majoris or higher enemy with a headshot, this weapon restores one armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. This perk is super valuable in operations and hard strats, because there are a lot of occasions where you'll be shot at by a devourer or something, and getting back one armor will prevent a ton of chip damage, so a really good perk for us. It also moves into a very strong perk as well here with Rapid Health. When your health's below 30%, killing 7 enemies in rapid succession restores health by 10%. Now, this perk is super easy to trigger on a grenade launcher for obvious reasons, so we're really strong to keep us topped off. And also, a heavy class is very strong at low HP values and things like Fortitude and Conviction, so like staying above 30%, you're still very tanky, so really valuable perk for him. Next perk here is Perpetual Penetration, with the final perk option being Divine Might and Extended Magazine again, though alternatively you could pick up the perk here Remote Threat again if you don't want this one, but for the most part I think a flat 10% is a bit better than like a conditional 20, so that's why I grabbed this one. This one also ups our grenades at like point blank, though alternatively you could also skip over this perk and just pick up like Tactical Precision. That is all up to you, and that's pretty much all there is for the heavy bolt rifle. Now for the secondary weapon, I do take the new Heroic Plasma Pistol, mainly because this thing is super complementary to like any bolter primary, the burst damage here is very high. It is very strong for bosses and extremists, and this gun can struggle with that sometimes, so for that reason we do pick this up. And now the way I build this is just for pure damage. I'm not going for the double shot with charged cooling, and the big thing here is just take Plasma Collection and go all the way down for things like Blast Radius and Blast Radius again, and also pick up the perk here, Perpetual Velocity, every single time, because this weapon has a very long charge up time, so having this perk will make that a little bit faster and is pretty much mandatory as far as I'm concerned. Now the rest of the perks here are Plasma Collection into the perk here, Blast Radius, and Retaliation and Divine Might, though alternatively you could skip this one for the exact same perk over here if you want to, but it's the exact same, you know, perk tree overall, and that's pretty much all there is for the Heroic Plasma Pistol. Now for the perk tree, we do start off with Restoration first, killing 7 enemies in rapid succession for an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Now Saber has said that the heavy perk tree will get some like perk reworks at some point, but for now your options are pretty limited overall for like good build variety. So number one, the armor restoration here is just the best option. This perk does nothing, and this perk like outright sucks. Next perk here is Fortitude. Health increases by 30%. We don't benefit from heavy stance perks on the heavy bolt rifle at all, so this perk does nothing for us. And also this perk can buff up your damage if you want to take this, but overall a HP increase is just way better in my opinion. Next perk here is Versatility for a 20% buff on our secondary Heroic Plasma Pistol. This is a very strong buff to your damage, really fun to use, though I will say Overwhelming Power is also very strong. These are both up to you though. Next perk here is Additional Supplies. The ammo capacity for all of your team's primary weapons increases by 25%. Now, this will up your total grenade capacity and your ammo reserve, so really strong for us here because the heavy bolt rifle is not that ammo efficient on heavy, and having this perk definitely helps out. And so is the next one here with Consecutive Execution. Killing 7 enemies in rapid succession for equipment charged by 1, the cooldown is 90 seconds. Now, getting Melta Bombs back on a 90-second cooldown will save you a ton of ammo, and you'll usually find like at least 1 or 2 useful equipment in your game. And also, Saber at some point said they might look into just giving you an option to choose some of the equipment as a starting option in your game, so perks like this might actually get even better in the future. But I would definitely pick this up. It saves you a ton of ammo because blowing up like 15 Hormigons with a multi-Melta on top of 4 Majoris, that is a very strong option for ammo conservation. Now the next perk here is Power Regulator. Iron Halo loses energy 20% more slowly. Now the perk up here, Field Adjustment, does come out to an overall faster recharge time, but this one is pretty close just because of the energy saved, and also doesn't lower down the durability of your Iron Halo itself. So I do prefer this option, but if you want this, you can definitely do that too. Next perk here is Brute Force. When Iron Halo is in cooldown, range damage increases by 15%. This is pretty much up 24/7 because your Iron Halo counts as in cooldown while it's in use, so a really strong perk effect here and much stronger than the other options like Saving Grace, and Wrath of the Imperium is actually pretty good. It's not like super strong on this build. Final perk here is Offensive Capability. When active, Iron Halo deals damage over time to all enemies within 5 meters. This is just a super strong utility perk. It'll one-shot Cultists, Spore Mines, Bramble. It just makes it really easy to pick up free executes as well. And Conversion Field is quite strong in a group if you're like coordinated, but overall, this is the best in my opinion. Now, for the Prestige perk options, the first one I take here is Auxiliary Reload. Melee kills of extremists or higher enemies restore your prime weapons ammo by 1 magazine. You pretty much always pick this up because even though you don't get grenades off this perk, it is definitely worth taking because the ammo economy of the heavy bolt rifle is not that strong. This will help that out. Next perk here is Conviction. When your armor is fully depleted, you will take 25% less health damage for 10 seconds. This is a perk you pretty much pick up on every class you can. It is such a strong damage reduction effect that will make you way tankier even without things like Fortitude, so definitely grab this one. The final perk options here are Indomitable Spirit for no knockback during Gunstrike, because of this will save your life. Being able to get a Gunstrike without being like staggered and stuff like that will absolutely give you back your CHP at times and just keep you from dying, so definitely grab this. And the final perk here is either Reverberating Impact, Exponential Force, a Duelist, or Home Precision. That is up to you, but like I think these three are just the overall best by far. And that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. The Heroic Heavy Bolt Rifle definitely feels better now with that 30% body shot damage increase. The Heavy Bolter especially feels very strong with that, but hopefully this build guide helped you. Hey guys, first Regardsman here, and so I'll be talking about a Heroic Heavy Bolter build for the Heavy class in Space Marine 2 Patch 13. Now, this build will be building around a Raven Guard setup with the Raven Guard bolt pistol skin and the heroic heavy bolter with strategic stand to give us no knockback and way more contested health recovery in our heavy stance. Now, the heroic heavy bolter is, in my opinion, the best heavy weapon for operations and hard strats currently, mainly because the bolter's got a buff this patch to have significantly higher body shot damage, and because of that, you are able to just shred through my Norse hordes far more easily on the heavy bolter especially, and this is the best heavy bolter because you do have a fencing parry window with a 50% increase window as well, on top of the fact that this weapon will reach the maximum fire rate of a heavy bolter immediately as opposed to the relic tier option that does require a bit of wind up to actually reach like the maximum fire rate. So your DPS goes from 0 to 100, which is very strong for like just a general heavy bolter build, but especially on strategic stand, because that means we are getting our maximum contested health recovery immediately after, like, you know, pulling the trigger from heavy stance. So really good combo there. Now for the perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, Fast Venting first, moving here into the perk Perfect Cooling, and then we pick up the perk Increased Capacity and Headhunter for a 10% damage buff. Now on this build, you can skip over Heavy Immunity because we do have no knockback from a strategic stand, which makes this significantly better for like our perk tree options. Then move through here into the perk Adamant Restoration. Now you could take the perk Adamant Hunter if you wanted to, but on this build, you're usually going to be getting all of your contested health back far too fast to like actually sit below 30% HP, and you also don't have the Fortitude perk, so being at that low HP value is a little bit more dangerous. So for that reason, I do prefer Adamant Restoration. Next perk here is Heavy Might and Heavy Might for a 30% damage buff in heavy stance. Then I go down here to grab the perk Heavy Precision for a reduced spread. This actually helps out a fair bit in my experience with like long range shooting. You don't have to take this if you don't want to. The alternative here is like skipping over this perk and just skipping over this perk and going down here for Perpetual Cooling and Divine Might. That is up to you. Now, the next perk I take here, regardless, is Discipline. When you have low ammo, you'll deal 25% more damage. This buff to your damage is just tremendous. It triggers all the time, and you can definitely notice the 25% increase here. Super strong perk effect. The one down here for weapon spread is not like god-awful. This one is just way better because damage is damage. And the next perk here is Fast Venting, up here into the perk Increased Capacity, and the final perk is Great Might for 10% bonus damage against Terminus level enemies, and that's pretty much all there is for this build setup. Now, I will say, if you don't care about the ammo up here that much, you can skip this perk and like skip this perk here and also go down for Divine Might for a 10% buff, or alternatively, you just like skip one of these perks here and just pick up Perpetual Cooling. There are quite a few ways you can build this, and the perk down here, Perpetual Penetration, for each shot penetrating one additional target. This perk is not awful, I just kind of don't like it on a heavy bolter because your piercing here is already quite high, but if you want to take this with the increased body shot damage in patch 13, it's not a terrible option. And the perk over here, Home Precision, for a 50% reduction in your weapon spread when firing without aiming, this is not very useful at all because when you're using this gun, you pretty much always want to be in heavy stance. Now, for the secondary here, since we are a Raven Guard, we took the Firepower Bolt Pistol with the Raven Guard skin. Now, you don't have to take this if you don't want to. You can take like a Rate of Fire Plasma, Heroic Plasma, Inferno Pistol even if you wanted, but to, you know, maximize our outfit, we decided to take this one today, and the Firepower version just has the best gun strike damage, and the ammo economy here is already very strong for us, so we don't really care too much about like losing a bit of magazine capacity and ammo reserve options. And for the perk tree, we do go down the top tree predominantly for things like Perpetual Precision, into the perk here Headhunter, Gunstrike Reload, Increased Capacity, the perk Headhunter again, and then we pick up the most important perk here, which is Elite Hunter. After killing a Majorist or higher enemy with a melee weapon, headshots will deal 50% more damage for 10 seconds. Now you may say like, Mr. Guardsman, why are we taking a melee kill perk on a heavy class? Well, this perk will also trigger on like a melee execute, not just a melee kill, so if you execute an enemy, you will trigger this perk effect. Just keep in mind, you have to have your secondary weapon here equipped to trigger this. If you swap off, you will lose the 10-second duration. And one more thing is that the fencing parry window on the Chains of Duty Heroic Heavy Bolter, this will only be active while your weapon is actually equipped. So if you swap off of that to your secondary, you are back to a balanced parry window. We can get it back the moment you swap, so just keep that in mind. And that is pretty much all there is for the weapon selection. Now for our perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, Restoration first, killing 7 enemies in rapid succession restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Now, armor restore in Space Marine 2 is incredible because any amount of armor remaining in this game will reduce all incoming melee damage to 0, even from bosses. So this is super helpful against like a Carnifex, a Tyranid Prime, Hive Tyrant, you name it. Very powerful effect to like prevent HP damage. And if you do lose your HP, that is why we take the next perk here, Strategic Stand. While in heavy stance, dealing damage restores 15% more contested health. You don't lose 12 heavy hits, you cannot be knocked back, but you will not be able to move. Now, not being able to move really does not matter too much on this build. Strategic Stand is very strong for contested health recovery. Now, your total HP is lower here than it would be of Fortitude, but you kind of make up for that by taking the perk down here, Conviction, for a 25% damage reduction, because this does make you significantly tankier, even though your overall HP is lower than it would be with this perk. Next perk here is Overwhelming Power. When Iron Halo is active, all team members in 10 meters deal 10% more range damage. This is a nice buff for you and your teammates, but there's also a hidden interaction here where Overwhelming Power will trigger simultaneously with the perk over here, Brute Force, for a 25% buff to your range damage in total, and that feels really good with the Heavy Bolter. Like, let's say you're shooting a Neurothrope or something that has reduced HP in this patch, you do a ton of extra damage on the 25% buff here. It also allows you to pull off your full damage potential, so really strong option. Next perk here is Additional Supplies. Ammo capacity for all team members' primary weapons increases by 25%. Now, why am I taking this? Well, the reason is, if we max out our ammo capacity here, we are actually getting more ammunition back on every single trigger of the perk down here, Auxiliary Reload. This one says, melee kills of extremist or higher enemies restore your primary weapons ammo by 1 magazine, or excuse me, your primary weapons ammo by 1 magazine. This will allow you to get a percentage restore on every single heavy stance weapon, because despite them saying magazine capacity here, they are restoring you on like a particular percentage, as opposed to the heavy bolt rifle that would only be restoring you like 45 shots or whatever you take with like Sen magazine. So for that reason, having a higher base total actually gives you way more ammo back on every trigger of this. So that's why Additional Supplies can be pretty nice. Though I will say, if you want to have like more survivability here, you can take Encompassing Aegis instead for a 25% range damage reduction for all of your team members. This perk is also very strong. Next perk here is Consecutive Execution, killing 7 enemies in rapid succession with equipment charged by 1. Cooldown is 90 seconds. This just gives us 90-second Melta Bombs, Crack Grenades, Shocks, Pyroblaster Canisters. That helps out with Horde Clear a ton, because there are points in time where a Enraged Sword Majorist will be very obnoxious to deal with than a Melta Bomb. If you do find a very powerful equipment in your game, that will help you out tremendously. Now, I will say, if you want to skip over this perk for the perk up here, Am at Will, instead, you can definitely do that. A 20% health damage reduction for 10 seconds here is very strong to make you way tankier, and will stack with Conviction down here for a total of 45%. So if you want to do that, you can. This is just better for like overall damage and horde clear, and sometimes blowing up a problem is better than being able to just like tank damage from it. Next perk here is Power Regulator. Iron Hail loses energy 20% more slowly. In my test, the Power Regulator buff here comes out to be almost as good as the Field Adjustment Iron Halo recharge rate. However, Field Adjustment, it makes you lose durability, so if you want to take this, you can do that. I just prefer this one to keep that durability without actually like losing too much on the cooldown buff that you would get from this one. Next perk here is Brute Force for the reasons I previously mentioned. Then I move here into the perk Offensive Capability. When active, Iron Halo deals damage over time to all enemies within 5 meters. This perk is super strong. You will one-shot the Bramble, you will one-shot Cultists, you'll knock away Spore Mines and stuff like that. It is a great utility perk. This also does a pretty significant amount of damage over time to like Extremists, Majorists, and even bosses. It's not like that significant, I guess, but it's enough to pick you up executes occasionally. You'll even see that in the gameplay portion where a Ravener's like, you know, just forcing me into a parry chain. We pick up the execute where we otherwise have to wait for like the 3rd hit and a gun strike, and because of that, I think this perk here is very valuable. Though if you're in a coordinated team, the perk down here, Conversion Field, is also very strong for an ability charge increase of 50% within 20 meters of an active Iron Halo. That's pretty noticeable, especially for longer cooldowns in the game like Bulwark. Now, for the Prestige perk options, number 1, Auxiliary Reload. Melee kills of extremists or higher enemies restore private ammo by 1 magazine. This just solves your ammo economies, where a lot of your ammo will actually come from. Getting like a free ammo box or 2 from a single extremist is super strong for your build, so we definitely pick this up on pretty much all of them. Next perk here is Conviction for damage reduction, like I mentioned before. Then I grab the perk here, Indomitable Spirit. While performing a gun strike, you do not lose control of heavy hits and you cannot be knocked back. Having no knockback on a gun strike is phenomenal in this game. Without this, you will be staggered at times, and the big thing is that the heavy does not have a ton of access to no knockback in this game. The only way you really get that is in your heavy stance with perks like this, or the heavy immunity perk in your actual perk tree, or with perk effects like Indomitable Spirit that will give you the no knockback, and sometimes you need to gun strike something to A, get your CHP back, or simply kill it and get an execute, so for that reason, you pretty much always want this perk. Final perk is up to you. You could take Home Precision, you could take Exponential Force, Reverberating Impact, or Duelist, really whatever you want, but these three I think you should pretty much always take. And that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. I think the Heroic Heavy Bolter is just super fun in this patch. I'll probably make some builds around like the other relic tier options here because you can achieve higher damage on a like firepower variant, but for now this is like the overall strongest, and hopefully this build guide helped you. If you like content like this, subscribe for more, and if you want to catch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description. I'll say a link to my community Discord. Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about a double heroic plasma build for the heavy class in Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now this patch did give us the brand new heroic plasma pistol. This one has the heroic perk effect over here called Overcharged Plasma Coils. Only fires charged shots with increased damage, but charge time is longer. Now, this does a truly staggering amount of damage. You will one-shot Majora's Clumps because this isn't just like a normal charge shot on a weapon. It's basically a pocket heavy plasma, so your charge shot here has a fat AoE that will one-shot whole Majora's Clumps and do tremendous damage to extremists and even bosses. So, a really powerful weapon at the moment, even if it's a bit awkward to use because the charge speed on this is like 5 business days. Now, for the perk tree selection, we are going for the double shot method. So first up, we take the perk over here, Plasma Collection, going here to the perk Rapid Cooling, and then I pick up the perk here, Plasma Collection again, and then I grab Divine Might for 10% more damage. Now we move here into Blast Radius for even more charge shot radius because this does help out a lot because this thing does so much damage. Moving here to the perk Perpetual Velocity. Shots will charge 20% faster. Now even with this perk, you will still take forever to charge your weapon, so you definitely want this because without it, it's even worse. And then the final perks are Efficient Charge, into the perk here, Perfect Cooling, and the final perk is Charge Cooling. Charge shots generate 10% less heat. Usually a single shot from this weapon will give you a full overheat, but with this perk active, you can actually get off 2 shots, so pretty nice there, and you can potentially get even more if you do trigger the perk over here, Rapid Cooling, since you won't overheat at all. But like I said before, the charge speed is so long on this weapon, getting more than 2 shots off is not very practical, and really getting 2 shots off is not super practical in a lot of scenarios in the first place, but it is doable enough. It is worth taking in my opinion. But alternatively, you could skip over this perk down here, or like the top 3 up here, and go all the way down the bottom for like the same perk Divine Might, or more importantly Retaliation and Blast Radius and more ammo. That is up to you. Now for the primary here, we do take the Heroic Heavy Plasma. This one only fires common shots, so it's like the opposite of our secondary here, and for this we just build for mostly ammo, going through fast venting into the perk here Contingency Plan. Then I pick up the perk Plasma Collection, Efficient Charge, which unfortunately does nothing for you on this gun, but we have to take it to go into the next perk, which is Admin Restoration. When your health drops below 30%, your ammo reserve is restored by 25% of the maximum capacity, cannot exceed maximum ammo capacity. The cooldown is 30 seconds. Now, this perk is very good in the heavy class because if you take his best perk in this column here, which is Fortitude, for a health increase of 30%, you will get so much HP on top of Conviction for a 25% health damage reduction that hanging around like 40% HP is not very difficult for you. So basically, you'll be able to get hit by a warrior, you will drop below that 30% threshold, get your ammo back, fire them or shoot at them again to get your CHP back, and then you'll be back above that 30% threshold for that 30-second cooldown, and you just rinse and repeat, and you are so tanky, you're not really at like risk of dying, so a really good synergy there. Now the next perk here is Heavy Fire, up here into the perk Supercharged Shot, which also does nothing for us. And then I grab the perk here, Heavy Immunity. While in heavy stance, you now lose control of heavy hits. When you are not taking the perk here, Strategic Stand, you pretty much always want this perk on every gun with heavy stance in the game, because without them, you will be knocked around, and being unable to shoot your gun while like a whip warrior swinging at you just sucks, so definitely pick this up. Next perk here is Retaliation. After a perk time dodge, you'll deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. This is a very strong perk effect as well because a 25% buff is pretty easy to pull off. And the final perk here is charge cooling into the perk fast venting. That's pretty much all there is for the heroic plasma tree. And I will say, if you want to go all the way down the bottom line, you can do that for more ammo. That is up to you. And also perks here like Brutal Rampage are pretty strong on this because you do just kind of like one-shot Hormagaunts and a lot of Zangors very easily with this weapon. So doing that with Brutal Rampage is quite easy to do. That is up to you. Now, for the perk tree, I do take Restoration first. Killing 7 enemies rapid succession restores an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. This is still the best perk in this column. Now, you could take Auxiliary Ammunition if you really want to, but to be honest, even with the secondary here that gives you a one-shot of guys and has like a massive AoE, this is just not worth taking. It's not a very strong perk at all, and this one for armor restore is much better. Next perk here is Fortitude. Health increases by 30%. HP increases in Space Marine 2 are super valuable because in this game, below 25% HP, you will get a ramping damage reduction, and because of that, a base HP increase gets much better with that ramping damage reduction, and when you stack that on top of things like Conviction, it gets even stronger. So like you are pretty ridiculously tanky on the heavy class because of that, and a 30% HP increase here kind of makes you like baseline as tanky as a Bulwark. Next perk here is Versatility. After you switch weapons, your secondary weapon does 20% more damage. The effect lasts until reloading or switching back to your primary weapon. Now, since you never reload on a heroic plasma or any plasma weapon in this game, this effect will be active the entire time, and a 20% damage buff to the heroic plasma pistol is pretty insane. Next perk here is Additional Supplies. Ammo capacity for all team members' primary weapons increases by 25%. This is a perk I like to take on the heroic plasma especially because this one is super ammo hungry, though you could take Encompassing Aegis instead is an option. I just prefer this one on this build. Next perk here is Consecutive Execution. Killing 7 enemies in rapid succession restores equipment charged by 1. The cooldown is 90 seconds. Now a 90-second cooldown on Melta bombs, Pyreblaster canisters, crack grenades, you name it. It is still a top tier effect in this game, though if you do want to take the perk up here, Adamant Will, you can definitely do that for health damage reduction after Iron Halo deactivation. Next perk here is Power Regulator. Moving here into the perk Brute Force. When Iron Halo is in cooldown, range damage increases by 15%. This perk is just a free range damage buff, so I pretty much always pick it up, and the perk up here, Saving Grace, is dog shit, and Wrath of the Imperium is pretty funny and occasionally strong. It's just that if you get knocked over during your Iron Halo at all, you will lose the Iron Halo effect and have to start all over from like the top, which it does kind of suck. Next perk here is Offensive Capability. When active, Iron Halo deals damage over time to all enemies within 5 meters. This is just a free damage on like the Majoris, Extremis, and even bosses. You also one-shot Cultists, one-shot Bramble, and Spore Mines, so pretty nice utility perk, though if you're playing with like a coordinated team, Conversion Field can be a bit better. Now for our prestige perk selection here, I do take Auxiliary Reload first. Melee kills of Extremis or higher enemies restoring Preference ammo by 1 magazine. This will give you a higher restore based on the max capacity you have on your weapon, or at least for heavy stance weapons, because weapons like Heavy Plasma, weapons like Melta, and Pyrecannon, these do not actually have a magazine, so you get a percentage restore instead. So having a higher base capacity from Additional Supplies, that will give you more ammo back on each trigger, so pretty good synergy there. Next perk here is Conviction for a 25% health damage reduction for 10 seconds on Armor Break. This makes you way tankier, pretty much always pick this up. And the final perks here are Indomitable Spirit and Reverberating Impact, or your choice of Exponential Force and even Duelist, but Duelist is apparently bugged according to the devs, so not work with balanced parry windows currently, which does kind of suck, so for now I stick with Reverberating Impact and Indomitable Spirit. And that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. You will put out a ton of single target and AoE damage with this build. The Heavy Plasma here on the heroic variant, even though you only have common shots still have AoE damage on the Heavy Plasma, and also if you reload immediately after you fire a shot, you will never overheat on this gun. You'll see that in the actual gameplay, so pretty easy to pull off, and the secondary here really make up for any AoE you're lacking on your primary. So that's pretty much all there is for this one. Guys, first regardsman here, and so I'll be talking about a Venting Speed Heavy Bolter Strategic Stand build for Space Marine 2 patch 13. Now, the Heavy Bolter got a buff like all the other Bolter weapons in this patch, so now you do 30% more body shot damage. That makes this weapon feel way better, and today I will be taking the Venting Speed version here on the Relic tier because this one pretty much fires forever on this build, and with the perk over here, Strategic Stand, that means you pretty much get your CHP back constantly against Minosaurs and stuff like that. It is very hard to die while you are able to fire your weapon with this perk, so for that reason, we will be building around that today and around like weapon heating. Now, for the perk tree here, we do start off with the perk Perpetual Cooling. Weapon heating decreases by 10%. Now, the venting speed, like stat here, this will affect the overheat of your weapon. So basically, it reduces your, like, not just your cooldown time, but also the buildup of heat. So this perk being a percentage increase on this massive number is very nice. The next perk here is Contingency Plan, moving here into the perk Headhunter up into increased capacity. Then I pick up the perk here, Adamant Restoration. When your health drops below 30%, your ammo reserve is restored by 25% of the maximum capacity, cannot exceed maximum ammo capacity, the cooldown is 30 seconds. Now, we are going for like full ammo on this build, so a percentage restore of our ammunition here will be very high for us because we're taking increased capacity, we're taking increased capacity again, and we are also taking the perk over here, additional supplies, so our base ammo is going to be very high, and this perk will give us a ton of value. And also, with the strategic stand perk, if you are below like 40% HP or something like that, you will constantly trigger this perk off cooldown all the time and just get all of your HP back, because this perk will trigger if you actually have CHP active. So like, let's say for example, you get hit by a sword warrior, they knock down your HP bar below 20% or like below the 30% threshold here, and then you have all your contested health there to recover. If you use strategic stand to get that all back, you still get all the ammunition off of this perk, so a really good option there. Next perk here is Heavy Might, up here into Heavy Might again for a 30% damage buff in heavy stance, because you pretty much only fire this gun in heavy stance unless you're shooting against like a cultist or something. And next perk here is Discipline. When you have low ammo, you'll deal 25% more damage. Now, this will hit a threshold for you, and the way that ammunition restoration on the heavy bolter works is that usually you get ammo drip fed back to you, so it's kind of like easy to hang around this lower ammunition count and just get this perk effect off all the time. Next perk here is Fast Venting, up here to increase capacity. Then I pick up the perk Perpetual Cooling again for even less heating, and the final perk here is Divine Might for a 10% damage buff. That's pretty much all there is for the perk tree. Now, if you want to, you could skip increased capacity and go for something down here like Weapon Strike for more melee damage, or things here like Heavy Precision for a tighter spread on your weapon, but that is up to you. I don't find this perk is that useful, but does help occasionally with like a long range fight. Now, for the secondary option, I do take the Firepower Relic Tier Plasma Pistol. Now, in patch 13, they did buff up all of the plasma weapons for the most part here, so the common shots on this gun are significantly better, and the gun strike damage on the Firepower variant in the 13.1 hotfix is very high on this weapon compared to the other options, so for that reason, we are taking this one, though I will say, if you do want the Heroic Plasma, you can definitely do that. Now, for the perk tree on this, I do start off with the perk Plasma Collection, into the perk here, Rapid Cooling, Plasma Collection, Divine Might, Blast Radius, pretty standard, Perpetual Velocity, and Plasma Collection again, Efficient Charge, and the final perk is Perfect Cooling. That's pretty much all there is for the secondary. Now, for our perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, Restoration first, killing 7 enemies in rapid succession towards an armor segment. The cooldown is 15 seconds. Now, armor restoration in this game is super valuable, and honestly, this entire column kind of sucks besides this perk anyways, so you definitely want this. And next perk here is Strategic Stand, because we are not taking the perk over here in our weapon, Heavy Immunity for no knockback during your heavy stance, so because of that, this makes up for not only the CHP here, but also allows us to get our no knockback effect. Now, I do want to say that no knockback in Space Marine 2, the way this works is that any attack that would knock you over will only stagger you, any attack that would stagger you does nothing. But that being said, there are some very heavy attacks in this game that will still knock you over or stagger you in this mode. It does take some learning to like get used to which ones those actually are, but just be aware that for the most part, against light attacks from like Majoris and stuff like that, you will be able to tank them and not get staggered and just fire your gun the entire time, but heavier unblockables from like Sword Warriors, those will still knock you over, so be a little careful. Next perk here is Overwhelming Power. When Iron Halo is active, all team members within 10 meters deal 10% more range damage, moving here into the perk Additional Supplies for more ammunition, and the final perks here are Adamant Will for a 20% health damage reduction for 10 seconds on Iron Halo deactivation. Now, this one is actually very strong for this build because we do not have the perk here Fortitude for health increase, so we are mainly relying on damage reduction to be tanky at all, because the thing is, in base and Space Marine 2, you are very squishy without damage reduction. Like, the Techmarine is only kind of tanky sometimes because he's a ton of armor restoration, but on this guy, you have the perk here Conviction for 25% health damage reduction for 10 seconds on armor break, and you can also cycle back into this perk over and over for a total of 45% when they are combined. Now, one thing I want to mention about this perk is that you cannot reapply this perk until the 10-second duration is up. So like you can see this underneath your HP bar in like the upper left corner, like this will have a little active effect of like this icon. And once this is actually run out, then you can use your Iron Halo again and reactivate it. And with the perk here, field adjustment that says Iron Halo recharges 20% faster, but its durability is reduced by 25%, you can actually time it to have this perk up like 24/7. It's a little obnoxious to do. You do not have to do that to actually play around with this build, but if you want to do that, that is an option. Next perk here is Brute Force. When Iron Halo's in cooldown, range damage increases by 15%. Now, the Iron Halo will count as in cooldown while it's active, so this will stack with the perk over here, Overwhelming Power, for a 25% range damage buff, so pretty nice perk interaction there. And the final perk here is Offensive Capability. When active, Iron Halo deals damage over time to all enemies within 5 meters. This perk is super strong for utility. You can walk through Bramble, you can walk through these skulls from like triple sorcerers, which actually happen in the run I'll show, and also you are able to do things like knock over spore mines, so a really good perk option. Also cultists die in one hit, and also this will pick you up some free executes. Now for the prestige perk options, the first one we take here is Auxiliary Reload. Melee kills of extremist or higher enemies restore your preference ammo by 1 magazine. Now, with the heavy stance weapons here, this will actually be a percentage restore, so if we have a higher base capacity with perks like increased capacity or additional supplies, just like the adamant restoration perk we talked about before, you will get a larger trigger and more ammunition back off of every one of these, so a really good combo there. Next perk here is Conviction for that damage reduction. Going into the perk here, Indomitable Spirit. While performing a gun strike, you do not lose control from heavy hits and cannot be knocked back. Now, the only knockback source, or the only no knockback source on the heavy class, is a perk like this and your heavy stance perks like Strategic Stand, and because of that, being able to gun strike without getting like slapped around by a chaos spawn, that is super valuable for not just picking up kills but also recovering HP, so for that reason you pretty much always pick this up. And the final perk is up to you, and I just took the perk here, Reverberating Impact. And that is pretty much everything for this build, guys. The Heavy Bolter Venting Speed version is super fun right now, a really underrated option. I'll probably make one around the max firepower eventually with something here like the perk Thermal Boost, but for now, this one is honestly one of my favorite Heavy Bolter builds, and I am kind of Heavy Bolter pilled in patch 13 anyways, so hopefully this build guide helped you. And if you like content like this, subscribe for more, and if you want to watch me live to ask me questions about the game or just come hang out, you find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description, and also a link to my community Discord. And as always, thank you for watching, take it easy, bye.